Hey. Hmm. Oh, I'm supposed to have an icebreaker, and I don't have an icebreaker ready, but I can get one ready in seconds. That'll give me millions of time. Well, not millions. Um, a lot of time to get ready for other things. All right, we are live. What's your favorite place to visit as a child?
Grandma's
I
house.
don't know mine. Say that again.
Grandma's house.
It's
I always
hard.
loved going to my grandparents.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I loved my grandmother's house. I would call her and ask her for $20, and she'd give it to me on a check. So my mom would have to cash the check for $20. It was hilarious. My mother hated it. Um, yeah.
I used to go
Uh,
and
um,
spend like a week at one grandparent's house and then a week at the other grandparent's house every summer. So my parents got an extra vacation, child-free vacation.
my grandmother, I would call her. She's the only person that would answer the collect calls on the payphone. I go down to the payphone because they were everywhere, and I would call my grandma. And for some reason, I remember that number for the rest of my life. I was going to get it tattooed, but that's too much. Uh, But yeah, she would always answer those collect calls. She's the only one that would answer. I would play on the phone and call random people, but no one would answer because people hated answering collect calls. Grandma was like, "Hello, is it you?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's me." And Toaster, that's your turn now.
Well, the thing is, when I was a child, okay, my answer would have been different as a child than it is today, if that makes any sense. Today, I would say Washington, D.C., because of all the museums and just, it's awesome. When I was a child, I probably would have said Disney World or Carowinds. One of the two.
Oh yeah, Disneyland was good for me. It's the only place my father ever took me as a child. That's the only childhood memory of me and my siblings doing something with my father. We went to Disneyland. The only
Hey,
time
it was
ever
probably a
in my
fun
life.
time.
Say that again.
I was just gonna say I've never been to Disney myself. Too far away.
Amazing. Well, I was a kid, so I couldn't say if it was amazing then. I was just excited to be with my father. Uh, yeah, that was a good one.
Our
Jeff.
vacations were going to the lake.
Oh,
When I was a kid, my now remember it was a long time ago. My friends and I used to go to a little place called Freedom Land, and it was an amusement park locally, uh, and that's what we did. And that was my favorite place. Um, you all have great memories of your grandmothers. I hated my grandmother. Uh,
mm,
hated my whole family actually, so that was an unusual. But this place, Freedom Land, was like it wasn't like a mini Disneyland because I was at Disney also, but it was a little local amusement park. The Ferris wheel and bumper cars and that kind of shit.
Rides, candy, popcorn,
Right?
overpriced drinks,
Yeah.
games that you can't win, but still fun to play.
Yeah. Exactly.
uh, there was something else I was gonna say. Um, oh, I read something about China. Um, their theme parks and stuff like that, they're actually free. And the zoos and stuff, when it's on public property, they can go to all their museums and all that stuff for free. Not America. They want to make money off of everything.
Oh yeah, DC is real different now. if you want to go to any of the museums while it's still free, you have to schedule it so far in advance now. You can't just go to DC anymore and decide I'm going to this museum. It just doesn't work that way. At least I think. Wait, I'm pretty sure that there's no walk-ins. And if there is, you probably have to get there really, really early. But I know that they have ticketed admissions with times.
Okay. Oh my goodness. I got something here. It says, I think I fumbled a job interview today telling them I have epilepsy. A nearby retail chain had open interviews earlier today. I've been working for 2 years, and this is the first interview I've had in a while. It's also the first interview I've had since I was diagnosed with epilepsy. One of the questions that was asked was why I haven't had a job since I've since been in the state, and I said that I was diagnosed with epilepsy shortly before moving, and was still getting my seizures under control when I moved. Now that my seizures are better under control, I decided I'd probably be just fine with working again, as well as just needing a job at this point. Now I'm worried that disclosing this fact that I have epilepsy is going to get my job application pushed to the bottom of the pile of applicants. I don't think I'm capable of working now that I have been diagnosed with epilepsy. Hell, I don't think I would really need a bunch of accommodations for me to be able to work retail again. But now I'm not sure if me disclosing my condition is going to cost me this potential job. I'd just like to hear your thoughts and opinions. Huh. One thought is you don't actually have to point that out. In America, I'm not sure if this person's in America or not, but I know here you don't have to point it out. I don't know if that's in every state. Is that in every state? But I know in California you don't have to tell them. But I usually do, just because so I can be safe. But that's usually during the interview or afterwards, and they can't really be like, no, you can't have the job. But that open interview thing is different because you're going with a bunch of other people. I never went to the open interviews. I always had a job and was called, come into the interview. Then I'd be like, okay, thanks for the job. Also, I have epilepsy. Um, don't get that one often now. Well, I don't sign up for jobs often. Um, Thoughts and opinions.
I have not ever had to deal with this since I was already not working when I was diagnosed, but I've heard other people don't mention it in the interview, but then after they get the job, they mention it. But like I said, I've never had to deal with it myself. So
Okay. Um, First comment here says, I can totally relate. I haven't worked in 6 or 7 months after I was diagnosed. After having my first seizure at 46, my job literally illegally tried to fire me, and I fully mustered up the courage to begin looking and applying. I'm terrified about when they ask, but my BFF says just tell them I was ill and my FMLA expired. I won't disclose the actual condition that had me out. Discrimination is illegal and it is real. So I'd humbly suggest explaining your employment gap by telling them you were ill, family member, etc. I wouldn't say too much until I'm hired and done with any probationary period. Good luck. I hope you get the job despite your disclosure. Yeah, I hope that person gets that job. But like I said, I never had to worry about that because I never had to. Someone asked me what. I mean, someone asked me, "Do you have epilepsy or anything like that?" My mom would always ask, "Did you tell your job you have seizures?" That she would ask. I would say yes. Yeah, I believe I was at that point in time. Anybody having focals here? Anybody other than me have advice on focal? I got it. One says, oh, anything that worked or made a difference for you. I know a lot of us are in the same boat, but if there are any people who made sort of an adjustment in their life, including taking a little certain vitamin, is there anything that worked for you? I'm at a loss right now, but always hear about people making a little change, and I guess it worked for them. The answer is appreciated, hoping the best for everyone. Has anyone made a difference in their routine that has helped? Taking the medication helped me because I was on a careless spree where I was just living. Oh, there my medication is. I'll take it today. Didn't even know what time it was. I was just out and about and forget that I didn't bring it to a different state or something. Yeah. Anything you guys did that you think might have been a help?
The B12 has cut down my focals. I still get them, but not as many as I used to.
Right. Um, First comment here says, I've been sober for 33 months. Seizure free. Yeah, so of course drinking would help. Stop drinking. I stopped drinking last year, and I never really was a big drinker. Uh, Another comment here says, you probably heard of this, but the keto diet actually helped me a lot. I know it gets a lot of mixed reviews, but I'm telling you, if you do it right now, then and plan properly, don't be like me first time around. I just eat like a rat. It is genuinely life-changing. I felt so much better, and it's been proving to help epilepsy. I'd reach out to your neurologist before trying, but it's helped me with physical and mental symptoms. I might look into keto. Anything you've done, Toaster, that helped that you've noticed, or maybe you haven't noticed? Something that happened? You're on mute. Love your smile and then your lips move when I can't hear you.
Honestly, therapy, it helps cut down stress, which is always a major factor in everything. And coming here,
Okay.
that helps cut down stress too.
Thanks. It's nice hearing that. Same thing for me. Jeff, personally, is there any changes you've made? You're on mute as well.
Yeah. I always, from the time I was diagnosed, I took my medicine. That wasn't a problem. I just, after you suggested B12, I started taking the B12 and it's helped. I still get focals, but not as many as I did before. Um, and like everybody else, stress. I try to cut down on stress because, I think we all know that stress is a bad thing for us.
Is anybody having, what's that say, absent seizures?
Yes.
All right.
I get those
You
too.
can answer this one for me. I heard a doctor say in this video that people who had absent seizures as children sometimes develop myoclonics as adults. Has anyone experienced this? And I didn't get nothing as a child. Well, I got it as a teen. Would that be considered a child?
It depends on how old a teen you were, I think. If you were
You're
19,
16 when I
no.
was diagnosed.
Eh,
Almost an adult.
I think that's a fine cutoff.
Yeah.
because somebody like me would consider a 16-year-old a child, but a 16-year-old doesn't consider themselves a child.
Like a preteen, they already feel older than they are.
Yeah.
I remember when my daughter turned 12, she was like, I'm gonna be 13. I was like, that's kind of not a big deal, but depends on what you want to do as a teen. And the thing she did as a teen, she turned 16 and she got a nose piercing. Couldn't wait for that one. Yeah, it's not something I would have jumped into, but a nose piercing is something I didn't think she would do, but it was. Toaster, you ever had an absence seizure?
Told I do. Or I just kind of
Um,
freeze and stare off into nothing in the middle of the sentence.
has it ever turned into a myoclonic? Basically the jerking and stuff. I don't know. I don't think you would know
Tonic-clonics.
either.
I mean, sometimes
No.
they are. Sometimes I'm going to admit the ones where I just stare off are like the most mildest I can live with, if that makes any sense. Now, of course, it makes it hard if you're having a cluster, but it does not have the absolute dread feel. I'm not saying this right. I don't even know where I'm going with this.
I was thinking the same thing with me today. I don't know if I've been acting weird today, but I did a lot of moments where I stop and think. And then I'd be like, why am I standing here? I'd be thinking, really. It wasn't a seizure, but it'd just be weird. My mom was like, you okay? And I was like, yeah, I just stopped to think. And I've done that 3 times today. So bear with me if you think anything is possible. But to the comment about myoclonics or absence turning into myoclonics, read a couple of these comments. One says it's very common. It's pretty normal to have patients who had staring spells and focal seizures in their childhood and then suddenly GTCs at 18 through 25. Does anybody know what a GTC is?
G or D?
It says GTC.
Probably a generalized tonic-clonic.
Makes sense. Thank you. Rest of that comment says it's more common to grow out of seizures altogether, but in general, if you have focal seizures as a child, they often morph into generalized seizures as an adult. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Hi, Mark.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Pretty good on my
Going.
end.
Camera.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say that it's going. It's all right.
Oh,
I'm alive. No
there's the camera.
complaints. Oh, Mark, I can't wait for tomorrow.
Oh,
I got so much to bring to the table. Plus, bringing Toaster and Andrea to the table.
I don't know if I'm going to be there tomorrow yet, still. It is
all right.
still up in the air, but I will definitely try.
Gotcha. We're definitely ready to have that conversation.
that conversation. What's
I
that?
don't know conversation we're having, but
That
it
To
sounds,
be honest, I
yeah,
forgot to.
it
I thought
sounds
you guys
sinister
remembered.
when you say something like that, man. What?
To be honest, I forgot what it was. We said it. I wrote it down somewhere, so it's wrote down. Yeah, it'll come back through my head. But I got one for Andrea. Sorry to point you out, but me and you are the only one taking Lamotrigine, and this one says, "Does anyone else get super emotional on Lamotrigine?" I have been on Lamotrigine for a little while now, and to manage my seizures. It is working well for the epilepsy, but I have noticed a weird side effect. A weird side effect. I get moved so easily by everything now. If I see video of a puppy or a wholesome random act of kindness post, I get all teary-eyed immediately. Even just seeing an elderly couple holding hands at the store makes me feel super emotional. It is not that I'm sad. I just feel like my wholesome meter is turned way up. I am suddenly very attuned to how um, attuned to how cute and sweet the world can be. Does anyone else have the epilepsy community experience this? Have you noticed you become a total softie since starting the med? I would love to hear if I'm not the only one getting moved by cat videos and grandmas. I'd say no. I think I'm a
Who
little
doesn't like
emotional.
cat videos?
Say that
Weird
again.
people and my mom. Oh,
Who
shoot. I
doesn't
didn't mean to
like
say that
cat
last part.
videos? Well,
Too late.
yeah, well,
um, yeah, I do get more emotional than usual. I usually wouldn't be crying with my mom on certain parts of the movie. I mean, years ago, I used to be like, "Mom, why are you crying?" They barely said anything. But now it's like I tear up and I'm looking over to see if she's tearing up before I wipe my eyes, and then yeah, she's tearing up too. So I don't know what's up with it, but I am a little more. I wouldn't say emotional. Uh, would
that's,
that be emotional? It'd just be like a happy moment.
I don't know. Maybe there's just a bit more, having had a bit more experience, life experiences, maybe you're just a bit more empathetic.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, because I watch a lot of game shows and documentaries, and sometimes I'm just crying, and I'd be like, "They found her. Um, why am I crying? She's found." And yeah, just tears go down my face, and I look over, my mom's crying too. I'm like, "Okay, I don't feel bad. Can you give me some of that tissue?" She keeps a roll of tissue on her table next to her because that's how emotional she is. That she knows a few times a day she's got to get it. Um, I'm gonna get her a little box of tissue. That's what I need to do. But yeah, Andrea, are you emotional?
I used to be the least emotional woman on the planet and would make fun of my mom for crying at movies, and now I cry at everything. I cried when they launched the rocket the other day, Mark. Yeah, I
Um,
see you laughing, Pookie.
no, I was gonna say I could have cried too. I was excited too. I was doing the morning show, and I went outside because Mark was telling me about the rocket, and I was excited, and my eyes did become a little watery, but it was just like excitement. I didn't fully have one drop, but I did feel that it's coming. Like when it's close enough to where you can stop it from coming. It was right there, and I came back in and I told Mark I seen the rocket. It was like right above the house, so it was really exciting. And yeah, Mark, that is a moment that excited me to see. And it was very exciting to see yours. Yours was more interesting. Yours was closer to you. I didn't get to see mine until it was above us. I was looking for it on the horizon, like you told me. It's going to come up off the horizon southwest of you, I think you said. And I was looking like, where's it go? Right since we were about to go in the house, I'm like, oh, there it is. It's already above us. And it was like moving really fast. And I've never seen anything like that. And it was that exciting that I felt like I might just tear up. Let's try not to.
could you hear it? If it was going like right above you, you might be able to hear it if they launch one when it's quiet around you.
Yeah, it is really quiet.
Because when they launched the Falcon 9s from Kennedy Space Center, they launched them away from us here, and we're still able to hear them with the sound traveling like the other way. So if it's right above you, the sound
mm,
traveling straight down, it depends on how high in the atmosphere it is. But yeah, I don't know. That's cool. But you
I
should the video. My sister had a video of the Artemis launch. And she's over in like nearby, like just south. Hold on, let me see if it's something.
Yeah, somehow Jeffy equated your picture of the rocket to you working for NASA and got brought up at dinner. It's like, no, 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 no. My friend doesn't work for NASA.
No,
He's very smart. He could. You probably could,
That's
but he
it'd be
doesn't.
hilarious.
cool. It'd be cool. Yeah. Oh no,
Mark, you sure you don't
there's a
work for
lot of
NASA?
there's a lot of NASA people like living around us and stuff. But uh yeah. We do actually have here I got the one of the Boeing, the first Starliner, the one that didn't go all wrong with the people inside it. Yeah, got because there was the NASA lead engineer, lead launch coordinator lives like 3 doors down. So my parents knew him, and he offered them tickets to go to the launch at the private Cape Kennedy viewing area for NASA people. And so they got to go, and they were handing out those coffee mugs there for that. Uh, it was a sunrise launch, so they got to see it going up with the sun coming behind it. So it was really cool footage of it. But yeah, the the
I
hold
was
on.
trying to think if I could actually like remember how loud it was, but I think the whole time I was out there, I was kind of just excited and talking to my mom, and we weren't listening. We were just looking around and talking to each other. Uh, yeah, I think we were talking too much to remember to actually listen. That would have been a good thing to do. Listen for it because we almost walked away.
Yeah, and if there's a night one too, because the atmosphere as it cools down, it gets denser, so you can hear sounds from further distance. Plus, there's usually less traffic noise around, so um, yeah, the rocket launches are easier to hear at night. Um,
I
Right?
remember living out um on the coast near the near Cherry Point. We would be hearing the big airplanes, and you couldn't see them, but you could hear them still. So yeah,
Oh
sorry.
yeah,
Circling back to Mark's other question of did you hear it?
yeah. What
my
coast are you
sister,
talking about?
Carolina.
Oh, okay. I was because you used to be closer to here. I was just asking.
No, yeah, I was out in Nevada, but that was a different Marine base.
Gotcha. I got something
there's
here.
a launch facility. NASA has a launch facility over off of the coast of Carolinas. There might be some rocket launches visible where you are too. Wallops Island. I forget which
Oh,
Carolina
Usually
it's
it's
in.
just satellites going up, but yes, you can.
Yeah, that's the
um,
smaller rockets, but they're still cool, man.
how often are they putting rockets up
From Cape Canaveral, they're launching one at least once a
from
week.
America?
Oh, I mean there's lots, hundreds, set
Hmm,
to be thousands probably by next year even.
Stop
It's
eating my
crazy how
Charleston chews.
um
Did
When I was
you?
in the desert, they went up it all the time.
Oh yeah, they'd be closer to you when you were actually in the desert. They were in near Santa Barbara. So Yeah, closer to you
Plus,
towards
there's
me.
who knows how many are unannounced that are going up. Like that, there was just last week there was a hypersonic missile launched from or a test missile launched from Cape Canaveral that was completely off the radar. It was all of the apps on my phone that track the rocket launches and give me notifications, none of them knew anything about it until after it was done, which is bizarre even for like uh secret launches, like when they're sending up the spy satellites and stuff, they still announce it as you just top secret payload, National Reconnaissance Office, stuff like that. So that was interesting. But yeah, I wonder how many they test over in the Nevada desert.
I was gonna say that because I was watching a documentary about that too, where they're just shooting rockets in the desert. Oh, but Toaster left because it was in
America
Vegas.
bombing ourselves, basically.
Yeah,
Bombed ourselves a lot.
yeah, they were. Now they have a like a you can go see where the what's it called, the whatever they were blowing up. You can go see where it landed at a nuke. There we go. And there's a huge hole, and now it's a tourist site.
The Trinity
Oh,
site, or is a different one? Like the original?
yeah.
Because yeah, I visited Los Alamos
Oh wow. Nice.
with my parents when I was younger, but I didn't wait, no, they didn't test it at Los Alamos, did they? They just built it there. Where's the Trinity site? I wonder. There's still
They have like
glass, like bits of glass that were formed from that explosion. It's a completely unique substance. It's never completely man-made because of the well, there was the mix of the sands and whatnot, plus the tower residue. But the sand that melted would be the base for the glass, and then whatever uh, uh, nuclear material from the explosion, that would be the first time those atoms had ever been split in that way. So when they got down and melted the sand beneath that tower, um, that that created material that had never existed before. But there's supposed to be bits of it still left around, bits of the residue. It's like a greenish color. Um,
yeah, I heard about it.
yeah, it's called
And
trinitite for the Trinity.
I actually said nuke, but it was the atom bomb. You said it.
Yeah,
Since you guys were adults when you um, were diagnosed with epilepsy, correct? Okay, I got one for you guys then. This is anyone else develop epilepsy for some random reason as an adult. I developed epilepsy when I was 25 because I got shingles in my face and I developed encephalitis, which then caused me to be diagnosed with epilepsy. It's really complicated my life and I'm struggling to adapt to it. Just wondered if anyone else has had this experience. My epilepsy came from TBI, so I'm totally out of this one. And then I was a teen, so I was a kid when it happened. But yeah, go ahead, you guys.
I think
Random reason as an adult.
all three of the
Andrea
rest
looks
of
like
us
she got it now.
all developed it as an adult, didn't we? I don't know. But yeah, mine, it was just some random reason. That's all.
Yeah,
I can't
same here.
can't tell any further.
They don't have any idea what's going on with me. I'm actually about ready to do another EEG.
Hey,
Yeah,
nice.
nice.
At least it's an at-home ambulatory this time. I don't have to go to the hospital.
Good. Nice. That's good.
Better. Um,
How if they get less data from the ambulatory, if that's why they don't do them as much, or because I don't know.
I don't know. The reason they're doing mine is because after my EMU stay the beginning of February, they cut my meds in like half. I'm only taking two and I was taking four. And I noticed about 3.5 to 4 weeks after I got home from the hospital, I've started having random heart rate spikes where my heart rate will go from like 50 to 200 and then right back down in my sleep. But there's no obvious seizure, anything like no tonic clonic or anything showing on my cameras.
Mm. It's very similar to stuff that I had going on, the spike and then back down, and nothing on the cameras. I don't know. It's I um I wish you many seizures in your EEG
Me too.
at
it's,
home.
At
Yes,
home,
wait,
safe in my bed.
seizures,
that's
yes,
gonna be
in the
rough.
comfort of your own bed. Safe and sound.
How how long are you doing this for?
The EEG, I think she
Yeah.
said 5 days. I just
Oh
found out
wow.
about it like an hour ago.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, she just I got a message back from my chart because I was texting them back and forth in my chart yesterday about what was going on. I'm like, hey, I'm noticing this and it's weird, so they asked me a million questions and then she got back to me this morning and said, well, let's do a 5-day EEG in home. I'm like, okay.
I mean,
So
at
we're gonna
least
see
you
you
got that
twice.
in-home bit, right? That's bright side, right?
Yeah. I just hope something that they catch something this time because after a week in the hospital last time and they caught nothing.
There was one person who came here earlier, well, in the beginning, when we first started. He was doing the ambulatory. Hey, I'm sorry. And he had a glass of wine. And I know you probably don't drink, but he was just like, I just want to know if I can have one glass of scotch or two glasses of scotch, but I'm not going to drink scotch right now. So he wanted to see how much the wine would bother him to give them the records to whatever would have happened. But yeah, get you one scotch and see what happens.
I'm not touching scotch. That shit's gross. I think I got
Yeah.
some fireball in there though.
Oh man, I couldn't do Fireball.
Oh yeah, just sip it and it goes great with Dr. Pepper.
I could see
Um,
that. Yeah.
Just,
Oh,
little sip of fireball and then chase it with some Dr. Pepper. It's great.
oh
I
man,
haven't done that in a very long time, but
I haven't drank Dr. Pepper in a long time.
it makes me wonder though if there might be different tolerances or different factor or effects in the different liquors. If somebody, because I know that some people are so specific with their triggers. I wonder if there's some people who could have no problem with wine, but if they try drinking alcohol in the form of like scotch or whatever, then it sends them over like immediately. If the concentration has a factor to do with it, or the how quickly your blood alcohol level rises. Um, it seems like I don't know. I was going to say it seems like there's a lot of research that needs to be done there, but that sounds like a dangerous thing for an alcoholic to be saying. So,
at the
um,
same time, I mean, everything is so individualized and people, some
yeah,
people can drink caffeine and other people can't. So I imagine that would be similar.
Some
Yeah,
hospitals, they have alcohol that they can prescribe you. I seen that in a post. They have alcohol,
I
like,
remember.
I don't know. It's I know they said it was vodka, but they said it
Yeah,
was
a
like,
medical vodka or something, right?
yeah, something
Or,
like that.
or
And
did they
yeah,
call it like medical alcohol or ethanol or
I
something?
think he said that in the post, it said that it had the hospital's name on it. And then it just said vodka,
I
which is
wonder if they
interesting.
have their own distillery in the basement or something. Like the janitor's secret still stashed, down in a broom closet somewhere.
It's it's down by the laundry.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, wow. Um, that would be interesting. Because, like, how do you know if your vodka is stronger than the average vodka? Or is that even a thing? Or just vodka is just vodka?
I mean, I don't know.
Some
It's
vodka's
not
better
all
than
the
other vodka.
same. Some
Mark
some
doesn't know?
some goes down better than others, smoother than others. So there has to be some difference, you know. Some distillation processes are more thorough than others. Um, but I don't know. I don't know a lot more about what might go into the hospitals. I mean, if anything, they probably have some of the most, uh, I don't know,
I was thinking
cleanest
they'd have the best
ethanol.
of the best.
Yeah,
Better
yeah.
they've just got cheap well vodka and it sucks. They're not giving them Sky or Kettle One or anything. I can't drink Smirnoff. It gives me a headache.
There's
Really?
people who came here who can't drink beer, but they can drink alcohol, which I don't understand at all. But that's just a me thing. Um, yeah,
Yeah. Wait,
there
they
was a
can't
couple.
can't can't drink beer, but they can drink like wine and liquor? Or was it the other
I
way
think
around?
there was a post that also said something like, um, "I know if I drink beer or if I drink more than one beer, I won't be all right, but I can drink alcohol with no problem." But they're like
Hmm.
stuck to a minimum of one with the beer. I do remember that much. It's crazy. One other
I
thing
mean,
I
who
remember,
drinks one beer?
huh?
That's what I was thinking.
Who drinks one
That
beer?
that's what I was thinking. Another thing that I was
Somebody who
thinking about.
passes out with one beer. And I've been sitting here listening for a while, but
I Chip.
hello.
Um,
Uh,
I
I
forgot what it
haven't
was.
had alcohol since I had my first seizure because it's not as good as pot. So what does it matter, you know? I
Mm.
don't need
Yeah.
alcohol.
Um, Andrea, you said something about Fireball, and it reminded me about a YouTube video I watched. And there's this guy who just goes to abandoned places and finds random things. And he found a box with Fireball in it, um, the biggest bottles. And there was like, I think four on one side, it was eight. So, and he had to rinse them all off because they had dirt all over them and they've been sitting there forever. But yeah, that just made me think of Fireball. So
Who leaves
someone
a
really
case
liked
of
Fireball.
Fireball?
No idea. Yeah, very interesting. I would have to send you guys these videos because I don't drink Fireball. It just sounds like something that's going to burn your mouth. It isn't even fire, but yeah.
It's just
Fireball is both good and bad.
How
It
so?
tastes interesting. Oh, it tastes interesting. It's actually not bad, but that was one that always kind of burned going down. And I think it was one of those ones that also messed you up a lot easier, but probably a higher, I want to say THC, but obviously higher alcohol
Yeah,
percentage.
yeah,
But
yeah, I was gonna say BAC, but no, that's not right either. That's after you drink it. Uh, Proof. There we go. Higher proof.
There you go. The non-important things dropped out of my brain. So apparently alcohol proof is one of those non-important things.
Yeah, who needs
Oh,
alcohol words? Yeah.
Fireball
Um,
is 33% by volume. It's 66 proof.
Oh,
okay.
not bad.
Um,
That's actually that's lower than most like
Yeah,
bourbons.
huh.
So that's
because a
not too
lot of them
bad.
are like 80 proof.
uh,
Yeah, I don't
yeah, the
know.
burning going down is the thing I don't look forward to.
It's cinnamony. That's the only reason I can drink it. Because it doesn't taste like whiskey. It tastes like more like cinnamon.
I like tequila. Good tequila.
Tequila about
We
killed
Smooth.
me. I can't do it anymore.
That's cheap
we
I
used
went.
to
tequila.
get
um, now that we're talking about drinks,
Mm,
there's a lot of drinks at the dispensary. I was gonna say that the other day to you, Chip. Have you ever tried one of those drinks? They have way too
you
many
know,
drinks with THC at the dispensary out here. I don't know if it's just out here, but yeah, you guys hear about those or see them or ever got one?
they
they're not
Never
have
up
heard of
here in
them.
Florida, but I've heard of
oh
them.
yeah, they have everything here. So I think because we were the second state after Colorado, that it's been so long that they have everything. So they have chocolate bars, they have gummies, they have mints. They actually have or had, I don't remember if they still have it, like the albuterol inhalers for when you have asthma and stuff. It's like you puff in like a little puff through a little thingy. And they actually had those, if you know what those are. Um, they even had vape pen THC that didn't go on the regular stuff, but it actually would go into a actually vape, the nicotine vape thing. But yeah, they have everything, and they have drinks. They have the big shot or the big drinks that have 100 milligrams in there. They have 100 milligram shots. The maximum is 100 milligrams per package up here. So nothing will be over 100. But yeah, they have everything. They even it had to be one of the nastiest things that I've ever tasted. But they had lemon sorbet hot, and it was literally in the freezer. And you got a lemon sorbet in a cup and a little plastic spoon. Yeah, interesting stuff. But yeah, they have everything out here. I love it.
My gosh, the local grocery store actually offers hemp-derived THC. The store that I used to work at. Wow, never would have thought. They don't
And
even
you get a
they
discount?
they don't even have a liquor store attached to it. They like wine and beer only at that grocery store, but now they have THC products. And recreational weed is not even legal in Florida. It's
Hmm.
the hemp stuff.
Yeah, and
But
it's
I
that
mean,
workaround.
what's the
Like
difference, really? You know?
if it's THCA, it's the same thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's
What's
cool. But yeah,
THCA?
the inhalers though, they have the inhalers here, or a couple of the dispensaries have them, and um in less friendly environments, it's a much more discreet way to, nobody's going to judge you for taking a draw from an inhaler like that. But some people in conservative states get judgy over like vape pens and stuff. So I don't know. It's dumb. It's on its way towards changing slowly but surely. Small steps and give none of them back.
Like Texas.
One thing I think I read is that they're trying to make it legal, um, or I think it may have already become legal, where you can vape inside of the casino, not like THC, but they're starting to allow those vape pens. And I was gonna say that last time I went to a casino, I had my vape pen, even though it was weed. They didn't even ask that; they were just like, "Put that away." So now I'm thinking next time I go, will they know is there THC in there if they don't try it or it doesn't have a label?
Yeah, just tell them it's CBD and natural terpenes.
Mm.
'Cause they can't tell any difference unless they take a draw from it themselves, and that's not going to be, okay with their employer, I'm sure. So, yeah, especially if it's the THC thing, then they'd immediately fail a drug test, right?
Mm.
So, um,
So,
I don't know. I
oh,
guess
good.
the having a bunch of I mean, obviously having a bunch of drunk gamblers is really good for business there, but is cannabis not also, I mean, is it just the altered state of mind that they want to have
Um,
control over, or do stoned gamblers make better financial decisions at
I was I
the
was gonna say that they might get sleepy and go home early, or they might go eat. But there's usually, well, the casinos that I went to usually have food in the same area, so
Yeah.
you don't have to leave. Um,
Yeah, they'd
but the
avail
alcohol
themselves of the
was,
buffets too much, and they wouldn't spend enough time gambling. Just,
oh yeah,
oh, that would be so cool. Just get real stoned and go to a casino and stay there and just eat all the free
we
buffet.
we used to do that. It's not free. So I went to
Well,
college
yeah,
like 20 minutes outside of Atlantic City, and we'd go there all the time. And the casinos would have like 15 or $20 buffets, all you can eat. So we'd go and spend 20, 15, whatever it was, and we get really, really, really stoned, believe it or not. And we would we would sit there for 2 or 3 hours just relaxing and eating a ton of food. And then my friends would go out to the casino and they'd play a ton of games and lose a ton of money. And I had money. Wow, that's loud. You had to have heard that. But then I'd watch my friends lose all their money, but I'd bring like a whole bunch of like singles and I'd give one to each drink lady who came and gave me a drink. So I'd be drunk and they'd lose hundreds. And this is like every week. So it's kind of crazy.
it
But
sounds like everybody wins
right.
in a roundabout way, right?
um,
yeah,
it's
I
spent a
get my
lot,
money's worth of alcohol and they pay for it.
right? That's what I
Oh,
would do. Is just stay for the free drinks. Go eat, drink, go back and play. Step outside, smoke my pen, go back and play. And then my mom told me I'm spending too much money, and she took me away. So,
believe it or
yeah.
not, adding on to an earlier conversation, including that one, I never, ever, ever leave the house with any pot, period. I won't leave with a vape cartridge. I won't leave with anything. So it's interesting how many people will. And I'm like, no way, man. But I will bring a drink with me, closed, until it takes me about 5 seconds to drink it and throw it in a garbage can. But now I never smoke pot outside.
When you say
And it's
drink, you
not,
mean THC drink?
yeah, a little shot, 100 milligram shot. Like those energy drinks that are at the gas station. They're, was it about 2 inches, 3 inches? I'll bring those sealed because you get them from the dispensary. And it only takes about 3 seconds to drink it and throw it in the garbage can. So, but yeah, I never bring stuff out with me when I'm out. So
Even though it's legal there? Is there,
it's legal inside your house. You
oh,
can't bring a beer outside either.
Go in the house.
yeah, yeah.
So, so, so yeah, I don't bring anything. But for the record, we sat And I think we smoked for about 40 minutes while while we were waiting for my daughter to leave. Not because I had to wait for her to leave, but we figured when she left, we'd stop. And then I took probably maybe 100 milligrams before I left, but I've been stopping that. So I'm down to 100 milligrams to make me happy. So anyway, edibles are great. But yeah, it's just like drinking an energy drink. So, and you can even take the label off and it doesn't look like anything. And
I used
I'm an
to,
old I'm an old epileptic man. Who's gonna bother me? I mean, seriously. Uh,
yeah. You don't look like a person that starts much. It's like, why bother this guy? He looks chill.
Yeah,
I had a
anybody with a
story.
smile that wide can't be up to no good.
yep.
Right.
And
Um,
honestly, why is that no good? But hey, I understand why smoking pot's no good. Funny enough, though, I was at a bus stop. It was like 6, 7, 8 at night, pretty dark. And some guy rolls up and waits for the bus on his bike, and he just pulls out a joint and he starts smoking it. And he looks over at me. He's like, "Hey, you need one of me?" I'm like, "Nah, man, I'm not gonna smoke some other person's joint." But I was really stoned anyway, so it didn't matter. But I couldn't believe it. I'm like, "Really? Waiting at the bus stop? Interesting."
um,
Can, yeah,
when
that's
you said this can't smoke outside thing, it's the same thing in California, and that made me think of when me and my mom got pulled over, and the cop told us we could keep smoking. That was cool. It was like 10 at night, maybe 11. We stepped outside to smoke because we were in a hotel at the time. My mom came to stay with me, and I was at a hotel, and I was bored. So I asked my mom to come, and she was like, "I'll stay the night with you." Um, so we did that, but like I said, we couldn't smoke in the hotel, and I had friends there earlier, and it had already smelled like weed. My mom just kept telling me, "You shouldn't be smoking in here." I was like, "All right, then we'll go outside." So we left the hotel parking lot, and the corner is go right around the corner. Um, and we're on the next street smoking or whatever. Then we see the cops pass. Thought nothing of it. Then we see all the red lights or stuff, red and blue lights. We didn't think anything of it because they had just passed. We're like, okay, they got somewhere to go. No, they turned around and came over there, and he's like, "What are you guys doing? Just sitting here smoking? You know how late it is?" And we were like, "We can't smoke in the hotel room." And the person actually thought that my mom was my sister or my girlfriend. He's like, "That's your mom?" I was like, "Yeah, that's my mom." And they were like, "Well, you guys can't smoke on the streets." And I was like, "Well, we can't go in our hotel room, so this is kind of the only place we could go." And he was like, "Yeah, just finish up and go back inside. But do you guys know that it's illegal to be smoking outside?" And that's when I found out it was illegal. Other than that, I've been smoking outside for years, but
I
that was one of my
mean,
smoke outside stories that I thought was funny.
And I'm
it
sure
makes sense in
99.9%, I'm sure it's all good all the time and nobody gets in trouble. So,
it makes sense
look,
in some ways because there's not just widespread public smoking either here. That's or tobacco smoking, I guess I should say. It's um, you know, very but they've always been kind of tight about that. So I don't know if I should really compare the two. But yeah, and um the medical stuff down here, we can only do it, private property. So that makes that makes sense. Kind of lines up with you guys, I guess. We just don't have the dearth of recreational options. So, mm,
Mm. Another story. Stuff is coming back to me because I'm holding stuff and you guys are talking. When we were talking about leaving the casino and the casino, my mother, she was like there trying to get me to leave the casino, and I was just like at the what's it called? 21. I forgot the name. Blackjack. I was
Blackjack.
playing blackjack, and she'd be like there standing with me, and she'd be like, "You're spending too much money. Come on." And I'd throw something, and I win, and then she'd be like excited with the other people, and then she'd be like, "Come on now," and I'd be like, "Hold on, one more." I'd lose something, and I'd be like, "Hold on, I got to get that back." And then she'd be like, "All right." Then she'd get all excited when I win it back. So then we stay for one more, and I'd be like, "One more, one more," and think I went with only like $60 and I left with 300. And I told her, yeah, I just gotta make sure whatever I win, you put the rest away. Now I have $20 and then I win $60, put the 40 away, and I still have 20. If I lose that 20, I leave. And she was like, oh, I see what you're doing with that. So yeah, that's gambling and smoking with my mom. Those are my stories. But eventually she was just like, you're too drunk. She was like, you've been drinking and I think that's why you're spending all your money. And literally grabbed me by the wrist. Come on. Yeah. Here's my story. Yeah, where were we at?
Probably
Don't
something
remember.
pot related.
Something, yeah, or gambling, I think, or something. Um,
Okay, I got something. Move forward. It says, what actually causes death during seizures? I've been wondering about the mechanisms behind seizure-related deaths lately. Seems like most people in this community carry around some serious anxiety about dying unexpectedly from their epilepsy. Can't say I share that fear, which makes me wonder if I'm missing something important. Is there a good reason I should be more concerned about this possibility? For those of you who do worry about it regularly, what helps you cope with that kind of stress? I'm curious about both the medical side and things and how you are all handle the mental aspect of living with that uncertainty. Um, I think the only way you might hurt yourself, I mean, like cause death, well, causing death would probably be falling and hitting your head. I think that's the only way to cause death during a seizure.
or
Drown or something
choking
because of the seizure.
the
Huh?
saliva, choking on saliva. Um, your
Yeah,
airways
actually,
can get blocked if you're not on your side and you're drooling. Um, so
uh,
If your brain's misfiring, couldn't it just like forget to tell your heart to beat type thing? And eventually, if your heart's not beating, then your brain's not getting any oxygen, therefore you're gonna die.
would that be
yeah,
SUDEP?
just dropping dead. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the is it the U in SUDEP unexplained. So that
Yeah.
seems like there would be a whole host of possible causes that none can necessarily be excluded, but at the same time, none of them can actually be pointed to either, at least not fully. So, kind of,
Yeah. I was gonna say SUDEP would be the only unexpectedly thing, but everything like injuries from things happening because of the seizure, like falling, swallowing your own saliva, um, things of that sort. Those are the only things that I could think would cause a seizure, other than SUDEP, and that just random. And it has happened to me. Well, I don't actually know if that happened. I just stopped breathing, and they tried the thing to push your chest, and it didn't work. So then I got a helicopter ride there. But yeah, yeah, falling and swallowing your saliva would be choking and would cause death.
And
I think.
I just
interestingly
don't
enough, sorry,
no,
one
go
of the
ahead, Chip.
things I one of the things I do is I know that while it makes me look so cool, the stupid beanie thing on my head actually has a bump cap underneath it, which is a hard shell plastic with cushioning on the inside. Baseball umpires wear them because they don't really have to be worried about getting hit in the head a lot, but so I wear that under here. And when I had my bus seizure, the only thing that wasn't mashed up, and I hurt myself pretty bad everywhere else. I did not have a scratch on the top of my head and on the sides, down about where my ears are. So yeah, it's not going to be a saver for everything, but it's actually pretty cool.
That's pretty neat. I wouldn't have thought of that.
Yeah, if you
Wouldn't have suspected it either from the camera footage. Beanie covers it nicely.
Yeah, people at work look at me weird, but if it's a high level person, I'm like, "Oh yeah, I have epilepsy." And it's a hard hat under here. But you dickheads won't let me work from home 100% of the time. I usually leave that last part out though. Uh,
Um,
happy hour. Happy hour has $3 beers. That's crazy. I have no idea how much beer costs, but
me either. I think $3 would be good. And yeah. Uh, um, huh. Would that the stuff in Iran actually raise the price of beer?
Beer?
It's raising everything else.
Probably not. Not so much. Well, I don't know. I guess raising everything else. Cost of transporting stuff increases, so I guess transporting the beer from the breweries to the stores would raise the prices there. But I don't see why it would necessarily raise beer prices any more than other food stuff, except for like tax reasons that usually cause beer and alcohol to be priced differently.
Unless
So,
you're drinking imported stuff. If it's
yeah,
imported, there's probably tariffs and stuff on it.
tariffs, yeah. Show those Belgians.
Mm. So a lot of the tequila I drunk was like from France. Now that I think about it, so that would be price increase to bring it here, correct?
I
I
would think
mean,
so.
yeah, unless there was some sort of broad exemption for like, um, what's the word they use for it? I don't know, vices, right? The duty tax, right? Isn't that what they call it? Importing it. So, um, I don't know if the tariff would be on top of that or not. I'm not a finance person. I don't really know much more than just throwing these words around, and I hope I'm putting them in the right order.
Andrea, did you have something? You forgot?
No, I
Okay.
just got candy in my hand.
All right.
I ran out of
What kind of
Starburst.
candy?
I didn't have a refill bag. I don't have any candy now. Uh,
I'll eat some for you.
oh, thank
I got some Myconites
I'm
over
gonna
here.
I'm gonna take my B12. Pretty good.
I
you.
It's a
B12.
snack.
Where do you recommend people get B12?
By Nature's Made. Shout out to Nature Made. I don't know if you guys can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, Zoom wants to cut the bottle out. You
Oh yeah,
gotta
they
like
can't
hold
stop
it
me.
in front of your face. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Shout out to Nature
Berry
Made.
flavor? They have berry flavor? Wow.
Yeah. Um, and then I have the multi omegas, the what's it called? Uh, multi omega 3 for men. Yeah, try those if you want. They have for women too. So, and it says key nutrients help support muscle health, immune health, and energy metabolism. I thought muscle health might help with the myoclonics. Has not, but doesn't help to. I mean, doesn't hurt to keep taking them, especially because I have two of these huge jars. Hasn't helped, but they're good. Um, is there a such thing as overdose on vitamins?
Yeah. It
Non-water
it
soluble.
yeah. It varies on which vitamin, what happens to you, but you can overdose on pretty much everything if you try hard enough.
Oh, the
Yeah, I
crossing
mean,
light's broken.
my kids are older
Anyway,
now. I mean, not old like adult, but old enough to. I was thinking, like, what if someone ate my B12 just like as a snack? And that's not something my kids would do. But that, would they have a problem? Maybe like going to the bathroom or something. Um,
B12, you would just have them drink a bit of extra water. I don't think it would be, it's not like the THC gummies where you want to keep it away from developing brains. Um, I don't know. I don't know, Owen. Um, we should ask ChatGPT.
I need, another cart bad. Um, so to the post about what actually caused death during seizures, there's quite a few comments. One says, in case of our daughter was a cardiac arrest after her breathing was obstructed. EMTs were able to resuscitate her, but in the end, her oxygen had been cut off long enough to cause brain death. Ultimately, it was classified as SUDEP because of seizures causing the cascade of issues leading to her death. Sorry to hear that. Another comment here says losing consciousness can be deathly. Dropping to the floor in mid traffic, hit your head on something sharp, sinking while swimming, falling off of high places, losing control while driving, etc. I personally had seizure while swimming in the pool, but back in the day, luckily someone scooped me out before I drowned to my death. Another comment here says, I'm not worried about it at all. I think it's probably a very peaceful way to die for the person who does die. That is, it'll be pain free. The older I get, and having watched several other slow deaths, including my mom dying of cancer, the more I appreciate a quick, painless death. A SUDEP death won't even be noticed by the person. Life just stops.
Yes. I, yeah, the cancer, I concur with that. My grandmother had breast cancer spread to her bones. That was long and hard. Um, so yeah, the thought in comparison of just end lights out in the middle of the night, while sleeping already anyway, that's like the best possible ending I can think of, to a person's like this story of a person's life, just boom, curtain. Um, it seemed, even if it's not just like boom, stop. If it's like a full violent tonic-clonic or whatever, I'm still unconscious. And so, yeah, um, it's not, I don't know, it's not something that worries me too much. But now it just occurs to me, is that necessarily a healthy thing, or could that be an indicator that I should uh, evaluate my mental health a bit more closely if I'm that okay with dying?
Mm. How about this?
I feel the same way, Mark. So if I die, I die. It's
Cool.
much more traumatic for the people around us and our loved ones than it is for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, just a quick joke. I had it in my head, then I lost it. Oh, I was thinking it'd be better. Oh no, that wouldn't be better now that I think about it, because you're not alive. My joke was basically waking up in the hospital and waking up in heaven is better, but no, waking up in the hospital, you're still alive, so that actually isn't better. But yeah, um, yeah,
If I'm
that
gonna
joke was.
die, I hope it's quick and painless, sudden something, just because I've watched several people die long, horrific, painful deaths, and I don't want to experience that
Yes.
myself. And I believe that's just as traumatic on the family. It's less of a shock because you know it's coming, but it's still horrible for everyone involved.
Yeah. When I had a stroke last year, I think maybe the next day or the next morning, I had an uncle who also had a stroke. But he had a stroke and I don't know if he was asleep or whatever, but he ended up choking on his own throw up. He was throwing up and then swallowing it. Uh, so he died. He passed. Um, and yeah, everyone, like my family and stuff, they all I was like, go ahead. You guys just go to his. And one of my aunts, she actually came afterwards, but she was like, yeah, your uncle's dying and he could have been taking care of himself and this, and that. So choking on your spit, I mean, and saliva and throw up is a big deal. Uh, I got a migraine that keeps punching me in the eye. I don't know where it's coming from.
Mm.
Um,
Uh-oh.
were you gonna say something?
No, just migraines suck, and I hope it's not a prelude to more suck.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I got something here. It says, has anyone tried sober-ish type drugs? I came across an ad for products that give you a buzz without the alcohol. They have CBD and a tiny dose of THC. I quit drinking, but I miss it, especially since I absolutely love to go out and do karaoke. And I'm a decent singer as well. But the lack of confidence without booze, I was diagnosed at 46, so I had to give it up as a middle-aged adult who enjoyed drinking with her friends. Has anyone tried anything like this or know anything about whether this would lower your seizure threshold like alcohol can? I love to have it around just for occasions like that. That's the same thing I was just saying. The THC drinks.
Yeah, it
I don't
sounds
know.
like what we were just talking about. A if they're saying such a tiny bit of THC, though, I don't know how much of a buzz they would necessarily get if it's primarily CBD. Um, but I don't know if it depends on how much they enjoy the THC buzz. It's completely different from the alcohol, so it's not going to be a one-to-one replacement if that's what they're hoping for.
Uh, there's one comment here that I thought was very stupid, so I had to read it. It says it could give you a seizure and you could be too high to come out of it. Whether whether or not, I don't know. If it's synthetic, it can definitely give you a seizure, but lowering your seizure threshold and too high to come out of it is a thing. Never mind. I have nothing to respond to say. Uh, I don't know. I never thought of that. I'm too high to come out of a seizure. That doesn't make sense to me, but it's probably someone who
I'm,
doesn't smoke. And
yeah, I'm
yeah,
too high to understand that person's line of reasoning in that question.
yeah. Um, then there's another one here that says the ones I've tried, I think they are called Thrive. No issues with them. They do give you a little buzz, a little bit of a buzz, but I wouldn't say it's like alcohol, but they are still cool because it's similar. It's a similar social thing. Another one says I've tried the mushroom products, although
Ooh.
it doesn't have much of an experience with alcohol. The mushroom stuff does help me go all mushy. There is another one for focus. And one last comment here says, I'm a big NA beer drinker. Athletic and Burrow are the best brands. I take CBD to make my brain have less episodes so I can imagine the drinks being too bad for the brain. Oh, I can't imagine the drinks being too bad for the brain. Definitely scared of THC drinks though, but that might just be me. Just have not found a good tasting CBD option, to be honest.
The mushroom
I feel
thing
like that's
sounds funny to me. It's kind of stands out as one of these things is not like the others. Um, are they talking about like psilocybin, like psychedelic mushroom
that's what
products?
I'm thinking.
That
Uh,
sounds like, I mean, it, if depending on the friends, the social circle you have, and the surrounding environment, the area, if you've got a, it's not going to be karaoke night downtown. I don't think that's the right place to go tripping balls. But if your desire is to connect with a social group in a communal collective setting like that, and your friends are into it, that could be an interesting. I don't know. I've been gradually shifting closer and closer towards just wanting to try psilocybin and see if it does anything. I don't know. That's probably not good to be,
it's something to
uh,
me.
well, to be combining with the medications, like problems with the medications. I'm not,
Thanks, man.
um, but yeah, I don't know. I
For me,
don't think that the serotonin is a big trigger for me. And if the concern is that the substance might cause a overstimulation in the brain, um, I don't think that psilocybin causes that same sort of excitation, overstimulation. Um,
there's actually two more comments here, and this one's actually really interesting. Um, oh, I forgot what I was gonna say to you, Mark. I think I was gonna say, what is NA beer?
Non-alcoholic.
Non-alcoholic.
Oh, okay, because I was lost. I was like,
Near
I know
beer.
some people who drink NA, and they wouldn't put that in a beer. So yeah, threw me off. Non-alcoholic. Okay, I've heard of it. Yeah. Another comment here says, bad, bad, bad with some extra bad. Your brain is not healthy and you want to add more neurotoxin to your system? Stupid. Study how this stuff works. It's published. Or if you're good with darkness and being less cognitive and slow witted, go ahead and add toxins to your negative condition you have, then add negative side effects of the medication. I'm actually going to go through the comments because it actually starts an argument.
I do not like that person already.
The
You know,
response to that.
I'm not gonna say that I've ever had those non fresh from the ground, because that would be bad. But I have to admit, I could imagine those definitely would help if I was to ever take mushrooms in the past. Uh, I can't imagine that would be bad at all.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm eating
I'll,
pizza and salad, by the way, so that's why it disappeared.
okay.
Sounds good.
I'll talk about my mushroom experience after this comment. The response to that person saying that is they got 5 downvotes. And then someone says, who hurt you? And then the other person responds, it looks like I left the impression of being anti. My point is to get your system stable on one thing before adding others. One of my triggers is alcohol, but I can still indulge in 2 or 3 drinks at a comfortable rate. Well, you have no room to talk if you're drinking alcohol, but I'll keep going. It says 2 or 3 drinks at a comfortable rate, but like in 2 hours, it's much cheaper by the buzz. Oh, it's much cheaper by the hour of the buzz. My liver works slower courtesy of Lamotrigine. No. 5 drinks in 1.5 hours, and I'm in a full TC. Sleep deprivation, hydration, and overstimulation, stress are other things that trigger seizures for me. 29 years of tonic-clonic seizure control hasn't been fun. Oh, seizure control hasn't been fun. Indulging in things as self-medicating is worse. Get a doctor to help with whatever you want to experiment with for control thresholds and a little fun as it goes. Yes, those doctors out there, those doctors are out there. It's not a who question, it's a what question, by the way. And then somebody said, no, I understand. Thank you for showing me your perspective. Yeah, I like how that person said, who hurt you?
Reminds me of
What
a
I was going
funny
to say,
story, but I can't tell it right now.
why not? Oh, you're in the
You'll
middle
find
finger.
out later. Oh no, it has nothing to do with that. It's just kind of hilarious. But you'll find out.
Okay. Oh, I had something to say.
You're
Oh,
gonna
the mushroom
to
experience. You were
mushrooms.
talking about mushrooms. Um, mushrooms never bothered me. They never gave me any vibe that I'm gonna have a seizure. Um, they've always made me feel happy, and I think that's a good thing. I was always excited, laughing, and a lot of the times it makes me laugh a lot, like a lot that people were telling me to go out of the room when they were watching a movie. Because everything in the movie was funny and I have no understanding why, but it just wouldn't let me stop laughing. I also wanted to look that up, why it makes me laugh so much. But then there was another time where I was just like, okay, I think my body's getting used to this, where it didn't do anything, but just made me want to like dance and like move around and stuff. No real, like my eyes weren't seeing the kaleidoscopes like I'm super high on mushrooms. But yeah, that was my experience. And it's legal in California. Psychedelics are legal. I don't know if that's everywhere. That may be just a California thing.
Yeah,
Nothing's
just
legal
in
here.
California. Yeah.
Come again?
I said nothing's legal here
Oh, yeah. Wow.
unless you want to
Uh,
smoke cigarettes or drink.
are 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 mushrooms legal in Florida? What the hell is wrong with me today?
No, they're not legal to consume or to cultivate for consumption, but they grow wild all over the place if you know where to look.
Hmm.
Um, it's stupid.
Hmm.
Um, but I mean, it's not like they're everywhere out in like everybody's backyards and stuff. There's a lot of mushrooms that grow around here, and there's some that are um, poisonous. It can be dangerous to go looking for little brown mushrooms. But um, yeah, there's some characteristics that make them easy to identify when they're in the right environment. So I don't know if I should talk too much more about how to identify them on a live stream here, but
Okay.
I guess
Anybody
it
out there
probably doesn't
for
matter,
watching?
right?
Press that thumbs up button. Another thing I was gonna say is that as soon as you said I don't know if I should say that, it made me think. I'll say it anyway. Um, Hypothetically speaking, I may have or may have not seen someone or may have not seen someone grow something in a fish tank. And it may have or may have not been mushrooms. There may
Yes.
have not been a lot, but whatever it was might have worked. Yeah, there we go.
For
So now
entertainment
I can.
purposes only, right? This discussion. But
Hypothetically
yeah, they're
speaking,
pretty easy to grow. They're not that difficult. A lot of people um, use like those microwavable in the bag rice packages because they're all pre-sterilized. So all you need to do is inject the spores into it and let it incubate. You just give it the right temperature and a dark spot. And then after a while, once it's fully colonized, they just need a bit of room to put out their fruit. So you just cut the bag open. Um, and this is, when you're growing at home your own shiitake mushrooms, right? Um, but it works for a lot of different mushrooms. It's really not just the fun type. So you can grow. Um, well, I don't know if lion's mane grows on the rice, or I don't know. Some of them like woody substrates. I can't necessarily say that they all grow in the rice, but um, many of them do. So it'd be interesting to um, uh,
I would have
yeah,
never thought the rice in my cabinet would grow mushrooms.
I don't remember, hypothetically speaking, seeing that. Might have or may have not. Um, but this fish tank that I'm talking about may have or may have not been an extra large, like 70-gallon fish tank. And yeah, I can move forward though. Um, some things
oysters,
amaze me.
lion's mane, shiitake, reishi, mushrooms can all be grown at home.
Lion's mane, I've heard of.
Yeah.
It's legal though.
Oyster mushrooms are like, aren't they just food type? Aren't they
Yeah,
used
I don't know.
as just a straight up edible not like a medicinal, because there's a lot of mushrooms that are being touted around the internet as like some uh, cure all for whatever, or health benefits and supplements that can do all kinds of stuff. But some of them are just, you know, food.
Grilled portobellos are yummy.
Yeah, portobellos. I think portobellos are one that you could grow home. That would be an
Um,
interesting project.
the lion's mane, they're actually really, really, really pretty. I don't know if they're edible, like not get you high wise, but they look really fun. Um, yeah, when you go to the stores out here that sell mushrooms, they really try to sell it. Like they always tell me, what can we help you for? Do you get migraines? You know anybody who has seizures? And as soon as they said that, my uncle goes, he has seizures. And then they try to tell me, oh, this one's good for seizures and this one good for seizures. And I didn't even say what's good about it. I was just like, okay. And then it was disgusting. So never got it again. You can get mixtures of stuff with psilocybin, not just eating the straight mushroom. It was disgusting the first time. It tastes like dirt.
It's hard to
And I don't
get
even know
that.
what dirt
Yeah.
tastes like.
So,
It tastes like psilocybin mushrooms.
Oh, okay.
so I could tell my funny story now. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Real
So we
quick though, just
started.
want to throw in
Oh, go ahead. Wait
portobello
until you're done.
mushrooms. Portobello mushrooms are one that you can grow at home easily with that rice thing. Uncle Ben's rice or similar. So yeah, anybody who's interested, um, just Google Uncle Ben's rice mushroom grow tech, and it's plenty of resources. And so apply to whatever mushroom you will. I will um yes, yield the floor back to Chip. Thank you.
So when we first started talking about mushrooms, and I was saying how I never have taken them before and whatnot, I look up, and not 5 feet away, sitting there, was a cop waiting for his pizza. Not that he heard me, I'm sure, nor did he care, but I thought that was hilarious. That's why I couldn't tell the story. So, yeah.
Oh, so you hypothetically seen something or may have not seen something is the reason
No,
you didn't explain this.
I might have eaten something, but I never would have said I would have eaten mushrooms before. And I look up and he's sitting like 5 feet away from me. And like I said, it didn't even matter. He wasn't even from my town, but it was hilarious. So I will start my video for 5 minutes, for like 5 seconds, but all you'll see is the ceiling.
That's a nice ceiling.
Nice ductwork.
I
Yeah.
didn't make it. I'm just paying it back by eating their pizza.
Okay.
And if I don't say it's good, then they'll spit in it next time I come here.
What kind of
Okay.
pizza
Don't
did you
say
get?
that.
Just a plain cheese pizza.
Plain
Because
cheese?
Classic.
that's the only way pizza should come. Unless pepperoni you can put on there, but usually not.
No.
And when you
No
pick up the
sausage.
pizza, no, sausage doesn't work. And when you pick up the pizza and you hold it folded, orange grease has to drip all over the plate. So that's the only way to eat pizza. I mean, this pizza's not that pizza, but I'd have to be in New York to have that happen, or on the Jersey Shore.
Nice.
Yes, it's different from just regular pizza, isn't it? It's not the same New York style pizza.
Yeah, I love this state. It's the best state in the entire world. I guess other places don't have states, but the only thing that kind of sucks here is the food. It's not good. So, but I guess that's okay. I'll survive.
Sure, it's better than here.
There's no like signature uh Pacific Northwest Washington State cuisine or anything. Salmon.
Yeah, I was
Coffee.
gonna say this is salmon and coffee. Yeah. Hey, and how about software? Bill's up here and his Windows stuff, but he's
Mm.
not necessarily food, I guess.
And
But
Boeing, right? You got
yeah,
Boeing,
they had a
airplanes
piece.
and
They had a
rockets.
piece in the rocket that just went up because I was listening to the makers of the rocket and they said Boeing, and I was like, cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I,
yeah. I was showing
Working
off
at the
my mug to them earlier. My Boeing mug.
My
Starlink.
dad used to work there.
Really?
nice.
Yeah,
What'd he do?
he was a jig builder. He worked at Tooling.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, I have a couple neighbors
theme.
who are I had a couple neighbors who were, how do you pronounce it? Mechanists. I don't remember what that's
Machinist.
Machinist.
there you go. That's the right word. And we actually interviewed a bunch of people from Boeing who lost their jobs recently. So it's interesting. So I guess I know more
Yeah.
people than that.
Yeah,
Um,
automation, robotics, gonna gonna increasingly um, reduce the need for manpower in facilities like that. I hadn't thought about that. I would have thought that Boeing would have been tooling up for like next generation of army contracts or whatnot. But
I think
uh,
a lot of it was non people who actually do the work. I think it was more, the non machine making people like me, like the IT people, they got rid of a whole bunch of them. They
IT
probably got
people
rid of
are poor, man. I don't know. I put IT
but
people up at the same level as machinists
I don't
personally,
know if
but I don't know.
I don't know if it's the same, but it's less money, or it's less money because you got rid of the people. So it doesn't
Hmm.
matter, HR people and middle management and low end accounts payable and accounts receivable. Those are the people who got chopped, not the people who actually matter and make the actual planes.
The
So yeah, and
bureaucracy.
and I mean that's great because they need more money. Oh.
I got something here. It says post-ictal aggression. So after I've had seizures, I've noticed that I get really aggressive with people for a bit. I had a tonic-clonic seizure, and after I regained consciousness, I started swinging at people trying to help me and didn't even remember most of it. Does anybody else get aggressive after a seizure? What do you guys do? I've always wondered if I can charge something, if I can be charged with something if it happens. I know it sounds weird, but I almost have no recollection, uh, recollection of doing it. I don't want to hurt the ones I love after a seizure. And the last one, I said some really horrible things. Um,
Yeah, that's an
post-ictal.
interesting. Um, I wonder, yeah, if somebody gets aggressive and then they have a seizure out in public and start fighting and yeah, if there is, I would have to imagine there must be some legal recourse for somebody if they, for, whatever reason, end up getting charged with assault while for what they do while they're in a post-ictal state. Like you can't be held liable for that, can you?
I
Maybe.
don't know, but
Hopefully. I don't
the
know.
reason I'm going to say no is because I had a seizure in Target one time, and I guess they were just trying to like tell me to leave just because I was wandering around afterwards. So they walked us to the door. I do remember that much. I don't remember why. I stepped out of the door and just turned to the right and started peeing on the ground. The police were behind me and they were right there because I guess they had called the police. Well, they had called the police and they were just like walking in as I was walking out and they were telling them, oh, that's him right there. And then my uncle said, you just turned and just started peeing. And he told them, oh, he's having a seizure. And he said they just stood there and just watched me finish basically. And then they told my uncle, take him home. Uh, so I don't know if you could actually get charged with a crime because I know that's actually like indecency, right? Pulling yourself out in the middle of like nowhere. Well, it was actually like as soon as I stepped out of Target, right outside the door, there's a bush to the right. Took no more than 5 steps. So yeah,
So
my uncle said they were just holding their belts. You know how cops just hold their belts and sit there and wait for you to finish? He said that's what they were doing.
yeah.
Just watching, just like, oh, all right, well, let them finish and then set them off. Luckily, I didn't wake up in jail. I was just told, oh, you had a seizure at Target. But I remember bits and pieces, but not the peeing part. I remember walking out of Target door and nothing after that. So, yeah, I don't know about the charge thing. I don't know about attacking anyone. Will you be charged? Uh, so, yeah, I'd assume you would, but that's me, and that's an assumption. We got Dustin C.
What's up, dude?
How you doing?
All right, I've been watching y'all's podcast. I decided I should join in.
Nice
Welcome.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
We usually start with new people. We usually start with when was your last seizure? When were you
Last night.
diagnosed? What are you taking?
I take lacosamide, 300 a.m., 300 p.m. I take Breviact, 100 a.m., 100 p.m., and clonazepam, 100 p.m., 100 a.m. I'm sorry, not 100, 0.5.
Okay.
0.5 both morning and night of the Klonopin?
Yeah, it's only 0.5 milligrams.
Only 0.5 of Klonopin is still kind of a lot of Klonopin, you know.
My neurologist said it was good. I was doing one at the AM and it wasn't working really well.
Does it make you tired?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a seizure last night.
Um,
I'm
How long
were
have
you
you been
diagnosed?
diagnosed?
When I was 16, I'm 43 now.
Same here. When I was 16, but I'm not 43. No, I'm 36.
Doing that. Leave me doing that math now. How long is that? 1643.
Yeah.
That's like, yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I've had epilepsy for 20 years this year. Uh, so, the icebreaker, Mark did not get it. And I don't think Chip got it either. And
Oh, I'm
Dustin,
pretty
you're here
sure I
now.
got it. And hi, I'm eating food, so I muted myself.
Gotcha. The icebreaker today is favorite place to visit as a child. Mine was my grandmother's house. Favorite place. It's in the top 3, at least. How about you guys?
The Table Rock Amphitheater where I used to work as a kid.
Oh, nice.
That was probably my favorite place. Next to my grandmother's.
Yeah, grandmother was someone I could always call and
Me too.
go
My
do
grandma's
whatever
awesome.
at her house. Mark?
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. I gotta say, like, as boring as it feels to just ditto your answer, Pookie, I'm, my grandparents' house. Those, They had all the sodas in the fridge, and they let us just go for it. And they had the satellite TV. Oh man, so many channels. That was a big deal back then. So tons of fun. All the fun at my grandparents' house.
Every summer for me.
Yeah. I just love how grandma let me do whatever. Climbing
Yeah.
trees, I was 4 or something like that, just doing whatever I wanted to.
Just ring the bell when it's time to come back in.
My mother told me a story. She told me my grandma used to tell her, stop screaming at him like that. And then she was like, then you keep him. My mom would say she just left and went and did her thing. And yeah, she'd be telling my mom, don't do that. You need to stay here and feed him. And she was like, you feed him. I'm out of here. My mom told her that was my escape. I mean, her escape. Yeah. Basically, she told me she was ditching me. But I love her. That's my superhero.
Cool.
Mama Cookie's awesome.
My mom's my
Yeah.
superhero.
Did Chip answer the icebreaker? Favorite place to go as a child? We can come back to you if you're still eating.
No, it's all good. Now, as a child, like 10 or 6, or as a child, like 14, 12, I need parameters.
Let's say
What
under 10.
if there's different
Uh,
answers for those different age ranges? It could be interesting to hear.
the
Up to
most
10 and
fun.
then 10 to what, 17,
13.
18.
So there's three things that came to mind. The first one is we had a zoo in my town, and that was a lot of fun to go to because it wasn't one of those humongous zoos, but it was large enough to have everything a zoo needs. So it's pretty cool. I like going, and a little train that went around everywhere. So that was fun. But the other two, honestly, I was probably 10 or under when I was there too, but I just can't remember. They had a Six Flags Great Adventure with, once again, believe it or not, a safari in there. So we'd go there. Like, yeah, I had to be about 10, 12, something like that. And that was a ton of fun. But the funniest one is I used to go to a place called Action Park. And if you haven't heard about it, it's a good hour, hour and a half long documentary called Class Action Park because it was the craziest place you could ever go to. And it had like an alpine slide like you see in the Olympics. You don't wear a helmet, you're on one of those little rolly carts going down ski slope mountain stuff because it was also a ski resort, and all you had was like the little break. They had death wave pools. They had, crazy slides all over the place. They
Yeah.
had Formula One racing cars. And it was just a huge death trap, and it got closed down because of too many people got hurt. But yeah, that was a fun place to go to if you're deranged like
Yes.
me.
Some of
It
these
made
slides look like you get hurt. Like you're on a water slide and it does the loop to loop. Can you imagine upside
I
down?
know, right?
That's what they
I'm
had.
just looking at pictures. They have ones that go sideways and go around. I could see how people would get hurt, and they would close. I was going to ask, does it have anything to class action lawsuit? Um,
Yeah, it was. And I was talking to I do not remember what his name is, but Sirius Lack. Or what is it anyway? He
Rick.
used to
Rick.
work there when he was a kid. Right. He
Yeah.
used to work there when he was a kid or when he was a teenager. And I'm like, I've been there before because we both lived in New Jersey. Well, neither of us live in New Jersey now, but yeah, we both lived in New Jersey. And he said that he worked there. And I was like, yeah, I've been there before tons of times. Like my mother-in-law or my stepmother said, I've lived a very interesting life. And I'm like, yeah, I have. So, ah, and now I'm eating pizza and salad.
I wish I was eating pizza. You could keep
Right,
the
that's
salad.
something right now. But one thing I got to post here, and it says, "Is it wise to go to class today? I'm a college student and I had to take 1 milligram of Ativan just now. I'm tired and I have a 50-minute class soon. My stepmom said that there's some study that people who sleep after taking the Ativan have a higher risk of getting brain damage or something. I told her that it was weird, and she responded, well, it's science. So I don't believe that one, but I don't believe that one bit, and I just want to take a nap. I asked her for the link, and she said that she'd go get it sometime this week. I rarely take the Ativan too. The last time I took it was November or December, and it was zero point 0.5 milligrams. I have a VNS too. What should I do? Is it not wise, and should I listen to her? Ativan, I don't know. I used to take Ativan, but I was already in the hospital then. I never took it away from the hospital.
Same. Had it in the hospital, didn't have it outside.
Yeah, wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't go to class.
It's got a really short half-life. So I don't know. Did they say when they took it, how much later the class is in the day?
They
Because
did not.
if it's all the way at the end of the day or late in the afternoon and they took it early in the morning, then there might be enough time for it to wear off. Um, but I'm just now thinking, I don't know how receptive a um, post-ictal Ativan brain would be in class, you know? Probably wouldn't learn as much anyway. Um, I don't know. I don't think
Yeah, when I
I'm
was in the
torn because
hospital
I
with it,
kind of feel like it's good to go. You should probably know this stuff. It's going to be important for you in your class, but um, you know,
hmm,
from a safety perspective, I don't think that I would
they also
hold
have the
back. I
VNS.
would go, but
Uh,
I'm
which I
kind
know.
of reckless with, I don't value my life as much as others do.
I feel
So,
like I'm the same, Mark. I feel like I'm the same.
Yeah. When I got Ativan in the hospital, I used to go right to sleep because that's what would take away the headache and everything, and that's the thing I want to do in the hospital. I'm like, okay, well, I'm here for at least 4 hours usually. Uh, so yeah, I take the Ativan and go right to sleep. And this person that made me think that person can get brain damage because I went to sleep all the time. And this person said people that sleep after taking Ativan have a higher risk of getting brain damage or something. I'm gonna look into that because, well, of course,
I
I have
got
brain
brain
damage because
damage.
of epilepsy.
I, I doubt it.
You think she was
Well,
just
it's
talking?
science, I think, is usually an indicator that it's probably just being made up, in an argument. It's settled science, don't argue with me anymore. So,
My dad pulled that a lot.
probably the complete opposite of settled science. So, um, yeah, I can't imagine taking a nap after being given a sedative would cause brain damage. If it did, they would probably not use that sedative like that
Right.
so much.
Yeah, because they've never tell me to not go to sleep. I haven't got that. Don't go to sleep. Every time they give me something, they usually don't have anything. They're just like, "You want this for some pain?" I'm like, "Yeah." They
Give me
don't say
what
the
you're
side
offering
effects.
and take
They
it.
don't say
Yeah.
what it'll do. Just, "You want this? Yeah, here you go."
As long as it doesn't kill me, right?
Oh yeah, they walk right out of the room. You said you wanted it. All right. For pain, here you go. Yeah. Now that I think about it, that was kind of dumb. I should have asked for something. But I got something here though. It says I need to leave my job because the stress is making me seize out. But then I will lose my health insurance. I don't know what to do. I work in call center for a bank. Some people say apply for disability. Some people say suck it up and do it. But this job stresses me out so much that I'm having auras multiple times a day and also kind of suicidal. If I leave, I'll lose my amazing health insurance. I genuinely have no idea what to do. I can't drive. There isn't a lot of room for growth in my company unless I get a degree. I feel so lost and scared and just don't know what to do right now. You got to put your health first, but that's a personal thing. I don't have a job, so being that this person does have a job, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, that's something to hold on to.
I tried to hold on to my job for as long as possible, but yeah, I had to go apply just for disability.
Yeah, I love working. So I mean, that was one thing I did, just being out of the house, meeting people all the time, talking to people. But yeah, everybody's body is different. You got to know your health. For me, I would not work if I'm having auras all day. I mean, multiple times a day on the job. And it sounds very stupid because I actually went back to work after I burned my arm. So, yeah,
Yeah,
I
sticking
always
your
want.
hand in the fryer is not a good thing, Cookie.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
that's how much I loved working that I would be like, all right, I got over it. I got this long scab right here, no skin on my arm, but I got to work tomorrow. And actually, I would go now that I think about it, and I don't know why, but
You would go or you did go?
I did
Like
go the next
you
day.
actually the very next day,
The next day,
fresh,
showing my
like
scar.
the second degree, third degree burns,
Yeah,
and just
I'm kind of surprised they let you work.
I had a higher position at the
yeah.
job to where they were just like, "We need you." Until I had another seizure and I didn't hit, I hit something and I didn't fall in the fryer this time. But yeah, they were just like, yeah, you got to talk to a doctor before you come back. But
I had my first seizure at work, which was awesome. So the poor woman who sits behind me found me on the floor shaking. So I'm sure she enjoyed that, and that won't give her nightmares the rest of her life.
hopefully not.
But I have to work, man. I can't stop. So it's all good though.
At least you
Yeah,
get to mostly work from home.
2 days a week. So I'm in the office 3 days a week, which sucks, but it's all good.
yeah.
Uh, honestly, I don't even really care.
To some people, I'm like, I would work, and then they're like complaining, I got a job, and I keep having seizures and stuff. I mean, not you, Chip, but yeah, like I said, I would love to go back on the job. Be grateful that they're allowing you, Chip, because if they allowed me to go back to work, I'd be there tomorrow. Um,
I've been doing my job for 30-ish years,
oh,
or job-ish for 30-ish years. Uh, IT is what it is. But they can't, I hate to say it, they can't get rid of me because I do stuff that nobody else does, which is actually really nice. But anyway, I have work stories, but I hate work, so that's that. But yeah, you can't not work, especially when you're the only one who works in your house. So,
man.
Yeah, and you
but
can't fire the only guy who does the thing that he does in your company too, right?
and
So,
you can't fire the epileptic either. So,
right,
I mean
yeah, that's just
Lawsuit.
icing on top of it too, isn't it?
yeah.
Because you're already indispensable.
But
So,
honestly, um, since I've been doing my job, the funny thing is I could still do everything exact the way I used to, but I can't do like three things at the same time. I only can do one, which I guess it doesn't bother me either because, that was too much work. The only thing is that when I'm typing stuff in on command line crap, as opposed to clicky buttons like most people do, I don't remember the stupid flags and switches and crap. So, if it's just dash A or dash V or whatever, I can't remember that crap, but Gemini tells me anything I need to know. So it's really nice when I don't remember those stupid commands. But honestly, and especially on the Lamactal, my brain is coming back a little bit. And I'm hoping it's because I don't have those 4 to 8 seizures that I don't feel every day. So, uh, hey, and there's a duck in the storm drain pond.
Chet, I don't know if I
Yeah.
ask you this question often, but I do think I might ask you this question kind of often. How is the post-ictal phase of a asymptomatic seizure? Or is there even a post-ictal even though you don't feel it or
So
notice it?
so I had whether I had them all my life or not, I have no idea. But so I have I never thought there was really anything that happens after those because I really don't know when they're happening because they're asymptomatic. But I was starting to realize that I actually could feel like shittier during the day. Like, and it happened here and there, and it was like a couple times a day. And, I don't, they weren't like auras, which I also am not 100% with yet, but they were weird. And I'm like, I wonder if that's those stupid seizures. And I have no idea, but there's really no post-ictal crap from those because I get some fun ones when I have the TCs. So uh but no, I don't think that it really does anything post-ictal. I do wonder if they it does stuff not post-ictal, but when they're firing that crap off in my head.
Mm. Okay, I
And
got nothing.
as our new friend will realize, I continually talk and ramble forever.
And
And
that's fine, man. I keep my mouth shut.
I
It's all
often
right, Chip.
have I also have so many stories, and they're all true. I never tell an untrue story. And it's funny because the people at work, they always ask me about the stories, or, hey, do you remember when? I don't remember that. I'll be like, yeah, I remember what happened there. Uh, so,
I don't
so
have
I know
any.
stories.
My memory's awful.
Yeah, my
Mine
memory
too.
is that great.
Sometimes I don't even try. I'm like, I know it's not coming back.
Same, same.
I
I don't know if it's
feel
the
like
drugs or the seizures.
Come again?
I said I'm not sure if it's the drugs or the seizures, or maybe a combination of both.
That's
I'm
what I
per-
think too.
I personally blame it on the medication. Uh, yeah.
Point the finger at the drug companies. That's what I do.
Uh, I do have something here though. It says, "What are ways to start living a normal lifestyle without having to worry about anything? I'm just looking for advice on how to do things without having to worry. Aside from taking my meds on regular, what are some things that you guys do in order to take things in a calm and relaxed manner? I'm at work worrying, even though I know I'll be okay. Normal ways to start living a. You just gotta not let it bother you and kind of just live your life.
One
I
foot in
agree
front of the
with,
other.
Yeah.
I agree with y'all.
Don't let it slow you down because it will. Just live life. It's hard to say that, like, just don't think about epilepsy because I know the only times I really think about it is when I'm taking my pills or when I'm here, of course, because we all have epilepsy. But yeah, just live the life you had before epilepsy, just without swimming, driving, and some of those other things.
And
Normal
not
life.
driving really sucks.
Yeah, I have a normal life outside of not being able to drive.
I stay in my parents' house or my mother's house. I no longer, since I can't drive, they won't let me have my driver's license. And I kind of gave it up when I was 30, but for the responsible thing to do. But no, I'm not applying for it anymore. And since I just had one, I haven't been, what, 4 months without one? Or no, 6 months without one.
Nice. I can't, I'm not gonna say can't. I haven't went more than 4 months without a seizure. I've been having 3 to 5 for these last 4 to 5 years, just like that many. I haven't went above that, but during COVID was bad. But around like 2022, started to get better, and it's been slowly getting better since then. And now I'm at a comfortable place because I used to have a lot of seizures, but I'm comfortable with this amount. 3 to 5 is pretty cool for me.
Talking about focal or TCs?
TCs. I used to have focals, and I do not have focals anymore. Shout out to Nature's Made. Oh my goodness, I can't find it. It's right here.
No.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So I started taking those around May 10th
Yet to get
last year.
Nature's Made to take notice of us, but someday they might send us
Yeah.
free stuff for all of this
Big
advertising.
shout out to Nature's Made because I took them around, started taking them around, what's it called? May 10th is the date I picked last year. So I'm almost a year focal free.
Cool.
Next
Congratulations,
month,
man.
I'll be a year. It's been amazing. And if you want B12, you can also go to Instacart and you can buy one, get one. But they don't have it at the store. But on Instacart, it's always buy one, get one. So,
Cool.
yeah. Shout out Instacart if they're watching. I need some sponsors, Instacart.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. So you guys, normal lifestyles, this person's asking. And there's some comments here I can read. One says, I just kind of pretend I don't have epilepsy. I was incredibly depressed, but I was incredibly depressed before, but now I'm just trying to be here in the moment other than taking my meds and being aware how much and how often I drink caffeine or booze. Thankfully, I've been seizure free for the last Easter. And another comment here says, I feel you. Share with your doctor. I shared, and my doctor said, I don't have little worries. Wait, doctor said, you don't have little worries. You are in a crisis. Let's treat it as such. Fingers crossed. I can get out of my funk and start living again.
I'll turn my camera on for a minute while I'm
oh,
walking.
shit.
But I have to put it back in my pocket because you can't walk with a camera out. That's annoying. So, oh, there I go. So,
Ways to start living a normal life, you guys.
I mean, I
I
just
don't.
Nice as I
do
can.
what I do. Sorry, Dustin, go ahead.
I was just saying I try to be as nice to the people around me as possible. You know, do unto others, do unto others.
Yeah, I'm finally back with my mom after 10 years of being free. Back with my mom, and I can't say I love it, but yeah, it's cool. I know some of you guys moved back with your parents years ago. It isn't what I expected. I thought it'd be cool with my mom because she knows about my epilepsy, but she doesn't know as much as I thought she did. She's just been around a lot of seizures. So I'm forcing her to watch these online so she can learn everything.
Hey man, I've
Yeah.
watched about 10 of them so far of your full length videos.
Oh, nice.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
yeah. So thanks for watching. Again, I don't know if I just said that. I think I did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now you struck a chord. I was like, this looks actually pretty cool. And so I started watching it, and I just zoned out for 10 hours.
Oh, wow. We do that too. We're here for 10 hours, just like, oh, 8 hours have passed. Oh, we're almost at 10 hours, you guys. We've went 14 hours is the longest, and that's a long stream. So, yeah. One
Well, I
day
got
I'll have
family
to
over,
edit
so I
that.
can't stay on that long, but
Oh, no, it's all right. I'm in California, so I'm usually the last one up because I'm West Coast and everybody's not West Coast. So,
Texas
yeah.
here.
And then I have
Kansas.
insomnia. So I'm usually the last one up anyway. If anyone would stay with me live, then we usually do. We'll stay live until everyone falls asleep. And there's some people who don't have insomnia but just can't sleep, they say, which yeah, those are the
And
people who stay
and
up with me. Angel,
uh,
he's in Philly, and he'll stay up with me, or he'll fall asleep and he'll be here, and the last one here with me. And I'll wake up and I'll be calling his name and he never answers. One time he actually answered, but he got up and he was confused and he was looking around like, what is that? And then he found the phone. He's like, oh, I'm like, hey, Angel. It was me and Twisted. She was like, hey, Angel. And he was like, oh, hi. And then just hangs up. No response. And we were like, well, all right. I understand. Because it was 12 here. So it was probably like 3 in the morning over there.
and and I'm 12 out here too. We're in the same time zone.
Oh, yeah.
So,
But you don't stay up with me until 4 our time. You don't have insomnia
well,
like me.
I'm old, so I fall asleep at like 9 or 10.
I
So
wish I could. Oh,
I get
man.
up. I can't, no matter when I go to sleep, I wake up between 6 and 7, usually closer to 6. So if I go to sleep at like 1 or 2, I get 4 hours of sleep. So
Oh, wow.
so it's painful. But
Okay.
it is
I
what it
do that
is.
too. I'm usually
Yes.
just wake up in the morning. The sun's coming up, so it's time to get up.
I was never able to do that. It's hard for me to go to sleep with the insomnia, and for some reason, I need sleep. So it's hard to wake up sometimes. Sometimes I snooze button and snooze until I feel like, okay, I've heard it too many times, or I snooze too much and it goes off. Um, yeah.
I used to do that. I think I got, according to my Fitbit, I got 8 hours and 45 minutes of sleep last night,
That's
which
cool.
is unusual, but I went to bed early and I actually slept in a little bit. So normally I get like 6 or 7 hours.
Um, when I did have an Apple Watch, I used to sleep since I have insomnia. It's very, sometimes I'll be able to go to sleep around good times the same day, or sometimes I'll go to sleep the next day. But the Apple Watch, it actually told me that I'm not sleeping well. Uh, yeah, but that was because I was sleeping at like 2 to 8 and barely getting sleep. It was on and off. But Apple, yeah, they made sure to warn me that I'm not getting sleep lately. It like measured it within a week and told me I'm not sleeping good within that week. Uh, so yeah, insomnia. I don't know how. Like sometimes it'll say deep sleep, and then it'll say this amount of sleep, other sleep. I stopped getting less deep sleep, and it pointed that out to me. And then it died, and I just forgot about it dying, and it's still dead in the drawer.
Do you just need to charge it or
I just need to charge it. Um, yeah, I mean that's it. But other than that, I'm good.
this watch is what's led to my next EEG, man. I would
This
have no
bracelet,
idea. I
um,
got one too, just like yours.
that's led to nothing basically. I got to use it when I went to the weekend concert, and I didn't go through the metal detector because they thought I was disabled. Well, I am disabled, but yeah, I don't know if I told that story, but I was able to get in with a brief pat down, and because it was a lady, she didn't do too much of a pat down. She was like, and I had my vape pen in my sleeve right here on my jacket, and she missed it, and I was like, "Oh, I got in." Didn't even think about that, but I got in with it.
Lucky, lucky, lucky.
Yeah. I was thinking that, yeah, I'm lucky that I got in with the vape pen, but then someone was smoking like actual weed around me, and I'm like, "Who's smoking?" And yeah, so I was like, "Hey, if they're smoking weed, I can smoke my vape pen. They won't even know if it's a vape pen."
It
Yeah,
wasn't me, it was them.
I
Right.
got into
That was
SeaWorld with through the disabled thing, and the guy was, it was just like a half-hearted. I told him VNS up here in the shoulder, I can't get the wand, and up through the neck, and he's like, okay, just takes the wand and just kind of waves it in the general area of my waist, and is like, okay, go on. Like, okay, yeah. um
Probably
they
more
take
worried about
safety
weapons than
seriously
anything.
there, I guess. I don't know. Um, I don't know. It's uh,
Do you think they would have kicked me out if they would have found it? Or they would have just said, throw it away?
California,
if
I have no idea.
somebody complained about it, and it's something about, if there's something about park policy or something, like Disney might have no smoking in the park thing,
That
like
seems like
both tobacco and cannabis. Um, SeaWorld has designated smoking areas, and I don't know, I don't think that they really extend that to cannabis. So um, I don't risk that. But um, yeah, I don't know.
since you
That's
are by Disney World, you ever went to the park high? Brief question.
that's what I was gonna just say. Edibles are exactly what you need because that doesn't have uh any metal on it or any vape. So
Yeah,
that's why edibles are my
or
yeah.
tinctures,
Yeah,
RSO.
whatever the
Um, yeah, oral
Non-combustibles.
products. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, Mark, he got the same one as you. I need to get some of that, the RSO. I keep thinking about it every time I pass by. Uh, I really need some weed though. I'm not feeling good. I just point that out to you guys. For some reason, migraine keep coming back and forth, and this hasn't happened in a long time.
No bueno.
I need
Migraines,
something
no
here.
bueno. They can be seizure adjacent sometimes. I always kind of tread carefully when there's head pain. So
It's like right here by my eye.
Oh,
Oh, it sucks.
a specific spot in the head.
Right here. My kind of cheek feels kind of, everything
Ugh.
hurts right here.
man, that makes me go to sleep. I have to go take a nap.
Yeah, but I love the people I'm with every time I'm live. So we're here with a smile. And I
Awesome.
got something here. It says, I'd like some help. So, first of all, hello. Little introduction. I'm a 25-year-old female and not diagnosed with epilepsy yet. So, backstory, about a month ago, I had what I've come to call an episode, my first one. I hit my head and knocked myself unconscious for 10 minutes. Since then, I have had these episodes almost daily, sometimes multiple times a day. I'm unconscious for anywhere between 2 to 4 minutes. I live with my partner, and he has witnessed the vast majority of them from his statements after he says, I always have muscle spasms in my arms. My eyes always roll back in my head and move about similar to REM. My eyelids don't close, and I tense my jaw, usually leading to me biting my tongue or cheek. I wake up confused, not always knowing where I am. I'm tired, and occasionally my head pounds for hours. I have been into A&E numerous times. I've had blood tests, ECGs, CT scans, and MRIs, and they cannot find anything abnormal. I am currently waiting for an EEG. My question is, does this sound like epilepsy or something else? Any help or advice would be greatly appreciated. Smiley face emoji. I don't know why I said that, but yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sounds like epilepsy.
It sounds like
Um,
epilepsy. Yeah, seizures.
Probably one of the easiest yeses I've heard you read.
I agree with
Yes.
Mark.
Yeah. Yeah. And just because an EEG says was it no abnormalities doesn't mean you don't have epilepsy.
That's
Because
right. I've been diagnosed with epilepsy and I just had a week in the hospital hooked up to an EEG and they didn't see a damn thing.
Seriously?
Yeah.
they never
I don't
find
have
anything.
no, they've never found any reason for anything with me, but I don't have seizures frequently, so I'm very fortunate with that.
Well, actually, what they said is no seizure activity. Um, because I had mine from a TBI, so I have right here just a little. Well, no, I don't even know if it's a little, but there's soft brain tissue over here. Um, they didn't tell me where, but there was no abnormalities at all. So I was always wondering, like, what's going on? You guys aren't seeing anything, but yeah. So I guess if there's no brain shocks at that moment in a certain area, they didn't notice it. And yeah, they've always said, "All right, then you have a good day. Send me
I
off."
would recommend that OP goes and tries to get a EMU stay if they're, especially if they're having them that frequently. They should be able to catch something and tell them for sure if it's epilepsy related or not.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
if
don't know
you're
how easy it is to get that kind of stuff over in the UK. The NHS I've heard is, or as I understand it, is pretty bogged down when it comes to specialists. So, um, I don't know. It might.
yeah, I think the significant other seeing this is a good sign just to say, I think you're having seizures. Because if you're saying all the stuff that's happening and then you're gone for 2 to 4 minutes afterwards, pretty good sign. Um,
Yeah,
like Mark
yeah,
said, that's an easy yes.
Yeah.
Bring their partner with into the doctor's office because they can give a lot more detail than we usually can.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I second Andrea there. That's um an independent, third party account of everything that happens while their lights are out. I mean, that's that'd be extremely helpful for their doctors. So if the significant other can get off of work and coordinate it all, it's definitely worth taking the extra time to do that if they're willing.
Yeah,
yeah,
I had a seizure and I sent a message to my doctor and she was on vacation. So another doctor picked it up and said, increase, I think it was the Lamotrigine, I just don't remember. Increase that by 75 in the morning and at night and whatever, and let us know if there's any problems. Then I talked to my neurologist like 3 or 4 months later, and she's like, how are you doing on the new dose? And I'm like, what new dose? She's like, when I was out on vacation, my partner said for you to increase the dosage. And I'm like, cool. I guess I should start that now. I mean, I don't remember, you know, telling epileptic and I'm like, no, I don't remember anything. So yeah, it was really funny. So that's why it's good to bring a partner for exams and stuff.
Yes, external memory storage, I call her when my mom comes into the appointments with me. She remembers a lot of the instructions and directions and appointments that I just, do not retain. Uh, so yeah, it's good to
Take good
hear.
notes, write down questions ahead of time, and bring it all with you.
That's what I used to do. I take sticky notes, write everything down on a sticky note, and take it with me. I did not have a partner or my mother at that time to take notes and come to those appointments with me. I was doing all my stuff on my own. Um, but yeah, a sticky note. If you can't tell somebody and take someone with you, or a video. I had a camera in my room, which helped. And for some reason, I just never had a video in front of the
Might
camera.
also be helpful for the appointment itself if the doctor is willing to allow you to record the the session, what they said, what they recommended and stuff, so that you can hear afterwards, remember afterwards what they told you. Um, if you don't have somebody who can come with you to help remember. So just a thought.
All right. I had something, but I forgot. So I'll read some of these comments. One comment says, I'd like to welcome you to the dark side. We never have problems with a power outage on this sub. We all keep the lights on. Electric city over here. Another comment says, it's epilepsy, a tonic-clonic seizure as the medical professionals call it. Another comment says, are they hitting the same time of day? Since they do sound like seizures, you may want to start taking steps to mitigate them, like no alcohol, getting enough sleep, etc. I asked about timing because my sons usually always hit between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. So during that time, we make sure to be sitting in a safe place. It's a long time to be sitting. One more comment here says,
You say as you're sitting in front of a camera for 8 to 10, up to 14 hours a day.
I do this for the people. Yeah. Another comment. It says, sounds on spot. Welcome to the club. In seriousness, MRIs can't always be used to diagnose it. The EEGs is what you need as it can actually measure the abnormal electrical activity. Even then, they might not always show it. If you're having it multiple times a day, I bet they can catch it. They might ask you to not sleep and try to induce it also.
Yeah, another point, there can be cases where the EEG doesn't show it even when you are having an actual seizure. If it's, deep inside the brain, the EEG only really catches the electrical activity closest to the skin surface. So my neurologist actually told me that if my seizures are starting, if the focal point is so deep in the brain that it starts, before it starts spreading, then it can seem like it's coming from the right side, from the left side, up, down, anywhere and stuff. And it's actually starting way deep, and they're only actually picking it up by the time it's traveled there, after it's
in the thalamus?
well on the way to generalizing. So
is it in the thalamus?
I'm sorry?
Is it in the thalamus, the part of your brain?
Oh, they still haven't gotten to that point yet. But I mean, mine are not severe enough that they're looking that far into it. If they keep going, we might go a little bit further. But for now, we're settling with just the right frontotemporal vaguely. Even though sometimes I get focal symptoms on both sides, so it doesn't make sense in that regard. But yeah, that's all my brain has given them so far, is two seizures on the right side that generalized. Um, so eh, not so bad.
I got another post here. It's a decent length, but I read it. It says, I haven't had a seizure in 2 years, but my parents still keep the camera in my room. Okay, so I think we're talking to a child, so just listen. It doesn't make sense. Remind yourself that it is a child. When I was trying to read the rules, I accidentally clicked post the first time I wrote this. I'm sorry if that causes a problem. I don't post on Reddit. I only use it like every other month, so I don't really know how to post. But this was so specific, I couldn't think of anywhere else I could find advice. Also, I'm sorry if this doesn't belong on this subreddit. I just assume since the situation started because of epilepsy that it would be the best place to ask here. Sorry for my bad grammar. My situation is I'm 17 years old and I'm 17 years old and it's pointed to, oh wow, I'm sorry, I lose the lines. 17 years old and it pointed right at my bed. I have no access to the camera. I've asked for it to be removed multiple times, kindly and in arguments. It's yet to happen. It's caused me distress about being watched. It's gone off multiple times in the past few days because of me drinking water or using my phone past bedtime. I'm 17 years old with a bedtime. Embarrassing, I know. On the 25th, it officially hit 2 years since my last seizure. And wait. It officially hit 2 years since my last seizure, and soon my 2 years of being watched. Every time I ask to get the response, every time I ask, I get the response. Oh, Lord. I'm sorry, you guys.
Are you okay?
Huh?
Are you
Are you
okay?
okay?
Oh, I thought you said, are you drunk? I'll say yes. I'm not drunk. I'm okay, I should say. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I just keep losing track of the lines, but I got it. Every time I ask, I get a response saying, I'm the only one who sees it. I'll talk to your dad about it. And once I even got, you've given me plenty of reason to put it there in reference to something that was unrelated to my seizures. I also have concerns of spying because I use Wi-Fi connection to see it on the app. And the Wi-Fi network named after the brand of camera, which I fear can be easily searched to see what it is, and then some weirdo could spy on me without knowing it. The advice I need is how can I convince my mom to remove the camera without her brushing it off or getting annoyed? I'll nearly do anything I can. I really need help with this, please. Um,
She's just being a mom and worrying about her kid.
I was going to say that from a parent to another child. I mean, from a parent to a child. It's just part of being a parent. If I want to know if you're all right, that's what I'm doing. If they're spying on you, that's a different subject. But they're a parent. They're just want to know their child. That's what I would say. They're just making sure you're all right.
It's an
I
interesting
have a
point
different
that they
point of
raised,
view.
though, about the security of these cameras, that um, they're not as nice and safe and sealed off as we might like to think of them. And a lot of them can be, I don't know. I don't think that their fears of them being breached and a live feed of somebody watching them are necessarily super realistic, but they're or super likely, but it's definitely super realistic. It's definitely feasible and possible that these cameras can be um, hijacked like that. So if that's really their concern,
I mean, you got to wait till 18 now, right? Where you can make those types of remove the camera decisions.
I don't.
Yeah. Wait till you're 18 to ask that question because you really don't have a choice. You can argue all you want. Might make it worse.
What were you going to say, Chip?
Oh, look, I have internet back again. It's hard to sell back here. I have two thoughts. The first one I've forgotten. The second one is, well, wait till you're 18. It's very soon. no matter where you are into 17, and then you're an adult, and that's that. But I remember the other thing I was going to say. Yeah, security cameras for the most part run off from the Wi-Fi in your house. So if someone was outside looking and able to hack into your Wi-Fi, then they're able to see your cameras and all that stuff. So it's not impossible. Hopefully you have good neighbors. I'm walking up my street. I'm like 3 houses away. Anyway, uh, on that note, I am home, so I'm gonna go see what home needs. And I know I always say I'll be back later, and I don't come back later. But have a good night if I don't see you guys. And thanks
Chip,
as
nice to
always
meet
for the
you.
fun.
We'll
Nice to
see
meet you
you.
too, my friend.
Good to see you, Chip.
Yeah, nice to see everybody too. Hopefully I'll be back later on.
Budget.
We'll be here.
Bye.
I'll be here. Um, got some of the comments here, and I'll read a few about the child asking a question. First comment here says, your parents keeping a camera on you at 17 after 2 seizure-free years is way overboard, especially when it's causing you this much stress. The medical justification for constant monitoring pretty much disappears after that long without incident. And the Wi-Fi security thing you mentioned is a legitimate concern too. Maybe try approaching it from a compromise angle, like suggesting they could keep a baby monitor for audio only, or moving the camera to just monitor the room entrance instead of directly in your bed. Another comment here says there are other methods whereby they can monitor seizure activity. There are seizure alarms, watches, etc. There really is no need. I personally think that camera needs to be installed in your room to monitor this. I would do this to my children, and I wouldn't do this to my children, and in actual fact, I didn't. My daughter has had seizures from 6 to 15, and we have successfully weaned her off her meds, but not at any point did we put a camera in her room. You could always bring this up at your next neurologist appointment and say you don't think it needs to be monitored like this. The neurologist, I think, would back you up and say, this is an excessive, and I don't know where you are in the world, but it could also be a safeguarding issue. Yeah, but then it's parents and a seizure.
I mean, yeah, the one other comment that about the compromise idea, um, I think that's a good idea. I hadn't even thought of that actually, but that's basically the setup I'm in right now. I have two cameras, but only I have access to the playback and download of the video feed. But I do have a live baby monitor audio feed at like a low volume that playing out in the house so that my family can hear if something happens because mom's gonna mom. And even at 40 years old, it's easier sometimes just to give up and accept the momming. Um, it's yeah,
Unfortunate. Yeah, with my mom, it's the same thing. You just gotta accept it because mom is just being a mom. I'm not a mom. I'm a dad, so I would understand. But
it's something to
yeah,
be thankful for, really. I don't know. When they get a little bit older, I think that hopefully they'll probably realize that when they get a little older. It's an age that they're at right now, and asserting the privacy and establishing a sense of self and identity is it's common to have a clash like that with the parents. So I can see, especially a camera feed like that. If I had that when I was that age, I would be pissed.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would find ways accidentally all the time for that camera to end up somehow covered or knocked off the wall or
The Wi-Fi
something
would be
like
down.
that. It's like, yeah, sudden Wi-Fi disconnections in the room stuff. Um, yeah.
Hey, Mark,
Um,
how do you have your cameras set up in your room?
um,
Like one on each side of the bed or like at the foot of the bed or what?
yeah, one is up over top of the bed looking down on me at the bed, and the other one is up over my shoulder in the corner looking across the room at the bed, and it covers both the door and the bed. So it's like two different uh opposing corners and one above looking down. So um
Okay.
Just I
it's
need to
pretty
move mine, I
thorough.
think.
Yeah.
I think I need to move mine and figure out a different configuration so that it might actually catch something because like some of the stuff that I've had going on lately, it didn't catch anything, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there because my back was to the camera.
Yeah. Well, the motion activation thing, I think, is both a feature and a problem because so many of my seizures, I don't move that much before it
Mhm.
starts, Even a tonic-clonic, if you're laying in bed and then you start tensing up and, convulsing and you're under a blanket, how much motion is going to be there for it to catch? So, I don't know. I don't know if it might be better to just get something that does a continuous feed and just go back and look if there's, because I've had a lot of instances where I've seen something like my Fitbit records a heart rate spike, and I'll go back and look, and there wasn't anything triggered on the camera. Um,
That's what I've got right now. That's
yeah,
what's going on with me.
anything that causes the heart rate to go, jump
From
by.
50 to 200.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
oh
what
my
mine
gosh,
did.
200? Really?
Yeah,
200.
yeah. It went
What?
from about
That's
50 to 200.
yeah, that's scary. That's not.
You were awake?
No, I was sound asleep. It was like within 20 minutes of going to sleep. And my
Oh,
I'm glad you're
heart
still here,
rate just
Andrea.
went. It's happened like 9 times in the last month since they changed my meds. That's why I'm doing another EEG shortly.
oh,
What
wow.
was the med change that caused all of it or that precipitated it, I guess?
Well, before I went to the EMU, I was on four meds. I was taking Lamotrigine, zonisamide, oxcarbazepine, and Xcopri. And then when I left the EMU, I am only taking the Lamotrigine and the Xcopri now. So they took away two meds entirely, and then 3.5 weeks later, this weird heart rate stuff started happening.
That seems really extreme to just like stop two meds entirely. I don't know. I'm not an expert, so I, not one to judge or anything, but did they taper you off of that? I would hope they
They
tapered
tapered
you.
me off while I was in the EMU, and I was
Okay.
down to no meds, and then they just restarted two of them.
Okay, gotcha. Just didn't resume it.
Yeah, just didn't resume two of the medications. They
That's
just resumed two of them and didn't resume the other two. But yeah, the highest my heart rate has gone with these is 215.
wow. Wow.
Like my heart
That's
rate doesn't go that high even when I was working around the house yesterday and moved the couch. I
yeah.
mean,
That's like
I was
emergency
pouring sweat.
tachycardia range stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
That's wow.
But
Okay.
yeah, her first response was, "Do you have sleep apnea?" Um, or maybe we should do the EEG at home, or maybe go for a sleep study or maybe have you wear a heart monitor for a while. It's like, well, I've already worn a heart monitor for 24 hours and I've already had a sleep study and I don't have sleep apnea. So she's like,
Well,
okay,
the
well, maybe we should.
heart monitors these days are getting, I mean, just
Little bitty
slap
right here.
something there and I had one for 2 weeks not too long ago.
I think she said a 30-day.
30 days.
Mm.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah,
I had
I don't
mine
know.
for maybe a week. It was after the stroke, but 30 days seems like a lot.
Well, I
I mean,
just,
if you're having them that frequently, though, that would almost certainly catch these episodes, right? Would,
I would think
if they
so.
keep coming, like
yeah.
I said, I mean, I've had 9 of them since the middle of March. It's happened 9 times.
Um, so
Wow.
with me, I I take Lamotrigine, and they say that it also causes you to sweat a lot. But I'm assuming having that much heart rate in your sleep, would you be sweating? Does it ever happen like that? Sometimes I
I don't
wake up
know.
not drenched, but my shirt is always like, okay, time the shirt come off. It feels wet on certain days. Uh,
I used to before my partner died, but now that I have the whole bed to myself, I don't. I don't sweat a lot in my sleep.
okay.
But yeah, it's just weird because it just spikes right up and comes right back down. And I didn't budge on the cameras, nothing.
Could it be a
If
dream?
I have no idea, but I don't remember any dreams.
Oh, I never remember dreams ever since I started smoking.
For some reason,
I
I
quit
do.
remembering I quit remembering my dreams when I started taking epilepsy meds.
That turned me
My
bad.
dreams are very vivid, and most of them I remember in detail. Uh, and some of them come along with those times of sleep paralysis, which is really scary as well. And I'll remember that the next day and point it out to my mom, and she's like, "Oh, I didn't notice," or whatever. Sometimes I look at you, but she's like, "I didn't notice you moving or nothing." Until there's sleep paralysis, I actually don't move, and she's like, "Oh, okay." Uh, and also, like, talking about a lot of stuff on the podcast, not just me, but everybody. She's learning more as she watches it, but she's being worried more because these are things she's now looking for that I'm not even going through. Like sometimes the focals, she's like, "You were staring off," and I'm like, "No, I was staring because I was thinking." I'm taking this B12 and I have not had a focal. I have not got to believe you that you said I had a focal because I think you're worried just because you see it and you know what it is now.
Yeah.
Moms are gonna
Yeah,
mom.
I can't even just trail off mid-sentence and think about something for more than 10 seconds without Mark. Are you having a seizure? Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I just gotta like keep talking just to, I have to speak slow or stretch it out so that I have time to think. But it's a price worth paying for sure.
Yeah, today, as I said, I wasn't feeling well today. I was in the living room. Actually, I had left the bathroom and went to the living room, but I stopped in the living room and I looked down because I was thinking, I was kind of daydreaming. Uh, and I stopped, and then she's like, "Are you having a seizure?" I'm like, "Oh, you're watching too much of the podcast because everything is a seizure." But
You
I like,
want her to watch the podcast to learn, but then you're getting upset because she's learning.
yeah, that's the thing. I was just like, I don't want to point it out because she is learning, and I'm happy that much that she's learning more because I'm just now living with her again after 10 years. So, but then the stuff we talk about worries people, especially people who don't know that much about it. They're like, "Oh, that happens? I think I've seen that." No, you have not seen that. You just seen me staring off or daydreaming. That's why I posted on the sub. I was just like, has anybody ever daydreamed and been able to figure out if it was a daydream or a focal? And I think I'm having some daydreaming lately, but I can always remember it. So I haven't put those pieces together. If it's been a focal, it doesn't feel like a focal, but
Daydreaming is normal, like so normal that I don't know how could people mistake it for a seizure?
I looking from the inside out, I was thinking I was daydreaming, but my mother was like, "I think you might have been having a seizure. You were staring for a really long time." And it's like I kind of feel like I was staring for like 30 minutes and I was thinking about something. And then I turned around and as soon as I was on my way to go do that something, she was, "You're all right? I think you had a seizure." And that's why I
Yeah,
said I think it's the podcast, just like everything she's learning is new types of seizures, and every type of seizure. She says, I've seen something like that. You do that before. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Oh man. The drop
At least
seizures,
she's
the ace. She's asked me if I'm having asymptomatic seizures, like Chip, where you just don't notice you're having seizures. And I was like, oh, shit, I wouldn't know. I have to go to the EMU to know if I'm having seizures just sitting there. She's like, you just sometimes look weird doing this, or sometimes you'll stop and look like you're thinking for too long. And I
you
told,
just sometimes look weird. Thanks, Mom.
I pointed that out that I think you're watching too much of the podcast, but I don't want to say stop because I want her to know she's watching what I'm going through. She's probably watching live right now, and I wouldn't even know. Uh, Unless
Hi,
I
Precious
look at the
Mom.
cameras. Yeah. Hi, Mom. I'm going to check you out on the cameras because I put cameras up all around the house. There's one in the hallway, there's one in the living room, and I've actually caught one in the living room camera, which I was excited. There's one at the front door and the back door. Uh, because my last seizure, oh no, the seizure before that last year is one where I wandered off into the hallway and I had a seizure. So that's what made me put one in the hallway. That was the last place I thought I would put one. And my mother isn't on camera anywhere, but all right.
That's kind of cool. You can check and see. Does it go both ways? You can see,
Um,
you can check on you in the camera, but you can go and see, look in the house. Is she out in the living room? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
she's nowhere to be found at the moment. Maybe at the door, Mom.
I was spying
Uh,
on my cat and my kids that were feeding my cat while I was in the EMU. I just pull up the
oh,
cameras and look at it.
Oh,
um,
that would.
yeah. The cameras with her having the password too, she could see them, and I had to take the one out of here. It's the one that was in the hallway. One day I was just like, I'm gonna move it out of the hallway because the dog was in the house. And I come back and I'm getting ready to do the podcast, and I noticed she put the camera in the room right there. I just unplugged it, put it back in the hallway. I was like, maybe she wants to see me. And she's like, what happened to the camera? She was like, the camera's off. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I turned it off. Yeah. Yeah. It's that sometimes she talks to me. She does that. Are you okay? And like I said, she's learning more about the epilepsy. So it was becoming too often. Are you okay? And I'd be with you guys and I wouldn't say anything. I'd just text her. Somebody has my contact information if I have a seizure on camera. You don't have to
I
check.
have your mom's number.
Thank you. I have Mark's number as well. I think she might have Mark's number. I'm not sure. But
You got my mom's from
yeah.
the VNS. Yeah. Um, yeah. So
I gave Kate both my kids' phone numbers.
Um, I don't think I have your
it's a
number.
weird web network of emergency contacts we've got, it seems.
Yeah, there's like I swear there's like 11 or 12 of us that are like regular or at least 4 to 5 times a month. And out of those 11, I believe I have at least 10 of those phone numbers. Uh, but yeah, that's good. So we can call people when they're having seizures because that would have been good to call Kate's family. I don't have her family information now that I think about it. Uh, I think she's had the most seizures on the podcast.
I was gonna say we've had several seizures on the podcast before. The
Yeah.
last one I remember was James.
James
sliding down in his chair.
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
AJ had a couple, right?
Yeah, AJ had some.
Oh yeah, AJ. The first time she came, she had one, and she was so embarrassed that she didn't want to come again. I talked to her for like a week. Uh, yeah, but then she ended up coming back, and she's back now. So yeah, I only had one.
It'd be cool to get her on one of the morning show episodes if the time zones can line up and see it, like hear I don't know, talk about Romania a bit. That'd be an
She is
interesting.
9 hours
What's the
ahead of
time?
me, so
Yeah.
6 ahead of you.
She was telling us how Vlad the Impaler, Vlad Dracula, is a national hero over there in Romania. It'd be cool to hear her, because we don't, over here in the U.S. we don't hear about Eastern European history in the same way that we hear about American history. So, hearing her perspective of her nation's background, I think would be cool. I've been reading a bit about like the Ottoman Empire there, and the that was who he was fighting with, Vlad the Impaler. So it'd be cool to hear her perspective. But just a thought
So
for
they like believe
another
in
time.
Dracula as much as we believe in Santa, or is it a bigger deal than that?
Oh, Dracula. I think Dracula over there is like George Washington mixed with Santa.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's like a national hero who saved them and like yeah, prevented the snuffing out of Orthodox Christendom or something. I don't know. I don't know. We'd need to hear her explain it a bit more. This is just what I've read, that he's highly regarded because of his fight against the Ottoman Empire that were uh, jihad against Eastern Europe after they had conquered Constantinople, trying to push up north. So, um, yeah. Anyway, we were talking about seizures, I think.
Okay, I got something here. It says, "Is it even possible?" So I'm expecting my first child in July, and I'm wondering if it's even possible to live by myself with a newborn. My spouse is in the military, and he will be leaving shortly after the baby is due to go overseas, and we don't currently live near family. I'm trying to figure out if it's going to be easier for me to move back home and potentially lose home that we live in now, or if I'm able to stay in our home and take care of our baby on my own. I do have neighbors that I talk to on a current neighbor I talk to, and a current neighbor who do you know of my condition and help out as much as I can. But moving home would mean that I have constant assistance, but I'm not sure how that would be for my mental health. If anybody else has done this and been in a similar boat, please let me know. Advice is welcome.
I
Since I've
live.
never had a baby, I can say, never been pregnant either. Don't stay alone. I don't suggest that with a baby. But yeah, I've had bad experiences with my children. I mean, with having babies around. One specifically, the day my daughter was born, um, I was holding her and I had a seizure and I threw her. And luckily,
Oh my
someone was
God.
near me because I went like this. And I think my mind might have been telling me pass her to someone, but I think I got to the full arm extension and then she just rolled. And then my stepmom was like, oh, caught her. And
Oh,
yeah, but
That's
I don't
scary.
suggest being alone with the child. Um, yeah, I try not to be alone with my children, even though sometimes it's like you got to be alone. No one else is going to babysit with you. Uh, So now that my children are a little older, I try to like go outside a little bit. I try not to go to the mall often because that's where me and my son used to love going, is going to the movies. Uh, but I used to always think about like, what if I had a seizure at the movies and I just wandered off somewhere and my kids were just following me just because I'm dad and I'm having a focal, they probably wouldn't understand. Why is he ignoring us? But yeah, that does go through my mind. I will not be alone in certain situations ever again with my children.
Are they getting to an age where the awareness is enough that they might be able to help or intervene in a way?
Yeah, but I'm just now learning about focals after having them for 10 years. So they're not exactly caught on to that part yet. And I'm not sure they watch the podcast. I don't think they do. Um, yeah.
Got it.
So
Got to
they
get
have
them
not got
watching
it.
it. Get the viewers numbers up. Get the
Uh,
algorithm to take notice.
yeah. I told them to follow my YouTube channel. My daughter said, "Why? If I'm always here." I was just like, "I'm not even going to argue with you." All right. Good for you.
I don't, how would a young child of her age not understand that more subscribers is better? Isn't that like always the goal?
Right. And she wants
Whoever
me to help
has the
her start
most
a podcast.
subscribers wins.
You don't want to follow me. She want me to help you start one. I didn't understand it, but I was just like, all right, I'll help you. Yeah. Yeah. But they know what a seizure looks like. My older three, they know what to do when I have it. My younger ones, they can't exactly lift me. So he'll run and go get my sister or somebody. But now that I don't live with my sister, they could go get my mom. And there's cameras all over the house. So someone will notice or you guys will notice. And yeah. But to the post, I don't suggest being alone with children. Uh, I didn't have the choice. It was either just like never be around your kids or have epilepsy and still babysit and hope for the best. And that was
Yeah.
it. Just like hope for the best. Can't say, oh no, you can't come over. I don't have anybody here, which was a lot in my last living situation. It was a lot of times I was home alone. Uh, so
I
yeah,
think the amount of seizures that she's having would also play a factor into it. If her seizures are very well controlled, then I mean, it's possible to live alone. I do,
Mhm. I was gonna say, but you're an
but
adult. But I just
Yeah.
forgot that
I am an adult.
this
The,
person didn't even say their age, so I can't say that.
well, if they're expecting and it sounds like they're expecting for
Married.
the first time, they probably are pretty young.
I
I
would say
would
if they're
think.
married to a service member, they're at least 18.
Yeah, if they haven't gone through all of this before, then yeah, at least that was just the mental image that immediately built when they were describing that situation. It sounded like a young mother talking about um, her first. So
Could definitely be very dangerous.
yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to be said when you're young for the loss of independence that would come with having to move back home, but there's a much greater loss of independence that comes with just having the baby to begin with. And to that extent, I would think that moving back home might actually even offer a greater degree of independence just by virtue of having family there around to take care, you know?
Live-in babysitter.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even if it's just an afternoon off where grandma and grandpa take the baby and it's yeah. If they own their house and having to sell the house, home ownership for a young couple like that is a big deal. So that's a lot to think about there. But I
Yeah.
think um in terms of like the safety and overall best outcome for their child, I would tend to think that moving home is probably your safest bet.
This person is kind of in a rock and a hard place, really, because if you're going to lose your home because you move back home, that is kind of a big deal. I don't suggest not, I mean, being alone with the kids, but that one sounds like there might be some situations you might need to talk to your significant other about because maybe you can get someone to come to your house to stop being alone. Um,
Get a roommate.
yeah,
Yeah, a roommate's a great idea.
yeah, get a roommate or
Well, I mean, I hate to get morbid also, but if they're married to a service member who's getting deployed and we're just now starting to get frisky overseas, if they lose their spouse, then already living with family is going to be the best support network that they can have for um, that environment. Um, Better than just having a roommate, I think. So,
I would have to say
um,
that depends on their relationship with their family.
yes, granted. I'm taking it as a granted that if they're considering moving in with the family for the sake of the baby in the first place, that it's probably a pretty healthy relationship. But yeah, you're right. It might be part of why it's such a difficult decision if they don't have a good relationship there. Um,
yeah. Um, Also, uh, I've never had a kid or been pregnant, so I wouldn't know. But I would assume like being alone and just like walking around the house, you could fall and have a seizure. Uh, so you also have to watch out. Like during that pregnancy, you gotta not fall for 9 months, which can be hard because mines I tend to wander off, and that would suck being pregnant. Just wander off outside somewhere, and now you're pregnant, and that's a whole nother situation. Uh, yeah, I'd have to ask someone who was pregnant with epilepsy, which is really interesting. Uh, One of the comments here says, also, I do not drive due to my epilepsy. Another one says, this is why I'm not having kids. You need a support system living with you. One last comment says, gosh, that's a tricky one. After both of my pregnancies, I had a hormone crash that made me feel like I was going to have a seizure. I have tonic-clonic, but I didn't. I don't think they were even focal aware, just my body trying to adjust. But also, my iron was low first time, and I labored overnight second time, so there was manageable. If you have the option to play it by ear, maybe try it. But if you think you're at a risk for you and the baby's sake, getting someone to live with you or moving with family might be the better route. Good luck and congratulations. Yeah, I'm fine being here, but like I said, I'm a man, so I don't know how that would go. That would suck, like trying to not have a seizure for 9 months, and if you do, you want to be sitting down that period. That could be
well,
scary.
and
Just like you wake up and you're like, I'm pregnant now. I gotta not have a seizure.
it,
Depending on how
it
bad they are too. Uh,
it doesn't necessarily end at the 9 months either, because I mean, what happens with their anti-epilepsy drugs while they're pregnant and breastfeeding? Are they able to stay on them, or do they have to go med free in order, for the sake of their baby? And if
oh
so,
wow,
then how does their body respond to that? I
I didn't think
don't
of that.
know. There's just so many things, so many factors and questions that come up in my mind just thinking about this, that it makes me anxious to imagine them not being close to a supportive family, you know? Like
Well, and
I'm kind of pulling for them, kind of worried, want them to,
something else
yeah.
to consider as well is babies and small children have to go to the doctor a lot. So if they
Mm.
can't, not being able to drive would be another factor. If they're living with somebody else, that would help with their transportation needs.
Yeah.
Yes, their own and the child's appointment needs.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was gonna
Both
say that absolutely
gotta go
sucks.
with
Because if you need an EMU stay and you got a kid, uh, yeah. So a lot of things would need to be adjusted. I think the situation that helps the best is a roommate and one that has epilepsy. I mean, not has epilepsy, but knows your epilepsy would be good. That's the only safe way I see making it 9 months. I definitely not going to go 9 months without a seizure, and definitely not going to get pregnant either. But
Well, didn't you
yeah,
say your partner was going to be around until shortly after the baby?
oh yeah,
I
but
thought he
yeah,
was gonna, I thought he was set to deploy shortly before she was around.
Oh, I thought it was
I,
uh,
shortly after.
I
oh
don't
yeah,
know.
it says shortly after. So
Either
But
way,
that's
I
just the
mean,
due date also. It may
right.
still,
They have
yeah.
their own schedule. They don't care what the doctors say.
right,
I was prompt. I came on my due date. Labor
Good for
started
you.
at midnight. Yeah, it was an omen of my personality that I was giving to my mother. What to
You're so
expect.
nice to your mom, Mark. So,
Yeah, yeah.
um, me, I don't know if I came or I was late or whatever, came on the date or not. But I know I was supposed to have a brother who came on the next year on the same day, which would have been interesting. But he was born dead, so didn't get to
Oh,
see that part. Uh,
that would have been
Sorry
cool
about that.
though. Brothers sharing the same birth date, but 1 year apart. I
yeah,
mean,
that would have.
that's got, just statistically speaking, there's got to be a few pairs of siblings like that in the United States, right? I wonder
My kids' birthdays are only 2 weeks apart.
Mm,
how many
yeah,
years?
2 years and 2 weeks.
2 years, 2 weeks. I know that's not, I like that. Two.
the funny thing is, there's people. Well, my siblings, uh, my dad's children, my half siblings, they don't even know my mom was going to have another child. I should have told them that. We almost had a brother. Um, yeah. Uh, I got something else here, though, if you guys are done with that. It says, always tired or have a headache. I've had epilepsy for 25 years. I'm currently on Trileptal, 1,200 milligrams, and lacosamide, 100 milligrams. I'm always tired and have a headache. Does anybody else experience this as well? It's very frustrating. That sounds like it would be very frustrating. I don't always have a headache. The always tired part, I did always get. But when I start taking this B12 by Nature's Made, I don't know if you guys can see that. The closer I get, it's going to disappear. But yeah, it took away the fatigue. So I don't take as many naps as I used to. It's not often that I take a nap. I used to need like a nap a day or sometimes two. And then I have insomnia. So it didn't make sense. I'd sleep and then couldn't sleep. Uh, yeah, I used to be able to sleep perfect during the day and then not sleep at night. But now I'm not sleeping during the day. Shout out to Nature Made for that, because man, I'm almost a year free with vocals, so I'm proud of that.
man, I'm going to try that stuff too. B12.
A couple people told me it worked too, like Jeff and Rick. I know for sure it told me it worked with them for a while. Yeah, that's the body. All it needed was B12 because the medication made me B12 deficient. Once I told the doctor that, he was like, "Fine, just keep taking that. No reason for a pill for that, but you can take Omvi." No.
Yeah, aren't there a handful of different AEDs that cause B12 deficiencies or tend to?
Yeah, quite a few of them.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you have do you know a few off the list? Should we start making a list? Or I should start making a list so that I can remember, I guess at least. Do we
I know some of them make you. What's the one where your bones were vitamin D? I think it is.
osteoporosis?
Um,
There's
yeah, but some people have to get bone density tests because of the medication that they're taking. I forgot which one it is, but it
yeah,
causes you to have
it
dense
was
bones. Obviously,
yeah, it was the one
Lower
my
bone
doc,
density.
yeah.
yeah.
My doctor was gonna wonder if it's what I'm on right now, lacosamide. Do you think we probably
No,
hear more about it? Well, there's a lot of people here who've been on lacosamide. I guess I'm not on lacosamide anymore either. I'm on Motpoly, whatever.
I haven't even
that's
heard of that one.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's basically just extended release Vimpat.
Mm.
So to hopefully, because most of my focals came in clusters right around the morning dose that I would right before
When it was
um
wearing off.
yeah, just before I would take the next one before it kicks in and picks up. So the hope is that the extended release will keep it a bit more stable. Um, and so far, I have had actually I've had more clusters in the 2 weeks that I've been on it than I had in the 2 weeks prior to switching over. So I don't know if I can necessarily say it's doing anything. Yeah, March 31st, March 30, March 27. Yeah, I don't know. I like everything in this whole epilepsy journey. It seems like I need to give it a little more time just to see, because it's early to be pulling the plug on something for side effects. But um, it's also been a slight increase in my dose. I went from 150 in the morning, 200 at night, because 200 in the morning, 200 at night left me like bad place psychologically. Um, so now I'm at 400 extended release. So I don't know. That might be part of why it's a little different. But if you guys, Pookie, if you've noticed me being a little cranky or weird or short tempered or anything different, like let me know. If you've noticed anything in the past couple weeks, um, just, because I'm not an um, objective
Only
measure of my own.
the only time I noticed you, I wouldn't say irritated. Actually, you were irritated. You were really bothered. I forgot what you said it was. The time you were supposed to go to the concert, the days leading up to that, you were very irritated and confused, and then the day of, you were,
Yeah.
uh, I don't know if I have a word for that. You were stressed.
Panic, panic attack. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you were in panic. Uh,
Um, yeah.
I was trying to figure out how to help you through the computer, and it just didn't work. And then you just like, okay, never mind. Not gonna go.
I just
I'm like,
had
oh
to,
man,
I
I
just
didn't know
had
what to
to
do.
give up and not go. That sucks. I don't know. I still wish I don't know. I still wish I had gone, but I don't. I know I'm starting to get tense thinking about how I would have managed it anyway. I don't know. I
Mm.
It was a bad
Agoraphobia.
time to have decided to start trying to fight agoraphobia single-handedly. So,
Yeah, I just looked that up. Yeah,
yeah,
basically a fear of going into crowded places, correct?
a fear of being in public, being in crowded places, a fear of it's kind of also can be a bit circular too. There's a fear of having an uncontrolled panic attack in public. Um,
Yeah.
so in some cases it can kind of be panicking about panicking. Um, but there's also in my instance on top of those a little bit A, a little bit of B, there's the epilepsy now that I can't count on myself to take care of myself anymore either. So there's a whole new reason not to trust being out, which sucks because I don't like being shut in. Um, but
I, I got something here. It says, planning a break from medical weed, worried about a seizure. For context, I'm a medical patient, and epilepsy is my qualifying condition. I have been using daily for about 4 years now. On average, 1 gram of flour and or zero point 0.2 distillate. In addition to Lamictal, I'm looking at taking a tea break for a couple of weeks so my lungs can reset a bit. Any thoughts? I'm not against edibles, but I feel they can be hit or miss sometimes. I guess my question is anyone else a medical cannabis patient? And have you taken breaks or how did you do it? I'm afraid to go off cold turkey because of the sudden drop in seizure threshold. Hmm.
I'm a medical patient. I don't have a problem as far as breakout seizures if I stop smoking, but my mother can tell that I am not smoking and I'm just a very irritated person and not a good mood when I don't smoke.
Okay. Um,
yeah, I don't think that it does anything much for the seizures itself in my case. I think that um um they come whether I'm medicated or not. But the side effects of the rest of the medications that I have suck. And that's really more what it's helpful with. So I'd be more concerned about, how do I make sure I sleep well, eat well, and just generally chill. Um, I can be a very disagreeable person left to my own devices. Um, so, um, yeah, but the edibles thing, if they're doing a break, so they said a tea break. Are they doing a break for their lungs' sake, or are they doing it to reset their tolerance so that they can get stoned off of less weed again? Because
I believe they said for lungs reset. A
okay,
couple
if
weeks
it's
so my
for the
lungs can
lungs
reset.
reset, then yeah, I say go for edibles or better yet, where to go? The cannabis tinctures, RSO tinctures or distillate, um, some drops. It's easier to um, with the droppers, it's easier to actually measure out a more consistent amount that, like 5 drops or, the whole squeeze or droppers worth is a good amount for me for a few hours and stuff. And um, yeah, it lasts for 3 to 4 hours, sometimes longer. Um, in a way that smoking doesn't, and that the vape pens don't. So yeah, if they want to keep the benefits, then I would say the oral tinctures would. Even after they finish their tea break, I think the oral tinctures are great and help me smoke less, spare my lungs even when I'm not sparing my lungs. So um, yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna stop the flower and you want to just help your lungs get better, I say edibles and yeah, the drops thing you have. I forgot what you said it was, but yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I wouldn't say
tincture.
you have to be sober now. You have to be weed free. You could still be high. Same. I wouldn't say the same high because you can still be high and not have to um, stop taking edibles or nothing. See you later, Andrea.
I'll be
It
back.
was nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you too.
He'll be back. Um,
Yeah, people come and go for hours and hours all the time.
oh
So,
yeah, Andrea,
well,
she'll
you
be
said
back. I know her.
you said you've watched, right? So you know how we
Say
roll.
that again.
I was just saying to Dustin, he's watched before, so he knows how we roll. People come and
Yeah, I
go.
know
Oh
you
yeah,
all.
So, yeah.
yeah.
I'm
Kevin will be
about to
here
have to
after
leave.
his nap. Uh,
I'm about to have to leave to go eat dinner with my family.
Oh,
um, so, so I can know how to get in contact.
Oh yeah, you want my phone number or
Uh, we can
email?
do Reddit names if you want to do Reddit, but we can do phone
I'm
number.
Love the Land 83.
Of the Land 83.
land D or land like
Land with a
LAN?
D. Land
Land.
with a D. Yeah,
You got it, Mark, right?
Uh, 83. Love the land 83.
correct.
Okay.
I'm the one that wrote that aftermath one thing on Reddit about 12 days ago.
I think I
Okay.
seen that.
Oh,
I know who you are.
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I actually did see that. But one last question before you leave.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think stopping the weed for this person is going to cause seizures? And should they move to edibles or what would you move to?
I don't know how severe their situation is, but I wouldn't stop unless I absolutely had to. And like I said, I only stopped for like a couple of days or one day. But if he's trying to reset his lungs and clear out his system, I think just stopping for a little bit and just making sure you're taking your medicine and drinking a lot of water, it should clear out your lungs pretty quick.
Yeah, with you there. Um, yeah, I'll read some of these comments. If you're going to go, we'll be here.
All right, I'm not gonna be back. I just gotta see you with my family.
All right.
I'll talk to y'all later.
Take care.
Yep.
Um,
Fun.
yeah. We'll just read some posts and some comments. We can go through, since we're here on the cannabis thread, we'll go through cannabis and epilepsy. One of the comments here on the tea break says, I
I
plan.
definitely have opinions about cannabis.
Yeah, me too. That's what I know me and you have in common. So we can do that while no one else is here to need conversation about much other. But some of the comments for that last post. Oh, wow. One says, I plan to tea break after about roughly 3 or 4 years smoking recreationally, off and on. And I had a cluster of seizures the next day after quitting cold turkey. I used about 2 grams of flour that day, 5 to 6 days a week. I honestly didn't think it would affect me at all. and then I had 3 or 4 seizures within 2 hours. So I took my emergency Klonopin to calm my brain down, 1 seizure the next day, and then it stopped. Not saying you should wean off because I'm not a doctor, but my experience advice would be to take caution. I don't experience much from edibles, probably from my high tolerance, but I would maybe recommend don't experience I would maybe recommend getting some low dose indica gummies so you don't have a lot in your system. The cluster was brutal. Yeah, clusters are brutal.
Yeah. Um, a quick aside about the edibles never working for that one individual. There's an interesting and unfortunate subset of um, the population who are not able to consume and enjoy edibles, it turns out. There is, due to the way that it gets processed in the body, um, the um, delta 9 THC needs to be metabolized by the liver before it can be um, absorbed in past the blood-brain barrier. When it's coming through the digestive system, the first pass metabolism breaks it down. So, what you're getting from edibles is a different molecule slightly. It's a different cannabinoid than you're getting when you inhale the delta 9 THC. It goes in, it gets passed into your bloodstream through your lungs. The delta 9 THC in your stomach can only get into your bloodstream after it's been processed by your liver. So that's why Chip always says fatty foods. Fatty foods helps the delta 9 THC to get absorbed and become available to the liver to get broken down, and that will pass it into the bloodstream. But that's also so that breakdown process is part of why it takes so long for edibles to kick in. But it's also why edibles last so much longer because it's not the same molecule, like not the delta 9 THC. It's, you know, this other one that has a longer half-life, a longer action. Um, so, um, people who have a particular mutation on a particular gene that I didn't bother memorizing because they give them crazy weird code names and whatnot, but they can't, their liver doesn't produce that one particular specific enzyme, so they will never, they can eat like high potency weed brownies like um, normal brownies. They can binge on a whole pan of pot brownies and not get anything except a stomach ache from eating a whole tray of brownies, you know, won't get high from it. So um, it's interesting that that one person in that comment there might be one of those that little group that doesn't get the buzz from the weed brownies. I know somebody who had I have a former roommate who had that. She couldn't eat edibles. I mean, she could eat edibles, but she um, it would waste it on her if, give her a bag of gummies and stuff. Don't give her the good gummies. um, good gummies. But yeah, There's all kinds of crazy, fascinating stuff. This world is nuts. So much to learn about.
I couldn't
Live it up.
imagine just having edibles, taking them, and it not doing anything. So when people say that, I'm just like, I don't know,
Yeah,
because it was later
yeah,
on that day that either you're going to take them and you're going to go to sleep, and that's actually doing something to you, or you're going to take them and you're going to feel good, but you don't exactly know what that high from that strain might do to you, how specifically it might make you do, because each of them are different. So you can take a strain,
yeah,
you just thought it was just a random edible, and they're all supposed to make you super high when you might be taking one that's a sativa that makes you just focus and awake, and
get
that
you
could
up and peppy and everything. Yeah.
that could
And
be the
that's
one.
another thing that I never really bought into the whole indica sativa paradigm so much, um, especially with the sativas, because the market here in Florida has always been extremely, extremely indica heavy in terms of demand. You know, both the black market of old, at least as far as we were informed when we were college students, buying it, you know, from some sketchy dude. Um, you know, if you can trust him saying this is a sativa, um, you know, then yeah, there weren't really many sativas around. Um, so everything was kind of just like you smoke a lot of it, you're going to end up asleep with pretty much any bud. So I never really experienced that sort of um, energetic high that people talk about. I always thought that was a myth until I actually got in the medical program and after it had developed because they didn't allow smokable flower here in Florida at first when they initially passed it. It was stupid. But um yeah, I've come around on that and there's actually a couple instances where I've really gotten some stuff done, you know, made some progress cleaning the rooms, got put some shelves up and stuff. This year, this board here, I got the little shelves to hold it up here and stuck it up there. Um, so that's a fiberglass, an acoustic fiberglass panel that I wrapped with some uh, speaker cloth, like um,
Oh, nice.
when I had back when I was a homeowner. Um, the yeah, I had the master bedroom instead of being my actual bedroom. I set up as a dedicated home theater. So 70-inch TV and powerful surround sound speakers and stuff. So with all of that sonic energy from all of those speakers, I needed to keep it from reflecting off of all of the walls in order to be able to hear it all clearly. So I did a lot of research on home theater acoustics and designed a whole treatment for myself, and it worked. It was good. It was kind of creepy in that room without
What do you mean
like
creepy?
it was like so quiet, so dead quiet, you know, after when the AC's off and after the Xbox kicks off and everything, um, and like before you get up in the chair, it's like just dead. You don't realize how much noise, how much sound there is out in like the rest of the house or whatever. I mean, there's wood floors in the hallways out here, so just walking down the hallway, it's like echoing off of the walls, off of the ceiling, and you just don't pay attention to it so much because it's just normal, right? Normal every day. But then as soon as you walk past that threshold into this bedroom, it's like dead quiet in every direction. There's nothing reflecting off of any of the walls around you. So, well, I mean, not nothing, but there's fiberglass panels on every wall around me. Um, so like when you can take your fingers and snap in front of you here in this room and then go and do the same thing, snap like that out in the hallway, and the difference is very obvious with the reflections and everything. So um, no need for this acoustic treatment, except that we were emptying out the storage unit and I had them, I didn't want to throw them away. So just bring them here instead of leaving them in the garage, just put them up on the wall. But yeah, it's a little unsettling. There's some, have you ever, oh, I guess you probably haven't. Have you ever heard of an anechoic chamber?
No,
No,
yeah,
okay. Yeah,
that's the
it's
first.
basically the concept of this room that I just described to you on steroids. So instead of just having a panel there, a panel there, a panel there, and um, they put these um, on every single surface, on the floor, on the ceiling, um, and like a walkway out into the room. They used them for extremely sensitive experiments. Um, but they've found that, when they make these, the quieter they make these rooms, the more unsettling it is for humans to spend time in there because it starts to get to a point where it's so quiet. The loudest noise you hear is the blood flowing through your own blood vessels inside of your ear, vibrating those little hairs in there. And people freak out. They get it. It makes them unsettled. It's difficult for people to spend more than 30 to 45 minutes in one of these like really, really um, high, high end anechoic chambers.
Uh, with
Oh, there's even here. The anechoic chamber challenge
how do you
involves,
spell
yeah,
anechoic?
Anechoic. So echo, and then the an echo, anecho is like no echo, and then IC at the end, anechoic is so the characteristic of no echoes. Um, so yeah, there's the anechoic chamber challenge involves sitting in total darkness and near absolute silence at less than -9 dBA at Orfield Laboratories. While viral rumors suggest a $1 million prize or that no one can survive 45 minutes, it is actually $600 an hour voluntary sensory experience.
Wow.
Participants hear their heartbeat, lungs, and blood flow, often leading to deep disorientation and intense boredom.
So hold on one second. You have to pay $600, or you get paid $600 for the study.
I assume, since they say it's a $600 an hour voluntary sensory experience, that sounds to me like you have to pay $600 per hour to sit in that room.
In silence.
Yeah. It
My
holds the Guinness world record for quietest place on Earth, absorbing 99.9% of sound produced in it. So, Yeah, sensory deprivation and distortion. Without external sound, silence becomes loud. It says, in quotes, causing people to hear their own bodily functions. Without audio cues, balance is severely affected. Sitting is recommended because walking can be disorienting. While a reporter once left within 30 seconds, many people can stay inside for 30 to 45 minutes, according to Microsoft and Orfield. Or Microsoft is they own the lab. I don't know. It says there's no $1 million prize for the challenge. So, yeah. Common misconceptions. While reported in some articles, many visitors report it as a peaceful though intense experience rather than a cause of instant insanity. So, yeah, that'd be, I don't know. If I had the experience offered to me, I would do it.
Definitely
If
would
I
get it for
had
free.
$600 in my hand that I could either walk away with or give to them to sit in that room for an hour, I would probably just walk away with the $600. You
Yeah.
know, I don't I don't think it would be worth that much to me. But
Yeah,
I
not
wonder if
600.
they allow smoking in that room. Would you hotbox the quietest room in the world?
It's not actually quiet though if you're hotboxing because you got to strike
Mm,
the lighter.
right, but I mean, but it doesn't, all those sounds get absorbed. That's just it. And once it's lit though, it's just all you get is just the breathe. You draw off of it, you know, hear the cherry burning as it, you take a breath.
Okay.
You know.
Now that I think about it, I actually have smoked in the quiet because I've smoked in the dark. Um, I was laying down and I just was like, why did I turn the lights off? I'm not tired. But it was like late at night. So I was like, let me just lay down, but I'll smoke while I'm laying here. And I was like, there's no reason to go turn the light on to sit and smoke. It's already rolled. So yeah, just grabbed something out of the ashtray and was like, flick. And I don't remember if there was sound or not, but I think I would assume it would have been quiet back then. Uh, that's very interesting. And like you said, if anybody offered the opportunity and I didn't have to pay for it, I'd do it. Or you're paying me to do it, I'd do it. But if someone had to pay them for me to do it, I don't think so. I'd rather not someone spend their money on anything for me that
Oh, yeah.
isn't uh, benefiting anybody. Uh, I don't know, like benefiting some kind of study or something. But yeah,
I would I would hotbox it with you.
oh yeah, if they said that, I'd definitely be like, I don't mind. If someone
Puff
else
puff pass, man. Yeah.
have to assume when you see the cherry in the dark next to you that it's being
Yeah.
passed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if it's in total darkness, I would imagine the cherry would have to be enough to light up your face too, right? Because
yeah,
back in World War II, there were soldiers who were shot because they were smoking when the enemy saw the cigarette, the light at the very right. So
yeah. I don't remember that, but that is nice to hear. Hey, Kevin, you're getting smoked because they're like basically shoot the cherry. This is they're telling the person shoot the cherry and you'll get them.
How's
I
it
like
going?
that. I like your little nickname there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say there goes Kevin, but you were talking. Kevin always has some nicknames that I'm like, yeah, this one's Kevin. Uh, we have had some people join and like say weird things. Which now that I say that, I think I know who that might have been. Three people
Oh,
joined at the same time one day, and they all didn't turn their camera on. Wait, one did turn their camera on. No, her mic on, but we turned it off because I'm assuming this person might have Down syndrome, or I don't know what, autism. Where they can't speak but they can like yell. That's what one of them was doing. They were like yelling when they turned on the camera, and you could tell that something was wrong. They weren't getting hurt or anything. So I was just like, let's mute that one because we're talking. And the other ones were just talking and stuff. They're actually in the messages. That'd be great to show you guys. Someone sent a message like, "Hey Pookie, you fine?" And then someone was like, "Pookie is my brother." It was some wild comments. I was just like, what is going on? It's like, Pookie, I know you. You over there looking good. And I was like, random comments. I just keep reading and keep reading. I'll find those, and that is hilarious. Yeah, and then one of them said that I was their brother. Was one I never got to talk to that person again, but
Yeah, that person was here before, like a few weeks ago, and they kept typing in the chat box. They were doing that.
Yeah, I think they said that their mic, they didn't have a mic or something. Old computer, one of them said, doesn't have a mic, which I didn't understand. You got a camera, but you don't have a mic. That's weird because even my camera has a mic on it.
Well, old computer, maybe. I don't know. If that's what they said, old computer. Old laptops may not have had built-in microphones before, you know.
Kate the Great.
Hey, my crew. How's it going, guys?
Pretty good, pretty good. It's always great to see them smile.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So what's new this Friday?
I got something here.
All right.
Oh, the icebreaker for you guys. Favorite place to like going as a child? My favorite place to go as a child was my grandmother's house because there was just the unlimited amount of freedom. And there was always the best snacks. Yeah, it was always like food and yeah, grandmama.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Grandma and grandpa's was mine too.
One cool place I went when I was a kid was to Disneyland because it's the only time I ever went to Disneyland, and my dad took me. For him to never take me anywhere as a child, Disneyland, when we did that, that stuck with me forever. Even through having epilepsy, that's one I'll never forget the whole day.
Nice. What do you remember about it? Was it all roller coasters or like what stuck with you?
I remember that every ride we got on, he got on, but my stepmom didn't get on.
Okay. So you remember like all its dynamics of that day and everything.
Yeah, I remember me just walking next to my dad, and my sisters were always running to the next ride. For some reason, that's a thing I was doing a lot when I was a kid. I kind of did it when I grew up too. But yeah, I was not all hyper and stuff. I'd just be following my dad, and we'd go to the next ride. And yeah, I remember everything from the food we ate. We had burgers. I remember that. Later on, we had fries, and I think either cheesy fries or chili fries or one of those.
All in the same day?
Those are good. Yeah.
I don't know. Chili and cheesy fries are different. Cheesy fries, cheese, and
chili is chili.
Chili is chili.
It's hard to find chili on stuff now. I don't know why.
I just saw something today where somebody called out a chili cheese dog for choking. But this dude was eating a chili cheese dog and a mozzarella stick on top. So, you're
asking for problems.
There you go. All right, so Warrior State Park is the one I'm going to throw out there because I don't remember childhood or much of any favorites from it. I did hear my grandma's was a favorite because of the empanadas, but now I'm going to say Warrior State Park. Let's just call that a favorite place. That's fun.
Okay. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, Chip said class action park. So that instantly made me think of something bad had to happen there. But
Yeah.
that was the actual name of the park, Class Action Park.
Class action.
The
It looks
park
like
itself was
someone should have
called
been
Action
sued.
The
Google it.
documentary,
Water slides
they
like
made
this.
was
How do you go in a loop-de-loop on a water slide if you're in that tube? You had to be going really fast to.
Yeah, you had to be in like the right position and not get hurt.
Yeah.
well, it's not that difficult to calculate how much height you need to fall in order to have enough momentum to be
But
stuck
you know a kid could fuck it up.
to the
You
top of
know
the
a kid could
Yeah.
get stuck. If,
Yeah.
if a child flaps the wrong way, they're gonna slow themselves down, break the wind
yeah.
momentum or whatever. And yeah, no, not you don't fuck with that and let kids do it.
But
Yeah,
the
on paper it makes sense,
how's a
but
loop-the-loop? That's the yeah.
when you throw a kid into
Check it
the
out,
mix,
Mark.
Before it's
the kid
Class
will either
action
get
park.
shot into the air or a kid will get stuck in the tube or
Yeah, and then you send the next kid
But
next.
that was Chris's favorite, you're saying.
That was
chips.
Chip.
Chris, just fuck.
Yeah, you
Okay,
guys
well, I'm
got to
not
check it
embarrassed
out.
for you guys. You know how it is with names.
Yeah, you guys got to check it out.
He's not
Instantly,
here
I
to
was like, they deserve this because I've never seen anything like that in my life. Yeah, I've seen roller coasters like that, but I was instantly thinking that someone had to get hurt in there, but they closed it. I don't know. Chip did it. I don't think he said why, but
You know something must have happened.
Probably
Like, class
from
action?
a
Come on.
class action lawsuit.
Yeah, I think
what I
that's
was
probably
thinking.
a giveaway.
But yeah, it was. Yeah, if you look at that, you'd be like, I wouldn't put my kids on that. I wouldn't put me on that. I'd assume it'd just be me scared and then hit the loop and scared. I'd probably jump and then you'd probably fall. And it's
Oh, you
just
guys should have heard the Uber driver tonight talking about gators and how his like one trip to Florida is traumatizing. And I swear, if this guy wasn't already driving, like I would have done anything to just get out of the car tonight because this guy literally was talking like he was gonna cry when he was talking about moving furniture or just doing some random chore and mixing up that he thought a gator was a piece of like the bark that falls off palm trees is like kind of big sometimes. And he's saying he confused the bark for the gator. And he was going on for like a solid 10 minutes about how he screamed first and ran the other way. And just like this whole detailed story. And I just followed up with, yeah, gators can be intimidating if you don't know what to do. This guy just shut up and was like, oh, so I was a bitch for screaming. I was just like, bro, don't even. Come on.
Mark
Did he know
talking.
that you were from Florida or that you lived in Florida before?
Yeah, it was all like Uber small talk. How's the weather? Where are you from? Stuff like that. And
Okay. So he wasn't just
the Florida thing.
telling every single person that he had that he just like it came up organically.
Yeah, no, it came up.
That's
I was the one who brought up the wildlife because the birds had me like amazed here. Everything is huge. A bee is like the size of your fucking fist. It's enormous.
But
yeah, no, there's stuff that I haven't even seen before.
I got big fist.
I'll take gators
We're
over
close to the mountains.
fist-sized bees personally. The
I don't know.
gators.
I mean, there's a lot more predators around here, but we were going for that small town vibe. This is just how you do it, I guess. No, it's cool. The animals aren't intimidating at all. They're more fascinating than anything. Because it's spring too. So like everything's up and moving and it's gorgeous. It's better than like you can stand outside here for plenty of time without having to go inside. The sun is still harsh, but on cloudy days, it's easy to get some outside time and not have to like plan ahead to definitely have a seizure. Because that's what
the allergy season there. Bad allergies.
That's the thing. I do hear allergies are really bad, and I'm just glad we don't have them. But this little like sniffle thing has taken 2 weeks to go away already. So I don't know. I think I'm just
Could that be allergies? Maybe could you have
I've
been
never had
allergic to
allergies
something
before. My
else?
son and daughter got
Okay.
the same thing. And it was just like a 2 or 3 day little like bug for them, no fever, just all respiratory, and it subsided for them, but it's just lasted longer for me. And I don't think it's allergies at this point, but who knows? You know, our seizures change, and maybe we get that shit too.
I got something here. It says about 1.5 month post seizure, considering trying weed again. Yeah, so I vaped and dabbed concentrates extremely heavily for about 5 years, pretty much all day, every day. Never had a willpower. Oh, never had the willpower for a substantial tolerance break. Then I had my first TC seizure on December 14th and realized that I've probably been having partials for over a year without knowing that's what those were. Complete seizure free since then. Wahoo. I tried smoking a couple days after my seizure, but my anxiety was insane, like 10 times higher than I've ever experienced. I didn't know what habits may have contributed to the seizure. So I cut out everything that night. Nicotine and alcohol I had already stopped, but that night I cut out weed and caffeine too, just in case. So now I'm 5 weeks into my tolerance break or potential quitting. The craving never really went away because I use weed to escape and avoid. I definitely need both therapy and to see a neurologist. Trying to get in, but still waiting on both because our healthcare system is so amazing. I had told myself I wanted to talk to my neuro about resuming weed before I actually tried to. I have also been medicated for my anxiety since then, properly medicated. So in the past week, I've heavily been considering using again because I feel justified in doing that. Justified is in quotes. The hard truth is, it seems quite dumb to start doing drugs again without asking the neuro first. And I also still don't know if I trust myself to not become addicted again. Stoners don't like that word, but that's what it was, addicted. What do y'all think? Personally, me, I wouldn't ask the neurologist. I can't wait to a neurologist. That sounds like a drug addict. I can't wait till that next appointment to be like, I'm gonna smoke. I know I smoke weed and I know I like weed and I know it hasn't done me wrong yet, so I'd go for it. But then again, I haven't taken that break that this person has taken.
Yeah, that's something very interesting. When they said they never had the willpower for a substantial tolerance break. I think that's something that a lot of cannabis activists gloss over or just completely lie about or misinform. I don't cannabis is dependence causing. It is, it may not be addictive like the oxycodone pills or whatever, but when you think about it constantly, when you have trouble functioning without it, when you cannot go 2 weeks without without using it for your own medical benefit. Um, I I think that some people should confront it. They may have substance use issues. Um,
Well, it's like recognize it first, acknowledge
very,
it.
very.
I mean, for epilepsy though, it's got to be easier to pick up on an addiction. Like if you stop something and you have a seizure, there's your answer.
I don't have, I wouldn't say a problem, but I don't have a problem just like quitting for a bit if I felt like it, because I stopped smoking flower and just start vaping twice and didn't have a problem with that. And yeah, been stuck on vaping until it has, people's like, oh, it's going to mess up your throat or whatever that. My voice hasn't changed for the people I've asked. So yeah.
I mean, when it comes down to it, you know yourself best. That's the same reason you choose what to say and ask and get advice from doctors. Because you can definitely tell which doctors actually give a shit and which ones are just trying to get you to take the right pill so they can get their cut.
I do not use, I do not judge, but I can definitely see from Mark's point of view here about possible maybe impulse control, because I don't know, maybe just if a person cannot do something for, I don't know, just set something down for a week. I don't know.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Well, not you. It's
It was
just,
easy to stop smoking when I stopped smoking nicotine, because then I wasn't rolling it in nicotine anymore, which I found out nicotine was the problem, because I can smoke less these days and I'm just vaping time to time, except for today because I wasn't feeling well. But I usually just hit a vape a couple times and I'm chilling for the rest of the day. But yeah, I stopped smoking flower and I've been good. When I do, I smoke papers now when it is time to smoke. And if you know what could be causing your seizures or have any doubts, then I say you could wait for the doctor. But me personally, I wouldn't go through that. I'm not gonna say I know I have a problem, but I know I know that
you know you like it.
I'd ignore it because I'd assume it'd be like the rest. It hasn't caused me a problem yet, and no one's ever said stop.
I mean, everything's got pros and cons too. You know your limits and your boundaries, and if something gets in the way, then you do what you got to do.
My only con is money.
Well, at this point, I have to think about like if I want to just end up like making friends to get the right shit or settle for this THCA. And right now, I only tried it once, and it just feels totally like watered down. I need the whole fucking joint to feel anything, and it's for like an hour, and it's boring as fuck. So I'm not a fan of the THCA right now, but I've only tried it once, and technically that's the only thing I can legally do. So I got to give it a chance, and we'll see if it is any good. But technically, I went without weed for a long time. So
is it like THCA?
It's hemp. That's what it is. It's not weed.
I'm sorry?
It's hemp.
Yeah, but is it like THCA sand, like hemp-derived THCA sand, like a powder, or is it?
No, they sell it like a flower. It looks like a flower. They use it, roll it the same way.
Okay. Because we get
but the prices aren't ridiculous either. So I mean, I can definitely try a different strain, just see what's what.
Yeah, because not too long ago,
the
one dispensary that I go to down here was offered what they call THCA sand. I haven't. This is a concentrate, as they call it, that I hadn't heard of before, hadn't seen before.
Okay.
But it's just a little like container, the same containers that they use for like the dabs and whatnot, but it's just like a powder, white powdery. sand, like
Mhm.
the name would suggest. And um, since it's the acid form, it's not orally active um, until it gets heated. And so the decarboxylation process hasn't been performed on it, which is why it's legal. It's not delta 9 THC, it's delta 9
Okay.
THCA with this little extra acid stuck at the end of it. So you can, if you can get the sand, the THCA sand, if that's something that's legal there, then you could add that to basically any recipe that you need to cook for. I mean, just like use it like any normal any recipe like you would can of butter, just substitute the um but you don't even need to substitute the can of butter. You just, measure out with like a little scale, measure out a certain amount and just boom, right in there. So if they have that sand available, um, and you don't mind the process of, making a meal. Um,
Okay. Everybody out there watching this, give us the thumbs up. And we just discussed how to make something out of weed. That was nice.
but because the THCA itself does like work in the joints. I wonder if maybe there was a bit of a scam or a ripoff or something, because when I take that THCA sand and use it to sprinkle it onto a joint before rolling it, um, when um, it's um, like I had purchased something like almost 2 to 3 times as potent. Um, so it it does work. The fact that it didn't there kind of makes me wonder, I don't know, wonder if she got ripped off there. If another vendor or source of the THCA hemp might yield better results. Um, I don't know. It's a shame they don't have a medical program there, or just recreational. Or better yet, it's a shame that the damn federal government just decided to ban a plant. Make a plant illegal. Like, it's dumb.
Next
That
thing,
and
they're gonna
that and
ban
the
onions.
peyote cactus are the only two. Um, the actual plant itself is illegal. Everything else they schedule specifically the substance in it. So um, magic mushrooms, it's psilocybin that they scheduled. Um, uh, uh, they scheduled mescaline in the psychedelic cacti, but then on top of that, they also scheduled the specific peyote cactus separately. Um, and then the cannabis. And I've heard that it was, I don't know if this is conspiracy theory territory because it's entirely plausible, but I've heard that this was because the the Controlled Substances Act was being used to suppress um, political dissidents at the time. They there was by criminalizing the cannabis and LSD heavily and associating those with the hippie culture, they can criminalize the anti-war movement. Um, and I think that there was a push. I think that the CIA was even responsible in part for funneling drugs and heroin into inner cities, specifically to Black communities, and then heavily criminalizing heroin uh, overnight turned an entire subset there into um, criminals, and that led to being able to suppress a whole huge chunk of the civil rights movement.
That is a large part of the second half of it. But I think the first part of the conspiracy is William Lam- Hearst, William Randolph Hearst had he owned the timber industry, and you know if you can use hemp, you can use anything to make paper from. You can make many things out of paper, but hemp is much cheaper, easier to grow than a tree. So
And
he
you don't
had,
need to mow down a forest. How about that?
nope, and
That's what we need to look into, Ben.
that's
You can grow
uh,
something now, but I would
so
probably have to go
that's
into Virginia, into some legal state to get the seeds. That's another thing I remember about those places in Florida. They were like never seeds.
Mm.
No, the seeds you gotta buy those online, the dark web.
There's out here, but everything is different in California. Uh, oh, I was trying to tell K too. There's one, there's one like brand of weed. If you buy from them, they buy the seeds back.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're like, call us at this number
That's
and we'll come get your seeds.
oh
Real
man.
cheap, but it has
Do they
seeds and they want the seeds back. So it's like,
do they have seeds in their butt a lot?
yeah,
Is
they
it
know they
are
know for sure their weed is gonna have seeds. That's why the scanner thing is on the back. You can scan it and tell them how many seeds you got, and they tell you how much they're gonna give you.
oh damn. That is so they've got a whole breeding program, I guess basically. Crowdsource the breeding program.
Okay,
Is
sorry
the
guys, I
weed
missed.
is it like on
I left that
average a
things are
bit
different with growing in California.
Uh,
is, is it like on average like slightly lower quality than the seed-free top shelf stuff?
I
Because
forgot the name of the
some
company.
of them
Uh,
have gone hermaphrodite and pollinated their
oh wow.
sisters, then uh, that would usually mean that those pollinated plants put less energy into THC production. Um,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be careful if I want to go the seed route.
Yeah, they
Gotta get
have
the right
some
ones.
they have some decent weed to where you'll think about it like, oh, this looks good, this smells good, but it'll have seeds in it. Maybe a few, maybe not a lot, but then, like I said, they'll buy the seeds back. So that's the good thing. It's not a lot of money, but it's some change back per seed. Not like $5 a seed or anything like that.
Not $5.
No, it's not. They're not going to give you a lot for one seed, but
Uh,
it's enough to have several seeds and get you about $3, $4.
But that's the kind of thing I don't know if I can trust if I come across it, because like you heard Bart talking about all this like cross pollinating and like hermaphrodite shit. Like
well,
I
no, that's
I
probably
gotta
that might be
get a
what
good seed to begin with.
they're doing though. If they have you scanning a barcode, then that means they would know what batch, they would know what plants were growing next to which ones. So they should be able to track back with that barcode um, what the lineage of those seeds are. Which
Yeah,
plant
but then
crossed with
you
which
gotta
plant.
just
And then they don't have to do any of that breeding themselves.
yeah.
They just sell the bud from their whole program and get everybody to return the seeds. I mean, it's basically the exact way that cannabis growers run a breeding program, except they usually don't sell the seed or buy the seeds back. They don't usually sell the pollinated stuff.
Yeah, it all depends on where you are, because from what I hear, Virginia's not even, you know, kind of free like that. You still got to think about like who you're talking to and where you are, and like,
Yeah,
yeah, I did not plan
pretty
on smoking
pretty
these.
red state.
I'm in Tennessee, but we're like right next to, I'm like 5 miles away from Virginia. So, and Virginia's legal, but gonna have to have my name on a utility or, rent or whatever. They
Or an
want,
ID.
what's that?
I said, or an ID.
They want two. So if I give them an ID, then they still want like name on a utility bill or rent or something. But I think I can make a friend to give me a note, and they said they would accept something like that from a landlord. So I can go either way on this one, but I wish I could just get used to the THCA because it's cheap too.
Would there be any, what would be the repercussions if it was found out that this was done like in a roundabout way? Could you get in
It
trouble?
would just be revoked. I think it ended up just being, I did look into it, and I think it was just the like permission would be revoked immediately. You'd get put on
Just
a
slap on the wrist.
exactly like don't because when it comes down to possession, there's still no major repercussions for like less than half an ounce or one plant. And I'm not rolling with much more than I already moved in, so that's the trip. I'm not riding with much now. I don't think I'm ever going back from smoking the dart. I like it. It's enough. It's like 2, 3 good hits. Now I know how to pack it right, so I'm not, lighting it a bunch of times, and I'm good. I don't even have to roll anymore. It's crazy.
Nice. Yeah. Saves a lot of time.
Yeah, I like it a lot better.
Rolling and everything. I used to be really well practiced at that. I've lost that skill, and now I've tried going back, and it feels like a waste of time when I could just, you know,
Now, if you're
move
rolling
on
the
with
right shit, you'll
business.
make it worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something to be said for the experience of, when you get the really pretty, nice, high quality flower and,
You know it's
just
gonna
like,
feel good too. That's the
just
thing.
spend a good 20, 30 minutes rolling it out really pristine, carefully, apply the right
Yeah.
amount of pressure as you're rolling like they do
Hold on. Here's another
when they roll
icebreaker
the
kind of question.
cigars,
Do you
the
guys
30
amount of
remember
minutes?
pressure.
how you learned to roll your first one?
Huh?
Do you guys remember like your first how you learned to like roll joints or blunts, whatever back in the day? Do you guys
Yeah.
remember those kinds of memories? Did those stick with you?
Yeah.
Oh,
But I was, oh man, I don't know how to put that.
you can think it over.
I was smoking
Do you
earlier in my
remember
life,
yours?
I should say. I was smoking real early in life. No, not real early, but yeah. By the time I was 18, I knew how to roll, no problem. And Mark said 30 minutes to make it pristine. Oh man, I
No,
would not take 30 minutes.
Oh no,
no,
I'm talking like, when I'm making something for
no. You're
like
making like the whole setup,
the
the like
the
grinding it, making
crowning the
doing the whole.
crowning point of, light this guy up and right when we hit the peak of the mushrooms, when they're getting going and stuff, when it really, building an experience sort of is kind of as part of the prelude, the whole set and setting for a psychedelic experience. That's what a lot of people don't necessarily um, jump to when they first hear the term set and setting with psychedelics. It involves not just the like where you are, but the whole mindset leading up to it, the day, what you've done, what you're doing, how you got to like to really get the most out of something when your goal is um therapeutic outcome and not just jumping at uh seeing colors on the wall.
That just depends on what you're into, though.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What I'm into. But I mean it applies to both, both I think, even if you're just looking to have a good time, looking to have, see colors, spending time to prepare beforehand also helps. It will help you have a lot of fun, a good, you know,
But okay, this
avoid
is the
bad
only
trip.
thing I'm like never gonna hate on the epilepsy all the way because feeling like something is new is it's incredible, and I get to do that so much more than like everybody else in the world. Seems like because even if you've done something like two or three times, that I don't remember it. Like okay, so I stopped smoking for 1 year the first time, like 2 years the second time, another 6 months this or last year, and I swear the first time after after lighten up again felt like the first time. Like sometimes you don't remember a lot from an experience, so I didn't have anything in mind and like what I was going to achieve or whatever, and I knew I had to get my rolling skills back, but that's just because I didn't want to keep anything but papers around.
Mm.
So
See,
yeah, it's
would it be
like
a
you
waste
said,
of the experience that you speak of to go to an EDM concert or something, or a rave, but see, I've never taken ecstasy or anything, but
Good.
I probably okay if I didn't have epilepsy, I hate EDM music. I think it's stupid and sounds awful. But if I was on ecstasy, I would probably love I would love the music. I would love everything from what I hear, you
Yeah,
know.
Um,
love it.
it doesn't turn you into an entirely different person, though. It doesn't completely shift and change your musical taste. You may find, you may discover a new appreciation for EDM after listening to it in that mindset. You may understand why people choose those repetitive sounds, those weird shifts and pitch and tone and whatnot and stuff that are so
Mhm.
far removed
how
from.
fucking juvenile does it sound? But like you don't know until you try it. That's what's like resonating right now.
Yeah, well,
That's something a
no, but I mean,
mother's never
I've
supposed to be heard
I've
saying.
I've heard music that I previously had not really thought much of, and heard it um, under the influence at the tail end of a particularly fulfilling psilocybin experience. And
Is that like shrooms?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, psilocybin is mushrooms.
Okay.
So yeah, I heard and or connected an interplay between the guitar and bass that I hadn't noticed before. I picked up on a reverb effect that they applied to a delay on the guitar. There was all these things that I had never taken the time to stop and sit and notice previously. And when I did, um, on top of, having this, altered sensory experience, um, it's it, you know, it developed an appreciation for that,
James is
but
genius. Sorry, bro, I didn't get that message till just now. So, sorry to interrupt, Mark.
Okay.
James, can I ask what happened? How can we get you unbanned or something? Did it give you any explanation? Oh, okay. Hey guys, have you been checking the YouTube comments, or how do we? Should we
Yeah.
set reminders to doing that?
Yeah. You guys were talking. I was gonna talk about the comments, but
Okay, sorry.
he's here now.
Okay, my bad. I picked up on it a little late too. Okay, well,
I've been looking
glad to have
straight
you.
at it.
Damn.
Just people were talking at the time, and I was waiting, and the time
Well, I
didn't.
got banned from groups on Reddit, but not like certain like specific pages. But I don't think I've ever had like a altogether Reddit ban. So I wouldn't know how to get
But
over that, just other than just like your basic customer service.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, now I can hear you.
Oh, finally. God damn.
Welcome.
Yeah.
I've been having, a ton of trouble with my tablet.
No, technology is a bitch today. Both Uber drivers had problems. My phone died. Yeah.
I wonder if there's a solar flare.
I can work on a bike. I can work on a pocket watch.
I think it's the full
electric, and I'm fucked. So, okay, finally, I was having trouble charging it the other day, and then the audio hasn't been working for the last 10 minutes. So, goodness. Sorry, guys.
All right.
So you just take a break, chill out.
A waning gibbous moon. It's not a full today, so that's not it.
The last 3 nights though, the moon's been gorgeous.
Yeah, it has
That's
been
because
super
we've
bright.
got 3 Americans and a Canadian on their way. The moon is
You're still so excited about the rocket launch?
Nice. It's good face for the.
Hell yeah, dude! That was awesome. I watched that thing. I watched that live. I made sure to make time for that. That's awesome, dude. The first
it was
manned,
it was
whatever you want to call it, flight out there for 50 something years. That's technologically amazing. I mean,
yeah.
It's just like hope. I mean, everybody's thinking like, what are they going to discover? Like, something cool is going to happen.
Probably nothing. It's more of just a test flight to make sure that they can get people out there, so that the next mission they can actually land people. I mean, I'm sure they're going to collect. They're obviously doing scientific stuff and collecting data and all of that. But this isn't the biggest one. It's just more of a test run, I think, for the next couple.
Whatever works. Doing
the gravity slingshot return, but they're gonna. It's interesting and a bit noteworthy because it is actually doing something new, and their loop around the moon. The distance that they're going to be when they're orbiting around, flying away from the moon, is much, much further than the Apollo craft orbits of the moon when they were there. So that means that this capsule, those 4 people in that capsule, will travel further away from planet Earth than any humans have ever been, ever. Period, up to date. No people have flown further past the moon than these people will go.
I hope they listen to Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, as they're on the back of it. They at least have to have 1 or 2 songs just as a soundtrack as they go around the back of it, just for the sake of it.
Yeah, or what's the composer?
I'm sure there's tons of songs about it, but
from the beginning of 2001: A Space Odyssey, right? What was that?
The only other major moon one I can think of is Major Tom.
right? Is the for
Um,
the
Mark's into it. He's singing.
which
Go
was
for it.
originally in German.
we got
English
to
was
move
the
forward.
cover of
You're
it.
live.
Right.
So
Um,
back to seizures real quick, guys. I finally got my appointment for my extended EEG a couple days ago. So it'll be the week of the 13th through the 17th. So like week and a half or so from now. So
And this is like an inpatient thing?
yeah,
Is it-
I'll be there
Oh,
for
okay.
the 13th through the 17th. It'll be the whole week, the Monday through Friday.
So is
So
this one of those visits where they want you to have seizures? Like this is an EEG, you said?
yeah. So
Okay,
they're supposed
are
to
they telling you, suggesting that you stop taking your meds?
yeah, they're not going to let me take my meds. They're going to try and keep me awake as much as they can.
Okay.
I'm going to be in my own separate room by myself. I'm going to be on camera the whole time. They're going to do like lights once and just different like sensatory things like once in a while.
Tests.
That's the basic stuff I got. They're supposed to call me next Thursday and give me like all the exact details of like what I can bring with me, what is supposed to happen while I'm there, because obviously it's different from each facility. I can look something up online, but it might not apply to their facility, right? So they're gonna give me all the exact rules and everything. So I was planning on bringing like a bunch of sewing stuff, but then I'm like, if I'm supposed to have a seizure, is it the best thing if I'm holding a needle in my hand? Like, are they gonna let me
Just
do
go
that?
crochet. Just go like something a little less dangerous.
Yeah, I don't know how to crochet. I guess
wouldn't
that would be a
think
good time to
that.
learn, right? But
There you go. There you go.
Can you crochet or knit?
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
That's
I mean, yeah, it's just like where do they draw the line though? Like anybody could be holding, like, say I wanted to be there and like I wanted to be like, oh, I want to write a book, so I'm gonna have a pen in my hand. Like, is that something bad could happen with that too, right? So I don't know where they're gonna draw the line with that. So I hope they don't tell me I can't bring sewing stuff, because other than that,
I would
I don't know what else
I
to
would
do.
imagine
you should.
it would probably be okay to bring the sewing stuff.
I don't really drink, but you could ask them for the hospital brand vodka.
Do they? Is that a thing?
Yeah,
What?
yeah. At the EMU, somebody said that they got vodka, and it said the hospital name, and it said vodka.
Damn, that must be for like if they're trying to like wean somebody off of like
No, they're trying to cause a
alcohol or
seizure.
something. Or trying to cause one? Wow.
It's in the
specifically for that.
EMU.
Okay.
Trying to figure
Interesting.
out what the alcohol does.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'd never heard of that before. That's yeah.
I don't drink, but you could ask them because you do drink. So ask them, you guys got some vodka, Don't act like that because they're gonna they're gonna be thinking you're an alcoholic or something.
I was thinking it's better, like I'm not gonna have the temptation or the grumpiness to like go and grab a tall can after work or something. So I figured that would be better in the long run if I didn't have anything, but
Yeah. I seen that. I believe someone that came here, they were saying that they had it, then they posted a picture and we seen it. The bottle of, I forgot the name of the hospital, but yeah.
damn.
Yeah,
I've never heard of that. That's interesting.
check it out. I got something here though. It says, my parents think they know better than my neurologist about my epilepsy. 20 years old, I'm a student living with my parents. I am diagnosed with generalized epilepsy. According to my neurologist, I have little sparks going off in my head all the time that have a potential to provoke a seizure, but the neurologist, oh no, but there's some threshold. They need a breakthrough to actually trigger one. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but my neurologist stated that being unhealthy, lack of sleep, stress, and skipping medication lowers the threshold. This means that if one of the sparks goes off while I'm unwell, I'll probably have a seizure. I first started getting seizures in 2022, and I have been dealing with one every few months. The first time was while I was watching a TV show while flashing with family. With flashing lights with family. Wow, we're watching TV with flashing lights. But most of the time since then, I've been getting seizures while I've been on the phone, which often shows bright lights. This has convinced my parents that my epilepsy is photosensitive. I'm frustrated because despite my neurologist assessment and the many hospital tests I was put through saying otherwise, my parents insist that it's because of the damn phone. End quote. Because of the damn phone. We even got a second opinion from a doctor cities away, which supported my neurologist assessment, explaining to us that I just happened to be getting them while on the phone because I used it often. This makes sense because I've gotten seizures while walking and showering, both away from the flashing lights. I've also gone to nightclubs. And was totally fine. Last night I had a seizure, probably because I didn't eat healthy in my room. Had a seizure in my room, and then probably because I didn't eat healthy was in the quotes. Seizure in my room while using social media on my family, and my family found me on the floor after hearing a thump. Now I have a bruise on my face, and that seems to have been the last straw because my dad says that he's banning me from Instagram. I understand that my parents are just worried for me, but I'm sick of arguing with them, and every time it happens, we could be spending more time watching my diet than being paranoid over my screen time. Please let me know if you have any advice as how I can convince them to stop ignoring what the doctor said about my condition. Thanks for reading, and I appreciate the guidance you can provide. Yeah, I think the parents should listen to the doctor is my advice. Listen to the doctor, or at least try listening to the doctor and see if that works. Yeah.
What do you say, James?
I was going to say, I told you guys about my pancreatic issues. So I eat very, very healthy, and I still constantly have seizures. It has nothing to do with your diet. I don't want to be rude, but that's like, them saying that is like one of the silliest things I've ever heard about epilepsy. Anything can be a trigger, I guess. So maybe there's a couple of people out there that might trigger, but yeah, I eat almost, everything fat free. I eat very healthy, and I still constantly have these. So diet and, healthy diet has nothing to do with that. Neither does phone. Saying you can't go on Instagram. So, okay, so what's the difference between Instagram and YouTube, or going to like
Watch TV.
MSNBC, or watching TV or something? That's saying one website is it. That's stupid. That's just them using an excuse to say that they don't want you on there. It almost sounds like a super like religious,
logic.
nearly cult type of belief that these parents have. I don't want to be rude, but I don't know how else to I don't know how else to word it. When you believe in something that's that silly, somebody's obviously telling that to you. You didn't come up with your own ideas like that out of nowhere. And for the fact that they're saying that they think they're smarter than his doctor, that just puts more further belief into, the fact that they think that they're smarter than everybody because of what they believe in. So without being, I don't want to go too much of a rant on like religion and beliefs and stuff, but what this person is saying is correct. And their parents are being a little overbearing and a little over ridiculous on this.
Yeah.
They probably also think that they can go to bed at night and, pray the seizures away too. It sounds like, and so I'll stop there before I get too disrespectful to other people. But
But James, see, you get that weight off your shoulders, bro. Go ahead, we're here. You can talk.
It's not being disrespectful. It's giving your honest opinion.
Say what you need to say.
Well, we do. We're supposed to be disrespectful.
No. I don't want to be rude. I mean, anybody can have their own beliefs, their own feelings, their own, whatever. But once you start pushing it onto others, that's where the line, for me at least, gets drawn. Like, be whatever religion, be whatever, anything in your life, but just don't force it onto other people if they don't believe
For
in
all the
that,
parents
or
out
if
there,
it's
fuck the
not
belief
the
that
best
girls
thing
are
for
just as hard as boys.
them.
Come again? I didn't hear that.
I said, fuck that belief that girls are just as hard as boys. I totally disagree with that.
Yeah, that parent, they can't use the phone. They didn't say the phone was to their face. The person was saying they were on the phone. Is what else? I was just like, I don't believe this person. The parents are just using their own. I don't know if they're in a cult or
Did
whatever.
they actually say that they were using prayer or religion in this?
I don't know. No, it didn't actually.
This one sounded like parents and child both having their own side, and there's no answers to the seizure. So parents might have thrown that out there as a precaution, but I'm sure the ultimate goal was like, get the fuck off the phone, not your phone is damaging your brain. So this is like a scientific method of like really,
Yeah, I mean,
see that happening is
one of
different than this OP is describing. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, like one of the seizures I had, I don't remember this exactly, but it's what I was told, is it was just in the morning. I went out to the kitchen, I poured a glass of milk. I was just saying something to my mom. I took one drink of milk, and then like a few seconds later, I had a seizure and then like fell down. So that would be like the same as my mom just being like, "Oh, you can never have anything with dairy in it again because one time you had, a seizure right after taking a drink of milk." Like that's just ridiculous. Like that was just when my body happened to have one. The glass could have been orange juice, it could have been water, it could have been whatever. Like, so then what's the next thing they're going to say? Like, "Oh, you can't have any liquids. You're supposed to be dehydrated for the rest of your life because you had one right after taking a sip of water." Like, you can't
But
say like, "Oh, right after you did this, then you had one." That's what epilepsy is. It's uncontrolled. It happens whenever. I mean, yes, there's some people that certain triggers make it happen more, but overall they're essentially uncontrolled. So you can't blame one thing
I
Yeah,
agree. You cannot
here and
blame
there,
one thing. My very first,
unless it's a doctor or a certain thing. Like, I mean, yeah, I know there's certain, specific situations, but overall, because we don't know this person's exact situation,
I
overall it's a generalized thing,
I
right?
have
So
been told that. Well, I don't know how mad they were, but I had a seizure one morning, and it was like right after taking my medication, and then uh, an unnamed person said, "Maybe it's because you didn't take your medication on time last night." And then I was like, "I did take my medication on time last night," and they were like, "You couldn't have. Some reason you had a seizure, and if you took your pills on time this morning, you must have missed them on time last night." And I was like, "No, that doesn't mean that."
that's not how it works.
Yeah, I was just like, it's just time for a seizure. It was just gonna happen regardless, because it was like I took it at 10, and by 12 I had a seizure. And they're like, yeah, that person was like, no, well, you must have missed it last night. You don't remember. Your memory's bad. Just every reason for me to have be the one the cause of that seizure, and it wasn't me. It was just epilepsy.
mm, it's like I was saying, it isn't just one factor usually. I think it's usually many factors that add up into a seizure. And most people aren't photosensitive, but it can lower your threshold. I mean, my very first seizures, the first two were photosensitive because I was a young kid. I didn't eat anything ever. I was just living off sugar and yeah, playing video games and had seizures both those times because I didn't blink for like 10 minutes and my
Wow,
eyes were like, glued to the
dry.
screen. Yeah.
Your
So
eyeballs should be dry by then.
yeah, I know, right? So yeah, and that's basically what happened there. And yeah, I am sort of photosensitive in that, but that's a vague word in that sense.
It's really
Yeah,
broad term, photosensitive. It's just
yeah,
it can mean
like
different things.
I would play video games at night, and like years ago, and it would be like 4 in the morning, and I would feel definitely little seizures in my head, not huge ones, but because it would be the stress of staying up, the physical stress, the mental stress, and just tiredness. So all these factors you have to consider in epilepsy, and I this OP's family, I don't think. I think they're just concerned. That's all, and it, it's just maybe it's overreach. They're looking out for you and
Yeah,
open a line of communication.
my father even told me that it's the medication. They're trying to make you crazy. They got you on psych meds and this and that. And I was just like, no, without this, I'm going to have seizures. And yeah, I was told, yeah, the meds are making you crazy. Uh, they want to make you like that. Oh, conspiracy stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Just
a
want you to be
conspiracy
crazy.
unless you're only talking the dependence. Like the physical dependence is crystal clear, and that's undeniable. When you're on the meds that they want you to take, if you stop taking them, you will have seizures. So
Yeah.
that's like a physical thing, and that was like the total motivation behind the RNS for me. But that's also why I was such a bad patient when they told me that I had to keep taking my meds. So I was like, what the fuck? That's how this whole idea was sold of you have a better chance of not taking meds if you go the surgery route. I couldn't, there was no point in going for those, whatever the part is where they just like take out a part of your brain. And
Resection?
yeah, they said I definitely was never a patient, candidate rather, for the resection or ablation or, any of those. And RNS was the only one. I was like totally overjoyed to be a potential candidate because there was that promise of you might not need your meds anymore. And I'd been through like 10, I think, at the point when we started the
10 meds?
10 different medications, but before I got to go through the RNS like qualification, I guess they call it. It's a thing. They have to bill it special. And yeah, it was 16 meds by the time I had the surgery. So that's about how long the process took. And yes, they were that quick to switch it, but that could be because I'm not the best patient. Like if some shit's not working, I will stop before the doctor gives me the okay. Or like they do that dumb shit where they have you to start taking a new medication before you even like reduce the one that's fucking with your head to begin with. Look what she just chewed. Alcohol works. Yeah, I just threw it over there. She likes it. It's got the filter. She likes the weed. Oh, sorry guys.
All right, then. To the comments. Comments about the parents thinking they're better than the neurologist. The first comment is, I'm sorry, it's always annoying. Welcome to being on the younger side of, and I have epilepsy. People are going to throw their opinions into the mix, especially parents. I was diagnosed 17 years ago at the age of 17 and was banned from my phone, video games, TV until I got my EEG, MRI, and opinion from the neurologist. Even though my initial meeting, he said he didn't think was photosensitive, made me very boring a couple of weeks. Huh. Boring. Another comment here says, you are an adult. Your parents have no right to take away something as little as Instagram for you. It almost seems like they don't trust you to take care of yourself. This person did not say if they were an adult or not, so I can't like
excuse me.
like a child. I have
My
children.
parent has no right to tell me what to do.
Oh man.
I am my parents' boss.
If I would have said something like that out loud in the 90s,
What was this? Is this how old is this kid? Or
didn't say.
oh,
Oh, they did. They said they're 20. Oh, you're 20
oh,
years old.
okay.
Okay.
Well, that just
Give
a
me my
shitty
phone.
kid. Mm,
I'd be
just
like, give me my phone.
Who's ever paying the bill,
Argue.
I guess, you know.
yeah.
Yeah, you're 20, and yeah, I'd have my phone. There's no argument there. Unless he literally paid for it and paying the bill, then you might want to give him the phone so he doesn't turn it off. But yeah, otherwise, if you pay your bill and it's your phone, give me my phone back. um, but yeah, I'll go through some more comments. One says, I also have the type of generalized epilepsy. You mostly have always have some epileptic activity in your brain, but not enough to be a full-blown seizure. Mine is about 38C all the time, but more during seizures. They are some of these triggers: low blood sugar, lack of sleep, stress, alcohol, caffeine, nicotine, heavy breathing, and a lot more. Most of these triggers are a lot more common than flashing lights. I don't know the exact percentage, but it's somewhere between 3 to 15% that have photosensitive epilepsy. They test it during most EEGs. I thought it was less than 15%. I thought it was less than 3.
Yeah,
But
I was gonna say I thought it was less than 3%.
yeah,
And most display photosensitivity from birth if they are photosensitive. That's what I thought that, if you're or the majority of photosensitive patients were photosensitive from childhood. That's more
gotcha.
not many adult onset epilepsy patients also are photosensitive, um, as far as I was told. I don't know. Maybe that was incorrect, but it it seems to.
They could be including like the percentage of like, how when you're going to get an EEG, you're already kind of like trying to be stressed out. You're trying to have the seizure. So maybe those statistics are, not lining up because it could be, like you said, that the 3%, the much smaller percent that's obviously photosensitive from birth versus whatever percentage they're including that's actually going to take the EEG already, like trying to be no sleep, no drinking, like already trying to have the seizure. So, if they claim photosensitivity just to invoke a seizure when you're already trying to be susceptible, that could be where the 15 is coming from, I would think. It's like mixing up facts.
There's 4 more comments here I will read. One says, LOL, I'm sorry. They are grounding you, an adult. That's something my controlling, abusive parents did to me. They can't ban you from Instagram. You're an adult. You can do what you want as long as it's legal, and Instagram is legal. That's like people slapping, shaking, screaming, etc. at me during seizures, absent seizures, because they think I'm just ignoring them and refuse to agree that there's more than shaking seizures out there. Follow your neurologist and your doctors. No one else. Another comment here says, if you're 20, then your parents shouldn't be banning you from doing stuff. Guess you could try using your phone less to get them off your case. If you still have a seizure, you can use that as an example of how they're doing. Andrea, I'm getting some feedback from you.
Okay, I don't know why. There's like nothing going on here.
Yeah. I think it went away. Might have been Kate then. But
yeah, sorry, I had an incoming call. I think that might have messed it up.
Oh. All right. 2 more comments here. One says, my honest to God advice is don't live with your parents. If you're physically capable, get a roommate and rent a place. If you're not physically capable of taking care of yourself, well, you're going to have to put up with your parents. And the last comment says, excessive screen time can trigger a seizure. Have you had an EEG to confirm whether you were photosensitive or not? Even high contrasting patterns can trigger seizures. It doesn't need to be flashing all the time. Watching in brighter rooms with less of your field of vision can help too. Sleep is the number one. No alcohol might be tied with it at number one as well. Take care of yourself, rest well, get sleep, don't drink alcohol, and take your meds. You can do all those and still have seizures because I don't do a lot of those. Yeah.
I mean, it seems like a lot of these people really don't want to give up their social media. It's a hill that they're going to die on. My gosh. But yeah, I mean, screen time really does affect brain patterns and brain chemistry and circadian rhythm, stuff like that. And that has to be acknowledged. You can't just ignore that.
I got one here. It says, today, neurologist called me the biggest epileptic ever. That's in quotes. And honestly, I feel like I unlocked a new class. Had to see a fill-in neuro because mine is on maternity leave. Nurse calls my name. I stand up, and this woman immediately goes, in quote, biggest epileptic ever. Ma'am, please. I am simply 211 centimeters, which is 6'11", of medical questionable electricity. Did I just get a world record or diagnosis? I'm unclear. 6'11". I wouldn't have took that and been offended. It is funny. They shouldn't have said it, but yeah. Thoughts and opinions, ladies and gentlemen?
So where did 6 and 11 come into play? Are they like that? Was that number used? I missed that part.
The nurse walked in and said, "You're the biggest neurologist ever," but this person was like, "I'm only 6'11".
Yeah, it's a joke.
You never. I mean,
he was asking
that's just a professional environment.
Is biggest epileptic ever the diagnosis that he was given, or just a comment on us?
Obviously, you're just fucking with him for being so tall.
But
yeah, it sounds like this person was kind of offended at just a bad joke, I guess.
Yeah, poor choice of words. Obviously, they probably lived with this their whole life. You know, the height jokes, but you got to know when a patient's in the neurologist's office today might not be the day to make a joke about their appearance.
Were they offended by it? I thought it sounded
bro,
funny.
they posted on Reddit. Come on.
Yeah, I thought it sounded funny. I thought that they posted it and they were sharing a joke that they were joking. Did I get a diagnosis or a world record? Right? That's a joke.
You don't do that with a patient.
Was he diagnosed with world's tallest, or did he get a world record for tallest?
They were diagnosed as 6'11" or something.
Yeah, there was a question mark, so I didn't know if it was a joke or not. But the person said, "Did I just get a world record or a diagnosis?"
Yeah, that sounds like a joke.
Basically, like, is the doctor calling me the tallest ever, or is that their diagnosis? I don't know.
It doesn't sound like they were offended or that there was any sort of.
Oh, you think that comment means they're like playing into it?
I thought that they were sharing it as like a funny you know,
Oh.
just sharing.
Hey, well, if there's good humor behind it, go for it.
I don't know.
That's hard to achieve at a doctor's office.
I'll read some of the comments, and someone says, I deal with a lot of doctors being fascinated by my odd brain and disabilities. One of the ER docs said, "Don't go. You're more fun than others." I'm still concerned about that guy.
I like that.
Hey, you never know nowadays. Any doctor
Right.
asks you to come back, it might be for the wrong reasons.
I don't know, if a doctor finds your case interesting, they're going to pay a lot of attention to you.
No, if it's a man, they might use their words for anything.
Well, it's still.
Sorry, guys.
We can't argue. Don't argue
Go
with
ahead.
women.
Don't worry, Kate. I got your back.
Right. That's
There we
why
go.
I don't argue with women. I'm not going to start that argument.
And I've got no comeback for that. It's just,
Let it go.
Well put.
You've never been a woman in a medical situation dealing with men.
Oh man, let
It
it
doesn't
go,
necessarily refute the assertion that I made either, though, that if a doctor finds your case very interesting, they're going to pay a lot of attention to your condition, your case.
That's true.
Ulterior motives aside, that's a whole other question, right? I don't know. I think in some ways it could be good to be an unusual medical case. You know, you get the biggest minds in their field try to solve the weirdest cases, right?
That or they just throw their hands up and say they don't know.
Right.
Oh,
I couldn't imagine 6'11".
academics, scientists will never accept just, I don't know, and walk away. If anything, it might become a competition. It's like, oh, that guy couldn't figure it out. I need to get my shot at it. Never underestimate the ego of high IQ academics.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't mean that where you start is with the high IQ academics.
No, but being
And
the
they just toss
interesting,
you
weird
aside and
case
you
is
never
right.
see anybody else.
Wait, what? They just talk.
It doesn't mean that you're going to start with a high IQ academic. You may start with just some regular doctor and they're like, oh, it's too tough. I can't figure it out. And they just throw
They
pills at
exist
you
for the
or
rest of your life.
Well, I'm assuming generally when they can't figure it out, they run it up. Let me refer you to this guy, this specialist. Let me refer you to this guy. Let me refer you to this facility, that facility. It always seems
it
like
depends
there's
on your
another doctor
insurance.
that
That
somebody
would be a
knows who
blessing.
might have a bit more insight. And so, yeah, eventually you get to medical schools and teaching hospitals, and they're like working on the most advanced treatments in whatever condition you got. In an ideal
One would
world.
hope.
In an
Yeah.
ideal world, like you said.
Well put.
Where'd you find one of those at?
Well, I thought it up here, and it seems like it's a pretty good idea. So I'm trying to spread the word.
All right, let's make it happen. Good plan.
I'm going to continue reading these comments about people because one, I did find it funny, but then there's some other ones. One says, I got told I have the most interesting settings on my VNS. I guess that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, but does that like killing the battery? Do you have batteries? You got to have a battery for VNS, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yes, like interesting settings might just mean you're going to have that surgery sooner.
The little thing there, built-in part of it. So I want to know what are their numbers?
Yeah.
What are your numbers?
Yeah, right. No, nobody's
Mine aren't interesting though. That's the thing. I'm just at the kind of the low threshold of the the therapeutic range. I don't even remember mine off the top of my head.
Okay, for anybody to see any part of their treatment as a compliment, go for it. So
Couple more
whatever their numbers are that they're happy with, I'm happy for you.
Another comment here says, doctors are wild. My last pregnancy had literally everything go wrong and got moved to an MFM doctor. Towards the end, as we're going through everything that had happened and we were planning an induction, if we could even get me to 36 weeks, she asked if I wanted to be sterilized. When I confirmed that, yes, I wanted my tubes tied, she threw her head back and gave me the biggest inhale before kind of falling forward and going, end quote, oh, thank God. You know, some people were made to make babies. You were made to die in childbirth. All that was in quotes.
That's harsh.
Yeah. You were made to die in childbirth.
You don't say anything like that to a mother and like aren't having the problems. That's something you say like years later to the same patient after they're healed and sterile and like feeling better. Oh my God.
Kind of rude.
Or
yeah,
just something you don't say ever at all. Because, you know, it's bad and wrong.
Especially something coming from somebody with like a professional opinion. Yeah, this is supposed to be somebody who's has experience and seen a lot of pregnancies and like
somebody with an opinion. I don't know how professional I'd consider them.
Yeah, that's why I put that part in quotes because it's supposed to be professional, but no.
It's a dark thing to say to someone either way. I mean,
yeah,
it's like a statement from like a, I don't know.
No, I mean, obviously a
or
joke at
something.
this point, but like you know, when you're working with doctors on these like life-threatening issues, they do get comfortable with you. So you know, if you've gone back and forth before, then this doctor might have taken you as more of a casual patient. But no, that obviously this post means their words sunk a little too low.
My neurologist, I could say we got close, I guess, but he went to the weekend concert that I went to. One of the nurses had told me 2 days after after the concert, I had a doctor's appointment. I told them I went to the concert, and they're like, "Oh, this person too went to the concert." I don't think they knew he was my doctor. They were just like, "Oh, so and so went to the concert." So when he came in, and we had the appointment or whatever, after that, he's walking out the door, and I was like, "I heard you was at the weekend concert. I went too." And he like stepped back in, closed the door. Who told you that?
Hello.
Like, is this a big deal? Because you just acted like you broke the law or something. But yeah, he stepped back in and he was like, "You were there too? Did you like it?" He was like, "I had fun." He was like, "I was up there losing my mind." And my doctor, he's I don't exactly know how to say it. He seems like he's the chubby big guy that's also gay and really funny. So he came back in with jokes and, "Oh my goodness, I was throwing my arms up like this." And yeah, I was just like, okay. So I understand why he closed the door, but I was just like, oh, all right. But
so you knew who you were talking to the whole time. You knew what you were mentioning. You knew he was going to come back and give you his version of, the analysis, the overview.
Because of him being funny, I knew he was going to come back and say something, but I didn't know what it would be. But yeah, I got a good response. So yeah, I haven't had a neuro actually say anything bad to me that I can remember, because my pediatric neuro I just got done with in 2024 or 2023. So
okay.
No, 2025. I don't know why I keep saying 2023. It was last year. I got a new neuro. I just started the podcast, so it was around early May, late May, somewhere around
there. How the hell did a pediatric neurologist actually bill you successfully? You were seeing your pediatric neurologist like well past your 20s.
Yes, I was seeing my pediatric neurologist until I was 35.
Holy shit. No wonder people live out there. Got the best laws for weed and healthcare.
Yeah, that guy was cool. The only thing that I didn't like is, like every other state, they leave it up to you guys to go give your license to the DMV. Right then and there, he called, and I was just like, "Wow!" Just in my appointment.
Or was it
Like,
just,
yeah,
hey, I got another one here?
I don't know who it was, but he called somebody and he was like, "Yeah, I just had to flag your license, so you can't drive. So don't go try to get a license." And I was like, "Oh, all right, well,
good to know."
Yeah, good to know. Make sure I didn't go and try to. I wonder if I would still go and then they try to arrest me or something, or they just be like, "No, you can't."
I still vote West Coast. I still vote somewhere out that way if we end up doing some kind of get together event or whatever.
One day.
Yeah.
2 more comments here. One says, "To be fair, most people don't really know or understand how big a 6'11" person really is. Many people haven't ever been next to a person that tall. They see them on TV, but never actually stood next to someone that big. To actually see the difference, I say that because I'm a normal guy, 5'10", 175 pounds, totally average. I worked out. Oh, I worked with a guy a while back who was 6'10", and he was built like me. Not buff, but not skinny and out of shape, not skinny or out of shape either. He was 260 pounds, just a jumbo-sized human. I myself was honestly amazed, and that's when I realized I don't think I've ever stood next to a person that tall or big. He had a duck type of walk. Oh, he had to duck to walk through a lot of doors. So I don't think it's people being rude. I think it's more amazement. County jail, more amazement, and awe probably. I didn't envy him being that. Oh my goodness, I didn't envy him being that big. It has to be hard to find clothes to fit. I was in a county jail a few years ago, and he was there in county oranges. That's in quotes. Yeah, this person went to jail, I think they said, and they seen that person in county. I'd be his friend because he's big.
6'11". That yeah, seeing like basketball players on TV is one thing, but then when you see him standing next to somebody like courtside, it's like, well, holy shit, that's a stark difference. But I had
Don't you
an
love when they have like a really
opportunity.
short coach or something and it's like the
I
crazy
well, I had an
close.
opportunity once to go to a game and sit courtside, and actually being there on the floor, it's like they are I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know how to convey the
Sounds impressive. Like
it's
impressive might be
it's
the word for you.
it's definitely I can understand why a lot of people stop and look, because even going in knowing what we were in for, at an NBA game, it was still shocking. Um, just the type of thing the numbers can't really get across.
Especially if you're not 6 feet and you guys see someone 6'11", I could imagine it's just like
Yeah, I'm 5'10", so more than a foot.
really tall.
That's
You're above
that's
average.
I mean, marginally. I don't know. I don't
Average is 5'9". That's the
I don't
average male.
feel particularly tall. So
We
I
can
don't know.
find
Is
out.
that
with that.
Is that average across males and females, or is that average?
Just males.
Just males? Oh. Oh.
The average woman, I believe, said 5 feet. No,
I think it's like 5'6".
Yeah, I would go with like 5'5", 5'6".
Okay, I don't remember what the internet said, but yeah.
The internet says anything it wants to. The internet says all kinds of stuff. Oh.
I got something here. It says, kind of regret removing 20%. Just looking for support. I was beyond the VNS or RNS. I was having four different kinds of seizures. I was a shit show, and I was told I needed to have 20% of my brain removed, or SUDEP would get me fast. Without 20%, 2 years later, I feel so hollow. They did take emotions, and I can feel that I'm missing things. It's weird as hell. Still have seizures, just way less. Even my love life, it's like any man is disposable, and I feel so bad saying that. Before surgery, I was married. They wrecked my brain to save my freaking life. I simply want to find quiet peacefulness, and divorce isn't fun. So, yeah, this person's just looking for support. I can say I haven't been married, but I guess it sucks that you lose your relationship or marriage because of epilepsy. I've heard it plenty of stories, and yeah, this person's. I guess they said they're just looking for support, and they're kind of angry because they said it took 20% just to save my life, and there's question mark.
Sounds like this one could use something besides. It's not the epilepsy. It's not the brain thing. It's a lot of other stuff that went wrong with your life, and you sounds more like OP is trying to see what to blame it on, kind of thing. Yeah, I think they need more help, because I mean, when it comes down to it, think about it. If this person wasn't going to stick around, then the vows didn't count. Like, it wasn't legit. It wasn't going to last. Something else would have gone wrong. So don't try to blame epilepsy or anything about yourself for something like that going wrong. But that's like, I would just go with like a general therapy thing on this one.
Okay.
OP got a lot to feel better about.
I got something else here. It says, how do you guys or gals with epilepsy deal with these few things? One, I've been wondering if these affect you. How bad or how do you deal with these? One, sunlight flashing between trees on the highway. Two, police or ambulance lights. Three, if something in TV is flashing. And four, if you blink really fast, could it cause an epileptic shock? None of those bother me. Yeah, the TV, I'm not photosensitive. Not that those things only bother photosensitive people, but I haven't went through any of those. Been in too many ambulance, and yeah. Ambulance, the lights have been on plenty of times when I was getting hauled off. So how do you guys deal with that?
Doesn't tend to bother me too much.
I don't like car lights. Now I noticed they're really bright. The new halogen car lights. Really,
Yeah.
really.
The new, like the new ones that like.
Yeah, they're like high beams from 30, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
They're
Remember, you
better
had
than high
people.
beams from back then.
Yeah, they're really bright. And like, I don't know. Well, those bother me. They're not like causing anything. They're just really annoying.
That's kind of what
That's all.
I'd go with.
That's all I
It's
got. Sorry.
I don't necessarily like it, but it's not causing seizures.
Jamar, give that to me. Oh, sorry, guys.
Some of the comments here. One says police and ambulance lights. I cover one or both of my eyes, depending on if I'm driving or not. I also keep glasses in my car meant to help people with photosensitive epilepsy. I often wear them while driving. While in a big box store with TV monitors or movies, same thing. I just cover one or both of my eyes. Another comment here says flashing lights hasn't triggered mine, but I'm also scared to go to Music Fest now. Someone says covering your eyes can sometimes be worse. Huh. I never heard anything like that before. Well, actually, yeah, they do that at the EMU. Close eyes, open eyes, but then covering them. I don't know how that would work. One here says, ever call out of work because of the fear of a seizure? I feel so stupid. I'm a 24-year-old female, have primary generalized tonic-clonic seizures that is pretty well controlled. My last seizure was May 1st of 2023, and my triggers are lack of sleep, dehydration, stress, and missing my meds. I only slept 2 hours last night, and I have been up since 2:30, getting so anxious knowing I could fall back asleep. I just called out of work to see if I can get a few more hours of sleep, and I told my supervisor why. But I just feel so stupid and dumb now. There's also a lot of change happening at my job, and I'm gonna have to balance a lot this week. So I know I need to have my wits about me and have my full seizure threshold up in that sense. Like it's a big deal, and I'm taking care of myself, but I'm just so worried and kind of annoyed at my epilepsy. It just feels dumb to me to call out so I can sleep more. I know it's a disability, but still, I don't know. I just need words of encouragement right now. Don't feel bad because I've been on my way to work and stopped and just didn't go to work. I've had friends call and say I had a seizure, which is bad. I wouldn't say do that. But yeah, dumb times. I'd be walking outside and friends are on their way somewhere. You want to go? And I'd be like, damn, I was on my way to work. How about you call and say I had a seizure? I've done that. Then you feel stupid. But if you need more sleep, you need more sleep. That's an honest reason to call off. Wouldn't feel dumb at all.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine, but thinking eventually, like following that everything happens for a reason kind of theme, that maybe this job isn't going to happen, you know?
Yeah. Okay. I got something here. It says,
Sorry.
possible focal aware seizure. I apologize in advance for grammar or spelling errors. I am using talk to text on my phone to post this. My husband started having nocturnal tonic-clonic seizures at the end of August last year. He's had 4 total. He's also had what we believe to be focal aware seizures, twice nocturnally, where he clicks his tongue, swallows aggressively, and clutches his hands or fingers like pinching motion. His latest tonic-clonic happened Monday at 3:30 a.m., and it kind of started as a focal and turned into a tonic-clonic. We saw a neurologist today. He increased the Keppra meds and added another med to start. Weirdly, as we started to leave, as we're leaving to the neurologist's office, we get to the car. My husband's standing there at the door, and I had already unlocked it with a key. but he didn't open it. I noticed he looked like he was chewing his mouth. I said, I thought I unlocked it. I said, I thought I unlocked as I unlocked it. He kind of stared at me weirdly, and then he opened the door. He was like, oh, it's open, then gets in the car and sits down, but he doesn't immediately shut the door like he normally does. He just sits there kind of staring off. Spacey look to his face, mouth still moving a little bit. I asked him if he's feeling okay, and kind of spacey, he doesn't really answer. Then he does, it's kind of slow. He says he's fine. I say, you going to buckle up that seatbelt, which he normally does right away. So then he does that kind of spacey and added in a little bit of swallowing here and there, just kind of staring off. I leave him alone for about 5 minutes as I pull out of the parking lot and start driving and ask him, are you okay? I think you had a little bit of an episode. He kind of seemed like he was back to normal, but also seemed like he thought I was crazy and annoyed because he was annoyed because he didn't know what I was talking about. This is the first time I've ever noticed during the daytime, wondering if he's had seizures because I missed because I'm at work while he's at home, not quite sure what to make of this new thing, just looking for some advice from someone who knows what I'm going through. Yeah. I don't think we actually know what she's going through if we're the one having the seizures then, right? There's one comment here, and one says, the spacey out thing right after the neurologist visit is wild timing. Definitely sounds like focal seizure since he had no memory of it happening. Thoughts and comments on that? You guys look like you're asleep, or is the screen frozen?
Greetings. Oh, here. What's up?
I don't know. I read a post. I don't think anybody heard it. I got another post here. It says, my doctor says absent seizures, but my symptoms sound more like focal seizures. I tend to have anxiety, deja vu feelings of depression, depressionalization, but they only last 5 to 10 seconds, and I can remember each one since I'm conscious during them. To me, it sounds like a combination of the two. What do you guys think that sounds like? It does sound like a focal. The anxiety and deja vu sounds like an aura.
I agree.
Yeah. Only 5 to 10 seconds if you're aware every time of what's going on. Sounds like it should be labeled as a focal. Wait, absent seizures, are you aware?
No.
Does anybody know if any of those signs sound like any other seizures? Because, yeah, to me, they sound like focals, and the anxiety sounds
I
like...
still get absence and focals and those words confused. If they're not saying tonic-clonic or grandma, I'm not positive how to distinguish between absence and focal. Because I thought to a certain extent, isn't an aura like a certain kind of seizure too? I think aura falls under.
That's what I've thought. Yeah,
that's what I was thinking of, the anxiety and deja vu.
That's what I mean. Like you refer to those as like what causes the auras, like what kind of like a trigger. But then it turns out that they already called that some kind of, because like so many of us have those ambulatory EEGs, and then they say you had like 10 seizures, and it's like, no, I didn't. But then they lead to the conclusion that you've been having seizures all the time. There is enough abnormal brain activity to call it a seizure, even if you didn't document it. And that's kind of where I dropped the ball on understanding how it works and when to say I have a seizure. I need to feel it or have some kind of proof.
There was never a time that I said I had a seizure. I was always told, or I was already at the EMU, the emergency room, or.
You never had like a wake up in the morning and tongue bleeding, that kind of headache, like that kind of seizure?
Since I've been here, no.
You must have diagnosed yourself of a seizure sometime.
Yeah.
Since I've been here, no. But every other time I've either probably maybe woken up like that, I've never been around anyone to tell anybody, hey, you guys, I had a seizure. I was home alone a lot, so I don't know.
Well, even when I have, I never actually administered the nasal am, and technically they want you to, if there's like any chance of a cluster. So yeah, even waking up from a seizure, knowing I had one, it didn't make a difference.
Okay. I got some here. Says my husband and I both had seizures for the first time this year. Could environmental factors be causing it? I lost consciousness for the first one in October 2025. It was unwitnessed and thought I just fainted, but my doctor said I needed to get evaluated for epilepsy. It happened to me again in November 2025. But my husband witnessed that one, and I had a full body stiffening, but no convulsions. My neurologist says that one was more likely to be a seizure than something like convulsive syncope. I've had 3 a day. Well, I've had a 3-day and a 7-day EEG since then and came back normal. It seems unlikely that both of us would have onset seizures within 4 months of each other unless there's something external causing it that we're both being exposed to. All 3 of the above mentioned incidents happened in our home, and more specifically, all 3 incidents happened in the same bathroom within our home. We lived here for almost 4 years. Nothing else lives with us other than our 2 chinchillas, one of which has witnessed 2 seizures. So 75% of them in the living, 75% of the living beings in this home have had seizures now. I started with the chinchilla, small guy, always in the house, then me. I work from home and spend like 90% of my time here. And then my husband, who does not work at home and spends much less time here. This past Sunday, my husband started convulsing and fell to the ground. I got a video of it, and from the video, the neurologist says it's likely to be a seizure. We're still working on getting his testing scheduled. Does anybody have any thoughts on what environmental factors could cause such a thing? We had someone check the home for carbon monoxide already and replace all of our CO detectors. We currently have mold and radon test incubating. Lead and asbestos tests are on the way. We don't think our tap water, but I'll probably get that tested anyway since we use it for cooking, brushing our teeth, etc. We also live about a mile away from a quarry. I'm wondering if there's anything related to the quarry that could be hazardous to us. Any thoughts and ideas and suggestions would be appreciated. I don't know. I don't know about something in the air that would cause a seizure.
Do they live near a university that might host chemistry researchers and Chinese nationals who might inject things under their front door? Are they getting hydrocodone injected into their house?
No. That story that we read, they weren't having seizures. They were just getting sick.
I mean, they very easily could have started having seizures if it went on.
Right. Yeah.
Did you miss the days when it was just flaming bag of dog poop on your doorstep. Now it's
Yeah.
liquidized oxycodone. Yeah. But yeah, they should test for every sort of chemical, especially if it happened in the bathroom, or they should talk with their neighbors, get a sample of the neighborhood, see if this has happened to anyone else. Because contaminations do happen of, water sources, soil, whatever. I don't know. Can happen.
Yeah.
Worth a try.
Yeah, I like how they're on top of stuff. They're getting everything checked instantly. A comment here says air pollution came to mind since it is my trigger, but you said it occurs in your home. Small crack in the heat exchanger of the furnace can release small quantities of CO and cause seizures, and not release high quantities of CO. What is CO?
Carbon monoxide.
CO, carbon monoxide. Okay.
Mm-hmm. One carbon atom, one oxygen atom. See?
Okay. It makes sense now.
Yep.
Mark, you know I don't think like you. Yeah. It may also be a food you're ingesting, like adulterated spices that contain lead, such as turmeric, cinnamon, and ginger.
You have to ingest a lot of ginger.
They'd have to be feeding it to the chinchilla too, right? Did this chinchilla have a seizure?
I don't think so. They didn't say
Did
this.
the
No.
Because they said 75% of the living beings in that house, and then they went on to list all the. Was the chinchilla included in the living beings that have had seizures there, or was?
Okay, it says so 75%. Oh, okay. Nobody else lives with us other than our two chinchillas, one of which has witnessed seizures. So 75% of the living beings in this home have had seizures now.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I stopped listening when they talked about the chinchilla. I just blacked out.
Like if there's two of them and two chinchillas and 75% have had seizures,
that's 3
then
of the living
one
beings.
chinchilla has had seizures too. So if it's turmeric or whatever, then they would have been loading the chinchillas up with turmeric too. And I can't imagine that going well. I can't imagine chinchillas eating turmeric like normally.
Yeah, you definitely
I
got to
don't
get
know.
some stuff checked out.
Maybe they might. They're. I don't know.
Seems like something's going on.
The amount that you would need to eat in order for there to be like neurological problems is just absurd. Yeah, I don't know. And ginger, like I agree with Kevin, the amount of ginger you'd need to eat, it's I don't think that's feasible as an explanation.
Yeah, I think you would. It's got to be something else and some other contaminant if it is. Um, 'Cause that's for two people to just develop epilepsy like that. It's the odds are.
2 people and a chinchilla.
Oh, the chinchilla has epilepsy too?
Oh, it had a seizure, I'm assuming, because 75% of the people in the house had seizures, they're saying.
Yeah, or they're just bad at, which is equally possible in this country. Oh,
That is very interesting. That them and the chinchilla. If I can read some more of these comments. One says, "I'm so sorry. This is horrible. It must be scary. I didn't read all the comments, but glad you're testing for molds and everything else. Mold was my first thought since it's in my bathroom. Black mold can cause neurological issues. Good luck." Another comment said, "Did you know that before your science? Did you know that before science explained it well, people thought seizures are caused by just being possessed?" And that got a bunch of downvotes.
I mean, yeah. And
Was there a point to that? I mean,
I think that's why it got a lot of downvotes. There didn't seem like one.
did you, sure, like, okay, did you know that one of Jesus's miracles was casting out demons that were causing epilepsy? Like, literally, epilepsy is in the Bible
Now,
and
I was gonna ask
curable
if it was like
by
1682 or
miracles,
something.
apparently. If there it's demon induced. I don't know what diagnostic would indicate demon induced versus natural causes, but
Hmm.
you
All right, a few more of these comments. One says, "Yes, I lived in an apartment with black mold from sewage leaking into my apartment. Definitely had something to do with why my seizures came back in the first place." One last comment says, "Lots of diseases are environmental. Most dangerous ones you cannot see. My grandfather had a beautiful home till one day he went in the attic covered with mold. He got diagnosed with dementia and lost his mind. It cost $15,000 to $20,000 to remove the mold. Remember asbestos, lead, lead those are toxin, lead those are toxic to your mind and body. Get as much testing as you can." My mother-in-law also lived in an area where they all drink tap water. Everyone had dementia. They all developed a neuro disease by the time they were 50. The youngest was 35 when diagnosed. All drinking the same tap water. The people that didn't drink the tap water we've talked have no issues.
I mean, how old were the houses though, too? I mean, they mentioned like asbestos and like lead paint, and I mean, if they're living in an area where the houses are from like the ninth, like World War II era, then that could have been it, not just exactly tap water, but just throwing that out there. I
and
don't know the situation.
don't most houses have mold in them?
I mean,
of
somewhere, probably if
some
they're at least 20 years old, probably somewhere, right?
yeah, of some form or another, there's probably something in that painted. Is it a
No, I've
painter?
heard that fact. It's like 97% of houses have mold, some form of mold.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
I think these people should get a blood test to see if there's anything in their body.
And
Yeah.
get the chinchilla tested because
Right. Of
they
course,
also
the
got
chinchilla.
seizures.
Is it cheaper to get a chinchilla a chinchilla's blood tested for black mold than it is to have your own blood tested? Because that might be a way to save some money. If they could get the vet to test the chinchilla for them and find out there's black mold that way.
Mm.
Probably cheaper for the dog now at this point.
Yeah.
So it's probably covered under insurance if they
Yeah.
explain the totality of the thing. But
Oh, they do not give a fuck. All of my stuff went up this last month, right before I needed to refill my meds, right before I was about to have the extended EEG. My healthcare got taken away. So
Wow.
everything has a copay and a premium now. But hey, at least we're bombing Iraq, right? Or Iran. That's the most important thing. Not health insurance. Bombing innocent civilians. That's the most important thing.
Well, nuclear scientists.
I think he was being sarcastic.
Yes, that's purely sarcasm, just in case anyone didn't tell. Fuck Trump,
Yeah.
fuck the war, fuck spending billions of dollars a day while I now have to pay much higher for my
I don't
needed
think this part is
medication.
sarcastic.
And don't
No,
forget they're tearing
not that
down.
last sentence, Mark. Not that last sentence. That was me exploding. But
Too late to take that back.
Don't forget they're tearing down part of the White House to build some gold-plated fucking shitstorm of Trump's
oh
brilliant
yeah,
mind.
that was done
With
months ago. But apparently it's not taxpayer funded. It's
yeah,
ahead of
right,
schedule and under budget. I mean, how can you complain about that, right?
for sure.
You know Trump loves balls.
Gold, especially
Baller.
gold ones, especially if they're dipped in gold.
I got something here. It says, could my Lamotrigine or clobazam be the reason cannabis isn't helping my epilepsy as much as it used to? At the start of December, I was put on brivaracetam, which is Briviact.
Brivaracetam.
And I experienced really terrible side effects from it, such as crippling anxiety and insomnia. It didn't help my seizures at all. A friend of my dad's who used to have epilepsy gave me some cannabis to help since it helped his epilepsy a lot. When I took it, I didn't have a seizure for nearly a month. While beforehand, I had been having them basically every day, but then I was prescribed Lamotrigine and clobazam later on. Although the clobazam occasionally helps me calm down, the Lamotrigine really hadn't been doing much for me at all, even though I'm currently on 175 milligrams a day. And I've noticed that now when I try cannabis, it doesn't have the same side effects at all compared to what it used to do. And I understand that could simply be the matter of tolerance, but I've read that Lamotrigine and clobazam can reduce the effectiveness of cannabis, and I was wondering if anyone has had similar experience, and I'm wondering if I should quit my Lamotrigine and go full on medical cannabis. That sounds really, really. You shouldn't do that. That sounds like a bad idea. I take Lamotrigine, and it hasn't. I have some clobazam, and yeah, my tolerance to weed is. I feel like it's always been the same. Yeah, Andrea and Kevin, don't you guys take clobazam and Lamotrigine?
I take Lamotrigine, but not clobazam.
Have your tolerance went down because of it? This person is willing to quit the Lamotrigine, full on medical cannabis. It says.
Tolerance for what? For
Uh,
weed?
no, it said. I was wondering if anyone else has had the similar experience, and I'm wondering if I should quit my Lamotrigine and go full on medical cannabis.
Well, I know my weed tolerance has gone way down, but that's because I had to quit smoking because I was over medicated with the seizure meds.
Yeah.
This person wants to quit their meds and go on full medical weed.
That's what it says. Go on full medical cannabis.
Ooh.
Well, if they're an adult
Yeah.
and they are willing to live with all of the repercussions of their decision,
Right.
well, that's,
I,
fine.
I get the freedom thing, but it's as a fellow epileptic, I can't suggest that to this person. going off your meds like that because I think I there's no evidence that marijuana is a cure for epilepsy.
Not even evidence that it's an effective anticonvulsant. It's only helpful to treat a handful of specific seizure disorders. It's not, yeah, definitely not a cure for epilepsy. But if
So I
they
just
just want to get stoned as fuck and not take any AEDs, then, whatever, why not? If they are willing to live with the seizures that they have, if they're staying off the roadways, you know, it's dumb, but it's their brain, you know.
Right. Yeah. I don't suggest stopping the Lamotrigine. It's done good to me. Everybody's body is different, but yeah, I'm with you there. I don't suggest it, but you're an adult, and yeah, my tolerance is just fine. And Lamotrigine does nothing. Yeah. Two comments here. One says, I'm on this too, and I might be scared I'll lose the effects of cannabis in the future. I'm on 250 milligrams of Lamictal. Another comment says, when I was on clobazam, I also take Lamotrigine and a host of other medications. They worked, clobazam, and it worked at a dispensary. It didn't necessarily change the efficiency of my seizure control, but it did hit me like a goddamn freight train. I was slurring my speech at work, and combining the two made me feel like I was in that scene in Wolf of Wall Street, full of quaaludes crawling out of the car. You said that right there. Thank you. What is quaaludes? Is that a drug?
Disco biscuits.
It's like a date rape drug, basically. Like
Well,
more
they were
popular in like the 70s, 80s
Oh,
ish.
like that one guy Bill Cosby got. Is that what
Yeah.
he was using? Well, I don't
Yep.
know what he was using, but
it's I
I mean,
don't
it
think
does have
it's
other
Cosby.
purposes, but that's what
The
unfortunately it's
Quaaludes
more known
act
for.
on the GABA A receptor, which is the same one that the benzodiazepines act on, but rather than the benzodiazepines increase the
it's too much.
signal when the transmitter is activated, whereas um, the Quaaludes activate the GABA A receptor. So it's a different mechanism of action, but it's a similar sort of um, primary um, target for the receptors. So they both produce a similar sort of loosening of inhibitions. They kind of help to increase or they amplify the um, effects of alcohol. Um, um, but yeah, there's supposed to be some distinct differences, subjective differences in the sensations of the uh, Quaaludes versus the benzodiazepines. The Quaaludes had a much um, higher affinity likelihood prone or I don't know. They were much more likely to be abused than the benzos. The benzos didn't give as much of a reinforcement seeking high. So Um, yeah, they were removed from the market because of that. So, um,
I
yeah,
can think of a
it's
couple of songs where the word dudes was rhymed with quaaludes
really.
over the years, but yeah, we'll just
um,
I
Well,
won't I don't want to say the lines, but yeah.
well, um, yeah, but I mean, their popularity back in the 70s is what gave them the nickname Disco Biscuit. They were really big in the club scene, club and dance scene. Um,
There's also a band called the Disco Biscuits.
hey,
Really? Wow.
Wow. It's an
Uh,
interesting name.
They're kind of electronic jam band.
And nobody probably thinks
makes
anything of
sense.
it.
That's really cool. Jam band from Philly, even. How about that?
Oh, are they from Philly? I don't know.
That's what Wikipedia says.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was trying to show my food as Mark was talking and poured juice all over my laptop and phone. That's why I got up and ran away. Uh, so there's that.
Yes. Life lessons. Bring the camera to the food, not the other way around. All right.
It
Hey,
looks delicious though.
you
Yeah, it
you
did
taught
look
me that, not a life lesson, because I didn't even think of that once I spilled it. I was still trying to figure out a way. How could I show him? But thanks, Mark. Now I know. Yeah,
So what? That's Mark 101, right?
right.
We had Tom 101 and
Yeah, because this laptop was a gift. Uh, really want to take care of it. Uh, yeah, but believe I have a post here, and it says, "Oh, no one's here that does that." Okay.
and now I'm interested. I want to know what that was.
Uh, it says, "How many
Since you
of you?
said no one here that does that, I got to know now.
How many of you are conscious during your seizures?" I'm taking about. I'm taking about the type where you spaz out uncontrollably and can't get up off the ground. This is a nightmare for me, but I've never heard anyone else being awake during these. I know me and Angel have said we have, but I don't think any of you have told me any stories about you guys having seizures and being conscious and all that. Mark, you got something?
yeah, yeah. I have recollections of the uh I mean, not conscious through the whole experience, but I do have memories, recollections of events that happened
During?
um, during my tonic clonic on January 17, 2023. I think 24. That there's the video footage that my mom captured. But I remember what happened afterwards. I remember dialogue that happened afterwards, and I recounted it to my mom. I told her what I remember, what I heard, and it was correct. She told me that's what was said. You know, um, and that's not in the video, so it's not something that I could have picked up. And it's not like my parents were sitting there talking and rehashing the exact dialogue that they had with each other in any setting that I could have overheard and absorbed. So the only way that that is possible is if I have some memory of some sort of what was going on during that tonic-clonic that maybe is just not accessible or indexed in the way that other memories are, or yeah, I don't know. But I mean, there's something there. I very firmly believe that um, just because there's no memories of what happens during a tonic-clonic, that does not mean that the person is not conscious during the tonic-clonic. Um, yeah,
To go along
because
with what
the difference between being unconscious and just not having your brain record the memories, to a person after the fact, there would be no difference. But to the person in the moment, um, could be a very real, significant subjective difference. So,
I'm going to read a couple of these comments because this one is kind of saying that Mark's opinion is saying the opposite. It says conscious would be a complicated choice of words to describe it. On certain occasions, when people have seen me before the seizure started, they claim that I am aware something is happening and I will start to put my hands out to find balance, or my speech will begin to slur. In two separate incidents, when I was driving, I apparently pulled over on the side of the road and put the car in park. We learned that the seizures were when I first wake up and me springing out of bed, rushing somewhere was a recipe for disaster. And things are safe now, and I finally have my license back. Another comment here says, had a buddy in basic who dealt with, is basic a place? It says,
basic training,
Basic training.
military.
oh, okay. Had a buddy in basic who dealt with this, and he described it exactly how you're saying, completely aware, but totally locked out of controlling anything. The way he explained it was like being the passenger in your own body while someone else is driving drunk. From what he told me, it's way more common than people think, but nobody really talks about it because it's such a mind fuck of an experience. He said the worst part wasn't even the seizure, but the panic of knowing what's happening and not being able to do anything about it. Medical at our base actually had protocols specifically for conscious seizures, so I guess it happens. It happens enough that they're prepared for it. You're definitely not alone in this, even though it feels like you are when it's happening. Have you been able to find any docs? I thought people with epilepsy wouldn't be in the service. That threw me for a loop. Uh, I did read that right? You guys heard me
Yeah,
say somebody was
that's
in
what
the
I heard
service.
too.
Oh, yeah. Says the base has protocols for conscious seizures. So
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that they allow an epileptic person to remain in the military. They have protocols for seizures, and they have protocols to, medical discharge, honorable medical discharge. So, I wouldn't necessarily assume that means that you can serve and, you know,
Maybe they were already in the military when they started having seizures.
waivers may be considered if an applicant has been seizure-free and off medication for at least 5 years since age 5. While active duty members who develop epilepsy may face discharge, some may continue service if their condition is well managed. So, yeah, it sounds like you said,
There's some things that are a little more flexible. Defense contractors roles, other branches. I don't have my glasses with me. I can't see a damn thing. Uh, maybe
They all
do
need
you need
glasses.
do you need to go to basic training to be like a contractor in the army?
Hmm,
I don't think
I
so.
didn't think of that.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on what you're contracting to do, you know, I guess. If you like contractor is a euphemism for like private military company and I think usually those guys are mostly serve like come from the service.
I got
I don't
something
know.
because there was a guy I met. Well, actually, no, I didn't meet him. Uh, my mother was talking to him while I was in the shower. There was a guy who said that he has epilepsy and he has PTSD, and he went to the service and he was knocking on the door because he was trying to get money for people who left the service recently. I forgot money for vets. There we go. Uh, but yeah, he said that he was in the service and he did some tours in the service until he was diagnosed with epilepsy, and then he became a mechanic in there. He didn't say anything about like getting kicked out or anything, but I never thought to put that together to tell you guys. But yeah, that's a story of a guy who was a mechanic. So you probably can just move to something less dangerous. I wouldn't say a mechanic is less dangerous. Well, it's less dangerous than getting shot at. So yeah, the worst that can happen is you get run over by a car or electrocuted.
It
Well,
depends on why
it's
they're working on their
dangerous.
vehicles.
It can yeah, it's dangerous working with machines of any sort, large heavy machinery of any sort always has a higher rate of workplace injury and fatalities. Um,
I was only a or quote unquote only a bicycle mechanic, and I have plenty of scar tissue on my hands and arms from that. So yeah, it depends what kind of mechanic they were. If it was a car one, I can only imagine that that would be, you got heavier parts to deal with. You'd get worse injured than a bicycle mechanic. I know I can't see it on camera, but yeah, this knuckle right here ripped off enough flesh down to nearly the bone. I had it wrapped up for like a couple of months. I was still working and everything, but I couldn't bend it, couldn't move it. You can definitely see the chunk of scar tissue on it, and that was just bicycles. So, car or mechanic can be anything. You could work on big ass like industrial machines in like skyscrapers or something, all the way up to that. You're working with machines, shit's gonna happen sometimes. It's just part of the job.
I got something here. It says, your experience with side effects. Hey there, a few weeks ago, I wrote a post about considering to stop my medication. I didn't, just an FYI. I didn't go into why I want to stop taking medication in the first place. The fact that they aren't 100% effective is one thing. I've had 2 seizures in the meantime. The other thing are the side effects. I can't say which symptoms are caused by which medication or whether they're caused by the medication at all. But I'm experiencing problems with such as weight gain, bad skin, tiredness, concentration issues, depression, thoughts of harming myself, etc. My doctor told me that weight gain and tremors are typical side effects of one of the medications, but he has heard less about the others. I therefore I'd therefore be interested in hearing about experiences with others with specific medications rather than just read a list of side effects on a package leaflet. Is there anyone can read about people's experiences, or should we just use the comment section? That was obviously the place I was going to go. Thanks for your contribution.
Did they mention what medications they're taking?
They
Yeah, I was
did.
waiting for the name too.
Wait, no, they didn't.
They didn't, yeah.
But they did say it caused bad skin and weight gain, few things, depression, ideation. Yeah. I take Lamotrigine, and I have insomnia. That's one that comes to mind first. There was something else that I told myself the other day could be caused by the Lamotrigine, but I forgot what it was. You guys got any specific side effects?
I would say I'm on different ones than you. Obviously, we've talked about it, Pookie. But yeah, insomnia. If I get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night, I'm fucking stoked. Like this last night, I went to bed like 11:30. I was starting to get tired, so I don't know, however long it took me to finally fall asleep. And then when I woke up the next time, I was like, damn, I could still tell it was all dark outside and everything. And I was just like, okay, got to be the middle of the night. Check my phone. It's a 2:07. So at most, I had been asleep for like 2 hours, and that was it. I didn't fall back asleep for the rest of the night. I just kept laying there, like tossing, turning, just thinking random shit in my head. I got up, started looking at shit up on my phone, but that was it. Just 2 hours last night. Usually, I can get like 4 to 6, and then that would be a good night for me. But yeah, last night was particularly bad. And I still probably won't fall asleep until midnight again tonight. And
mine is worse than that. My problem is actually getting to sleep. I can get good sleep, but falling asleep, my body's like, nope, we're not ready. Nope, it's only 4 a.m. Oh, the sun's coming up. We're not tired yet.
Yeah.
I tell myself we need to sleep. So now it's daytime and I'm sleeping the day away because I was up all night. And mine's is like, it's like I'd be laying there and then 2 hours later I'd be asking myself, was I asleep or have I just been laying here looking at the ceiling for 2 hours? And then it'd happen again and I'm like, have I just been laying here all this time? Daydreaming, basically. That's what it feels like. Hours are passing and every time I look up, hours have passed and I'm still laying here wondering if it was daydreaming or a dream. Well, a dream or, daydreaming, basically. Anybody else dealing with insomnia?
That's funny. I kind of like, sometimes I have the opposite. Like I'll fall asleep for a little bit and I'll just have like what seems like this like long, super long dream. Like you go through all these crazy situations, like all of this, right? And then I wake back up and I'm like, oh, okay, it's got to be like close to morning, right? And then I check my phone and it'll be like, fuck, it's only been like an hour since the last time I checked it. Like I swear that dream had to have been longer than that. Like how does this happen? Like none of it makes sense in my head. And so yeah, when I'm doing the longer EEG, they're like, oh, we're gonna keep you sleep deprived to try and make you have a seizure and this and that. And I'm just like, you should probably try and make me go to sleep, because that would be different from my normal my normal evenings at this point. But yeah, it's it's weird what your mind will kind of like trick you into sleep-wise or like length-wise of it.
What were the symptoms they were actually dealing with other than the insomnia?
I'm sorry, I scrolled off.
That's okay. I thought I remembered them saying something about suicidal ideation, which
They did.
I had that when I was on Keppra. When I took zonisamide, I lost 40 pounds.
Mm.
So, I mean, there's definitely some medications cause different side effects.
Yeah, I've lost like 47 pounds now on Lamactal, which is awesome. I'm past my target weight now in the opposite direction.
They
So,
got they got me off the zonisamide, and I've gained 10 pounds in the last month.
weight's
Nice.
fun.
Wait, is that good or bad?
That's good. I want to gain another 10.
Oh,
I know. I was
nice.
gonna say, I want to take that one. Shit.
Uh,
No,
Yeah,
don't take
Lamactal's.
zonisamide. Just don't take zonisamide. You'll have no appetite.
no
Oh.
appetite at all?
I barely ate.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I
They took
get
me
from.
off. They took me off of it, and I just eat everything all the time. I'm eating all the time now.
Okay, I got something here. It says zonisamide taper. Little backstory. Around 2021, I started experiencing episodes of anxiety, palpitations, and maybe some confusion. I was under a lot of stress during that time. I was originally diagnosed with panic attacks and tried medication for 4 weeks with no change. Since then, I have seen 3 neurologists. First said no seizures, second said yes seizures, and the third was like for a final opinion. All my tests have been normal. I've tried 6 medications. The stress in my life is under control, and the side effects of these medications give me started to become too much. I was on zonisamide 200 milligrams, and I went to 100 milligrams for a week. I am now 3 days unmedicated. This is all under the supervision of my neurologist. Has anyone experienced a similar background? Has anyone came off of this medication, specifically zonisamide? What did you experience at first? Are you still seizure free?
Well, they took me off of it when I was in the EMU and just never put me back on it, and now I can eat. The no appetite was my biggest side effect from zonisamide, but if I'm seizure free is yet to be determined.
Okay. TBD.
Yeah. Well, we got to figure out what these weird heart rate spikes in my sleep are about first before I could honestly answer that. Because they might be seizures, but I don't know.
This person said heart palpitations too. Is that basically what you were saying?
No, my heart rate goes from like 50 to 200 and then right back down right after I go to sleep. Not every time, but like 9 times in the last, what, 2, 3 weeks?
Mm. Mm. I got something else
I
here.
get that too. I get that too.
Do
Something
you know if
here
it's seizures?
is
I I don't know. I just know it's like when I'm awake, like sometimes I'll just be laying there like, trying to fall asleep or something, and then like I feel like my heart is like pumping like super, super fast, and then it'll just stop, like, and go back down. And then around that time too, I usually feel like warm. Like
Well,
I don't want to say hot flash, but just like a quick, like, few minutes like being really warm, like right after it, and then I'll like change the setting on my fan, and then it'll go down, and then I'll change it again, and it's just like, it almost seems like a game of
hot
playing,
flashes.
what temperature to keep your room at while you're sleeping, type of thing.
yeah,
Sounds like hot flashes.
yeah, could be. But mine is just it goes up and then back down and I'm dead asleep. I've got it on camera and I don't even move.
Oh wow.
And it
I think
just like spikes up and then goes right back down within like a couple minutes.
dang.
Hmm.
Yeah, hopefully it happens yeah, while I have my stay, so they can at least know something that's going on with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see.
When are you doing that?
Um, April 13th through the 17th.
Be
So for
thinking of
that,
you.
yeah, that Monday through Friday that week, yeah, I'll be there doing that. So
I hope you
I'll
get good
definitely,
results.
yeah, me too. Like, or I hope I do, and I hope I don't. Because if I do get good results, that means I had some seizures. So that's obviously not fun, but as you guys know, but yeah, we'll see.
Not fun,
Yeah,
but worth the information.
yeah, it should be, and it, yeah, an investment in the long run.
Yep.
Take
I got
short-term
something.
pain for the long-term gain, right?
Yeah.
I got something. Says, is it only me? Wait, is it only me that even without photosensitive epilepsy, flashing lights feel more annoying or distracting? Like before, I knew I had epilepsy. Flashing lights were just a thing that happened. But now it feels like an annoying or big thing that I I'd do anything to remove. Like whenever something flashes in a movie, I'm more agitated or frustrated as if I'm afraid it'll cause a seizure, even if I'm not photosensitive. Uh, that person's basically saying they're the only person that gets angry when the lights. That's what I took from it.
I know I don't like it when that kind of stuff happens, like the big flashy, like anything really flashy or bright. It's irritating to me, but not like makes me angry. I just don't like it. I don't like the way it makes my eyes feel.
Yeah, this person said even like whenever seeing something in a movie, they get more agitated and frustrated. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's same thing. I feel, yeah, kind of weird or kind of annoyed by it. Like if I'm playing a video game or watching something on YouTube or, video whatever. But I've always wondered if it's more because nothing's ever happened. I've never had a seizure after it, so I know I'm not, yeah, photosensitive to it. So I don't know if it's just more of like, a mental thing, like, oh, I have epilepsy. Might this do something? Like if I didn't have it, would that actually make me feel that way? Probably not. But yeah, it's just a little, uncomforting, I guess you could say, when that does happen. For me personally, at least.
Yeah. Got some comments here. One says, mate, you're definitely not alone on this one. Once you become aware of epilepsy, even if you're not photosensitive, your brain just starts hyper focusing on any flashing lights like it's some kind of threat. It's like when someone mentions breathing and all of a sudden manually controlling every breath. Now that you know seizures are a possibility, those flashing lights hit different. Your anxiety probably ramps up because part of you always on guard, even when logically you know you're fine. Proper knowing how the brain works sometimes. Another comment here says, I'm not photosensitive, but flashing lights have always given me headaches or migraines. Weirdly, one of my seizures triggers a smell. Anybody ever got that one? Get like weird smells? I've heard people say they smelled stuff burning and stuff like that. That hasn't been me. I got the metallic taste, but other than that, I never smelled something that wasn't there. Um, okay.
I've heard smell like if you smell smoke, that's kind of like a sign of like a stroke, but I've never heard it have a smell have anything to do with epilepsy.
I've never had. Well, I've had a stroke once, and I didn't smell anything,
Yeah.
or well, not that I remember. Yeah,
Can't some people have like a smell that's like their aura? I think I've heard that before.
yeah. I was gonna say I think I heard that before. I've heard of smells and taste, the
Yeah.
metallic taste, and then the smelling burnt popcorn, and some people will say smelling. I forgot what the last person that said smelling it, but the burnt popcorn was one of them. I have not, but I got something else here. It says blindness due to epilepsy. I'm new to Reddit. I'm relatively new to epilepsy, but I feel like it's wearing me down too fast. I was diagnosed in 2023, but I had epilepsy as a child. I just didn't know it. And I feel like I'm deteriorating. I don't even know how it happened. I have injuries all over my body and kind of blindness. I'm okay, but is there something more to it? Should I be worried? The doctors say it's normal. Is it really? I am almost blind in my left eye, and my left foot is very weak, and I use orthosis. Is this normal? Do you think I should look for another neurologist? I don't know about the blindness. I mean, my stroke caused one of my eyes to mess up, and now my vision is just not as good as it used to be. But blindness, no.
Sounds like you're having a lot of body problems. You should get an internal medical doctor to check you out there. Yeah.
Actually, now that I think about it, I was just diagnosed with blind in my right eye. So
Have
I
you been
have,
taking your drops?
I mean, the OP,
can't remember
just
last night. I've been trying, but I'm gonna keep it real. I haven't kept up with it. I don't think there's ever a day where I remember to do it 2 days in a row. But I'm getting there.
Keep practicing.
Any of you guys ever had any loss of vision due to epilepsy?
I haven't had loss of vision, but I see and hear shit that's not there. So I don't know if that's the same. So
Yeah.
Sure that's not your weed?
no, it's not. I actually asked the neurologist that since since my crap is on the right side, right behind the temporal lobe, sometimes it'll like bang into there and I'll see stuff and I'll hear stuff. And it's so funny because I'll be like, what did you say? I'd be like, nothing. I'll be like, cool. And I'll look down the hall and there'll be something there. And I'll be like, what is that? Then it'll be gone. It's good stuff. But that's normal. It's not a pre-seizure thing or anything. It's just that's what happens. So it's good stuff.
I got something here. It says, after multiple seizures, how long were you stuck in the hospital? I had 8 focal impaired seizures today, the longest one lasting 8 minutes. I'm so thankful for my husband for this because I have had very little memory of any of this. I was admitted to the hospital, but I haven't been told how long I'm going to have to be here. No one is sure yet. So when you had multiple seizures, for people who have had this happen to you, how long was your stay and why did they keep you so long? I've gone 9 months seizure free, so this is rather depressing. I'm not sure what caused it. The doctors here are thinking the stress of my increase in migraines could be stressing my body out. The longest I stuck in the hospital, every time I get there, it seems like I'm there a long time for nothing, but they always want to keep you for 4 hours and just keep a watch on you. So I just stopped going because I don't have 4 hours to give you guys every time I have a seizure. No one comes and checks on you. It's just, I'm going to put you in this bed and check on you in 2 hours. And if you're okay, then we'll let you go. Or 4 hours sometimes. I hate it, especially when I hit my head. They're just like, we want to watch you. It makes no sense. I feel like I'm taking up space sometimes, but somebody else, yeah. I got something. It says fired as a patient for having breakthrough seizures in a non-therapeutic dose. Got a call today. I should have known this would happen. Why agree to take me as a patient when I'm going to be doing a med change in the first place? This one doesn't make sense. Why agree to take me on as a patient when I'm doing a med change in the first place? Was the question. Maybe the doctor knew what they were talking about. I don't know. That's a weird question. But the first comment here says, that's absolute bullshit. What kind of neurologist fires someone for having seizures during a med transition? Like that's literally the most vulnerable time when you need support the most. Hope you can find someone that actually understands epilepsy management. You guys ever had a neurologist say they don't want to work with you?
I've only had one, so they didn't say they didn't want to work with me.
Yeah, I'm only on my second neurologist.
I'm on my third, but I requested the first change, so
I'm on my second only because my first retired, so I didn't ask for a change. But I'm asking for a change from the one I have now because I never got to meet him, never got to show him any records, tell him anything about my history with epilepsy, and then he still prescribed Omvi just based on what I was told. I mean, what he was told in 10-minute interview. Have not taken the Omvi.
Yeah, 3 or 4. 4, no, yeah.
Say that again?
3 or 4. I don't remember. Yeah, it's been I don't know, I've been around a long time. I just don't remember.
I'm on my third and I just got diagnosed in 2020. The first one was just a general neurologist, and I asked for a specialist, so they sent me to an epileptologist, and then he couldn't do anything else for me, so he referred me to a higher level epilepsy center.
Has anyone tried the keto or carnivore diet? As the title says, anyone tried keto or carnivore diet? How did you go about it? What was the impact on your day-to-day life? How did you feel? Did it really impact your seizures? Would anyone advise you not to do it? I'm currently using lacosamide and oxycarbazepine and thinking of trying keto diet. Never tried the keto diet. Carnivore diet is basically like eating meat, right?
Yeah. Carnivore, I think, is a lot of meat, and then the keto is all protein and fat, I think.
No sugars or stuff like that, no carbs, or very few.
Oh. Very few. Okay. Yeah.
It's generally for children starting out, but it can be for anyone because I mean it can be really heavy on the body, the ketogenic diet, because you have to be really strict with it. It changes your body, your metabolism into a state of your metabolism into a state of ketoacidosis, and I suppose that yeah.
There's 2 comments here, or 3. One says it's scientifically proven. 3 downvotes. One says keto is a hit or miss for some people, but carnivore is not worth it. It will cause other health issues for you. Another comment, the last one says diet can definitely help, but in the most cases, can't replace medications. Keto for seizure treatment has been 100%, has to be 100% followed. No cheat days, no exceptions. In general, keto is only used for children whose diets are controlled by parents or people who use tube feeds and can order special keto formula. Think of it like medication. If you skip your meds, you could seize. If you skip a single meal of keto, you could seize. For most people, this isn't advisable. You're always welcome to reduce carbs and try it out, though. I would suggest talking to your neurologist first, since keto diets can affect how your medications work or could be unhealthy for a specific medical situation. That's interesting. Yeah, that's all the comments. Worst seizures after meds. I was recently diagnosed with epilepsy and suffer from focal temporal lobe seizures. Today I took my first dose of Lamotrigine and have had the worst seizure yet. Has anyone else found this? My partner said I was sort of slurping while it happened, but I have no memory of this. Never ever happened before. He also said he was asking me questions, which I don't remember, and I was generally just less aware than I usually am. And he said my eyes went really wide, just hoping it's one of them off from my first dose. Oh, hoping it's a one-off from my first dose. I don't think I had any worse seizures like after I started taking meds, because I only had 2 seizures and then they added meds. So, any of you guys got worse seizures with meds and experiences? And
Briviact.
Nice.
When Briviact was added as a third med to my cocktail temporarily, it caused a whole real sudden increase in focal clusters. So I didn't even fully taper onto Briviact before I was taken off of it. So that was no fun.
Got another post here. It says, "Do you guys smoke weed?" Hello, I'm taking a high dose of Lamotrigine, 600 milligrams daily. I haven't had a seizure in 4 years. However, I drink alcohol on the weekends. I've decided to stop drinking as I understand how bad it is for my health. I still smoke weed, and I'm wondering if others have had bad experiences or is it beneficial? I've seen online that it isn't the best. Please let me know your experiences, personal experiences, please. 4 years seizure free caught my attention, which is nice, and then 600 milligrams of Lamotrigine. I talked to a doctor and they told me they thought 200 milligrams was high, but 600 milligrams is a lot.
Yeah, sure. I'm at 750, so
Of Lamotrigine?
yeah.
Oh,
And
wow.
3,000 of Keppra too. So,
Wow.
and I just took it 5 minutes ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
3,000 of Kepra?
Yeah.
Sorry to chime in. Damn. My
1,500 in the morning, 1,500 at night, and then whatever 750, what is that? 375 of Lamactal in the morning, at night, and at night. But go on, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that's crazy to me because I got to 2,000 at one point, and my doctors were like, yeah, this is as high as we can go. We need to put you on a second med." So just hearing that someone's on 3,000, I was like, wow.
I don't remember who it was, but I heard, I don't know if I read it or talked to somebody, but somebody I talked to said 4,000. And
Jeez.
my neurologist said they don't like going above 3,000. So I don't know.
Wow.
Could
Kate
have to
told
do
me.
with body weight though too.
Kate told me
Hey,
she was at
also,
6,000.
Who
yeah,
did?
Kate.
Oh wow.
that's a lot.
That's wow.
Yeah, she said that's what she was told that the max dose was 6,000.
Jesus.
But
That's a
you know,
ton.
like Andrea said, the Lamotrigine could go along with your weight because, like I said, I'm pushing 200 and I'm only on 200 milligrams, and the doctor told me that was high. So,
With
I was taking that at 130 pounds.
Lamotrigine, apparently, my neurologist, she's had me take 2 blood tests because apparently Lamotrigine can be picked up in your blood, and they can tell where you are on the, red, bad, green, good scale. And I was smack in the middle when I was at 675. I don't remember. 600. Math is really hard today. But before they increased me from 600 to 750, that's right. They gave me a blood test, and the blood test shows, because different people have different levels, they metabolize it differently and all kinds of stuff. So they can tell on the blood test if there's more room to grow with your lamotrigine or not. So I don't know, for whatever that's worth. That's what I was told.
That's true. I didn't think about the body weight thing. I weigh about 125, 130 ish. So I'd probably be on a lower dose than a lot of people.
how tall are you?
5'8".
Okay. Yeah. I met a guy here who said he was 100 pounds and he was 6 feet. You watch from the beginning, yeah.
That's very thin.
That's crazy. Like, yeah, I feel too skinny myself. Even in
Andy lived alone. I was surprised, but yeah, his name was Canned Tuna. It's like episode 4, maybe. But yeah, very interesting.
I think I'm gonna call it a night.
All
Been
right.
good seeing everyone.
Yeah,
See you,
you too, Mark.
Have a good night, Mark.
Have a good one, man.
Everyone.
About 10 p.m. over there?
Huh?
Yeah. I said 10 p.m., right?
Yeah, a bit after 10. So, yeah, got to get my beauty rest for the morning show. All
See you tomorrow.
dolled up and pretty. All right, see ya.
Have a good night, man.
Have a good night, man.
Good one. Yeah, I got something here though. It says, how do you track your seizures if you can't remember them? My wife has had seizures, and I have pretty good log of the ones that I've witnessed or other people have told me about. But I'm away from home for work like 12 to 15 hours a day between 4 to 7 days a week. Wow. Variably. She's alone with our toddler most of the day. I can't exactly get good answers about whether or not mommy had a seizure today. She is medicated. It's mostly working, but sometimes she tells me she has awoken from a nap but doesn't remember lying down. She is having mostly focal seizures, and I have witnessed about 5 tacos in the past year. It says tacos. 2 of them in the middle of the night. I'm frequently terrified. I will come home and ... Who knows? Her memory seems to stop recording, in quote recording. when the seizures start. And she doesn't seem to form any new memories for at least a half an hour after she is coherent enough to tell you her name and what day it is. So how do you keep a seizure diary without a 24-hour witness? Andrea can tell us.
With my tonic-clonics, I pretty much would wake up on the floor, confused out of my mind and not know what was going on, and finally put it together that, oh, I must have had a seizure. But I may have had seizures that I don't remember. I don't know because I'm by myself 99% of the time.
My question was, how do you keep a seizure diary without a 24/7 witness? You're the only one who doesn't live with anybody, so that's why I asked.
Yeah, I mean, really, I mean, it used to be like before Andrew died, when I would basically put it together that I had a seizure, I would call him if he wasn't here and he would come home from work. But I don't know, I have a bunch of apps on my phone where I can try and track all the things, and I have cameras now, and cameras would be a good idea for them if they're wanting to keep it more.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah, as soon as you said cameras, that came to mind.
Because they could go back and check the footage.
Yeah, they could be like, you're looking weird right here. You stopped for too long.
But, if she's only having focals, those are going to be a lot harder to spot than a tonic-clonic.
Yeah. Because she could just be staring at something, and then the camera can probably just see her and not what she's staring at. Yeah. That's how you track the seizures. It's easy when you got a camera. Much easier.
Yeah.
At least
if you move around enough or do something noticeable that the camera will catch.
Got a couple comments here. One says, in a diary, you can also note all symptoms. So on April 2nd, 2026 at 3 p.m., I woke up on the sofa, didn't remember laying down, no pain, no injury. Todd the toddler is napping when I woke up. Todd the toddler. Another comment here says, I have a daily planner that I write all of my activity, all of my symptoms, all of my irregularities. We keep it by the bed and we take it with us on every trip, even if it's just a single overnight day. And both my husband and I will write down what I have going on in my epilepsy log, but we also use it for tracking my menstrual cycle, headaches, changes in mood. We found out that all those logs help find correlation in my epilepsy activity. Last comment says, I usually just know I had a TC if I suddenly feel sore, have no memory gaps or injuries I can't explain. I almost never know I had an absence seizure unless someone else tells me or it lasts very long. Yeah, I haven't experienced absence seizures that I know of, but I do want to find out if I'm actually having them. Because like I said, today, I was going through the living room and I just stopped. And then I was thinking though, but my mom was like, are you having a seizure? I was like, no. But I got confused and I stopped and was thinking. Then I was thinking, did I have a seizure? But it was just weird. It was just like, why am I sitting here thinking? Why did I stop walking? Was what I was thinking. I'm on my way to the kitchen, then I stopped, and then that was the part that confused me. And then I'm just all fucked up in the head today. Yeah.
Is your headache feeling any better?
Huh?
Is your headache feeling any better?
Yeah, it's been the weed. It's been the weed.
It's always the weed, man.
Every time, like, the little pain above my eyes comes, I take a hit of my vape pen and goes away for about an hour. Or I just take a hit of the vape pen and no reason at all. And yeah.
I'm
So
glad
so
it's
I
feeling
have
better.
a go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying I'm glad it's feeling better. Go ahead.
I was saying I have a good morning show topic for you, but but you're gonna know why. Anyway, so my question is the following. You're gonna answer this. So we talk about AI a lot, right? So people are like, well, AI sucks and all that kind of stuff, especially for art. So my question is, I can go into Adobe and I could pull images down from the 150 billion images that Adobe has. And I could layer them inside of Photoshop and all that stuff, which I don't know all that stuff all that well, but my kids do. My wife does. So, how is going into Adobe and pulling out an image or asking Google Gemini or ChatGPT to create you an image? Because aren't they both the same things in reality? Oh no, there's Kevin. You heard
Nah,
my question.
they're not the same.
Oh, I know they're
Well,
not. I was just asking the question, are they the same? I'm not debating it. I was just thinking about that because I'm sitting here over here on this computer messing with stuff as I partially listen to this because two things at once. And I'm looking at Adobe and I'm playing with Gemini and I'm like, you really can create the same images in both things. But I'm not talking about creating images of like, you know, uh, Bob Ross painting with cows and shit. I'm talking about, I would like to have a purple brain. Now, you could pull a purple brain out of Gemini, but you can also pull a purple brain out of Adobe. So, what's the real difference? And again, I know the real difference. I'm just curious as to what the thoughts are about that because I hate AI, but or I hate AI to make pictures and stuff. I do it because it's funny. Like I did one Bob Ross with a lake and cows, and it was really funny because it actually made a Bob Ross picture, and there were cows all over the place. So I was like, cool. But
That sounds fun.
so anyway, I thought that was an interesting thought. But again, it's not I'll debate anything anytime. But like I said, that was an interesting thought because we talk about AI a lot, and I'm like, I'm thinking about that. I have my horrific sixth painting over here, and it's really bad. So anyway,
well, I mean, it just seems like AI takes everything we've created for our ideas, the humanity of it, and scrapes it down to a very fine.
Inhumane.
Hmm? Yeah, sure.
Well, I said inhumane,
It's
like
uh,
dehumanizing type of, yeah.
so
well,
while I was
yeah.
playing,
It just remanufactures it to something and just reprocesses it and throws something out there, and yeah, it just feels very reprocessed.
oh, I
Yeah.
completely agree because I like, I don't even like using online editing tools, Photoshop and that stuff. I'm not happy unless I can physically touch something as opposed to making it images. But funny enough, this was like an hour ago. I wrote to Gemini because Gemini is my favorite. You don't have to pay for Gemini. Are you able to make an original image and not just grab them from the internet? And then because they're listening and watching me, I always put things like "no offense," uh, which I think is hilarious because I'm nice to them. And it said to me to show you that I create original images rather than pulling existing ones from the internet. Here's a high resolution 3D image rendered. To make it truly unique, I have enhanced the pathways of an internal network of glowing energy floating above a futuristic pedestal. And I'm like,
What?
did you really do that or did you not? I ask a lot of different questions because
It was like a pre-rendered answer, basically.
yeah, it's like, when you talk to somebody and you're like, hey, can you do that? But it's interesting because then when you look at the Photoshop stuff, it really does look similar. And I have to believe that Gemini is pulling mostly from Adobe stuff because they look so similar to each other. So I decided my laptop's sitting here on my desk, so I decided to play with stuff over here. I have too many computers.
I need
But
to
yeah, I
find
thought that was
somebody who
interesting. What's up?
I need to find somebody who can Photoshop something for me.
Hard or easy?
Um, basically, I have a photo of a person and I have a sunset picture, and I want the background of the picture of the person cut out and put so I can put the person over the background or the other image.
I can make one of my kids do that if you want.
I would let you because
Cool.
it's a very sentimental picture to me.
Yeah, definitely. I have two very uh artistic. I have one kid who's extremely artistic, both in digital and drawing stuff. And I have one kid who's really, really good at digital stuff. And she's also the programmer who does all kinds of computer stuff. So yeah,
I'll get in touch with you
sure.
in a
Yeah,
DM or something about
cool.
it.
Yeah, they definitely could do that because I
I
feed
would,
them and house them, and they don't have jobs, and I pay for everything. So, and like I said, they're really good at that stuff, and they won't care either. I asked my daughter to sketch something for me on a canvas because I can't draw at all, and I said, "Hey, can you sketch this on a canvas for me?" And she's like, "Yeah." She's like, "How big and where do you want it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, put it right there." And when she's done with that, that'll be cool. But she's 22. She should do stuff for me, right? But yeah, hit me up. I'll make her do that.
all right, I'd appreciate it, man. Thanks.
No problem.
Said I house them for free.
What's up?
He said I'm housing them and feeding them.
Yeah, I have to get something out of them, right?
Right.
No, I love them. They're awesome. So
I got something. It says, is it possible? I was not born with epilepsy, but suffered a traumatic brain injury and have since been diagnosed with epilepsy and tonic-clonic seizures. I am pursuing a job opportunity that would require me to work some night shifts. My seizures are usually caused by lack of sleep. I've tried working jobs in the night shifts before, but I always psych myself out and start stressing about the possibility of having a seizure rather than the actual feeling like I could have one. I typically know when my seizures are coming, but I am worried about taking a job that could give me more if I'm not careful. Does anyone do this? How do you handle this? I typically have trouble sleeping at night anyways, and make up for it the next day. But when do I stay? Oh, when I do stay, I just stay on my phone. When I stay up, I usually just stay on my phone. I wouldn't be working. I wouldn't be working what I could be a high stress job. Just looking for advice, similar stories about the what ifs.
You can answer that one, Pookie. You got your seizures from a TBI.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah. No, I seriously did forget though.
I think you're the only one here that can answer that question.
Yeah, so they said traumatic brain injury and have since been diagnosed. I had the injury, I had a seizure, and then I didn't have any more for 11 years. So sorry to hear that you suffered that, and it was since then. Uh, what was the other questions? I'm sorry, I forget things. I forget what I'm reading sometimes as I'm reading it. Then I hope you guys pick it up where I left off because I forgot. Just I need you guys to read this back to me after I read it back to you.
Okay.
Night watch. Can he work the night watch?
Oh, what I was gonna say is I worked a night shift and I didn't have problems with that. I would get enough sleep as I could from since I worked from 2 to 7, I would get a decent amount of sleep between 3 and 7 after I got off. I'd spend 7 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon doing whatever, and then I'd start by 3, at least trying to get sleep. Sometimes it'd be 5, but yeah, you can work a night shift job. If you ask my stepmom, she would not because she's the reason I stopped working that night shift job. But that she was worried after I did that wandering off seizure. I guess 17 miles away from work is too far to wander for anyone. Yeah. I think they said it might be dangerous.
But 16 and a half is perfectly within normal limits, right?
It was big.
The 17's a little too far, though.
Right. Made me quit my job and everything. What if I would have won? Yeah, 16 and a half, 16.2.
Yeah, you would have been able to continue working.
Yeah.
Oh.
Basically, it said, how do you handle it? Just roll
Make
with
sure
the
you get
punches.
enough sleep.
Right. Just roll with the punches and make sure you get enough sleep. And yeah, you can do it. You still might have the seizure every now and then. I can't say you'll be seizure free, but yeah, they did give accommodations. I got like a little bit longer, maybe like 10 minutes more on on regular working breaks or whatever. Be like an extra 10 minutes if needed. Sometimes I'd say no, I'm okay. I can just start back when it's lunch break is over for everyone.
Good night, Kevin.
Morning.
I'll see you.
No, Kevin, feel better, man.
Bright and
I
early.
will.
Yeah. Yeah. How do I deal with it? Like Jeff said, just keep taking it a step at a time. Keep putting one foot in front of the other. And just keep going. Don't give up.
That's life for everything, right?
Right. There's a comment here, and it says, my mother had grand mal seizures. It makes me sad to think of how debilitating it was for her. Another comment here says, my seizures also triggered by lack of sleep, but I think you could sleep during the day and be awake enough without worrying about triggering a seizure. But ask your neurologist, and because their opinion is the most important. Know your body. I think your opinion is worth more.
You know what's going on with yourself more than anyone else does.
Yeah. I got something here. It says, does anyone here have visual auras? What do they look like for you? I literally just learned about auras in this subreddit. Isn't that cute? I've been having seizures for about 5 years. Nobody told me what auras were, even though I used to have physical auras before my seizures, apparently. My neurologist knew this, never gave me a name for it. Anyways, something felt off the other day. My vision got all warped and wompy in the left eye for around 30 seconds. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know how to explain what it looked like. But if it happened, I don't know how to explain what it looked like, but it's happened before. And it happened when I was a child. I don't know why I remember that. I've had it happen more than once. No seizures, just that. I also had my neurologist appointment and forgot to ask, so I'm here instead. Does anyone have visual auras? No. Personally, no. Chip, didn't you say you see things?
I see dead people. No, that's not right. They're not they're not auras that I see, but yeah, I see stuff. Yeah, it's weird. But it's more like, imagine like if you walk down a flight of stairs and you look to the right to make sure someone's not standing there and gonna run into you. And there's something there, like a shape, a dog, a person. And then I turn to the left because I was going to the left and I was like, what was that? And I turn around and there's nothing there. And I'm like, cool. That makes me feel so good. So, I mean, it's never like weird. There's like not like a guy standing with a knife who's going to kill me. It's just images or things that are there. Sometimes they're big, sometimes they're small, sometimes they're out of the corner of my eye. I kind of have learned to be desensitized to seeing things, which will be really great when like a football is coming to my face or something. I'll be like, oh, it's all good, whack, I'll be on the ground. But they are definitely weird. So my neurologist is like, oh yeah, there's just little focal seizures you're having. And I'm like, cool, man, that's awesome. So yeah, I see and hear stuff, but they're not, unless they're related to those stupid asymptomatic seizures I have. I just think that it's crap of some sort. I don't really know.
I think maybe mine's might be because I was told. My mom was like, out here, these are the biggest rats I ever seen. So sometimes I trip out and I just be looking around and out of the corner of my eye, I might have seen something like scat a little bit. I might go look, just make sure I was tripping before I point it out to my mom. I go, look, it's not over there. Maybe I did see something. Don't bring it up, because then she might think I had a seizure if I start saying I seen a rat. And then it's going to have her on edge because I'm seeing things now. And yeah, I just make sure, though, I didn't see those things. I always go back and check, like, make sure, okay, I'm not tripping. Don't point this out unless you really see something. I didn't see any rats, luckily. Yeah, because if there's big rats out here, I was just assuming they'd been in the house because I see small things out the corner of my eye. But yeah,
I was at a bus transit center and I was waiting for a bus, and across from the bus stop area, they have this drainage ditch with a nice concrete wall. I really need to explain all that. Anyway, so I was sitting waiting for the bus and I saw like 10 rats running across the concrete drainage ditch wall. It was not something I saw that wasn't supposed to be there. It was something that actually was there, and they were disgusting. I mean, like, they were huge rats. It was nasty. But anyway, it made me feel good. And I was like, oh, good, I'm hungry. Uh, but I have to finish this for the night and be responsible and do things now, unfortunately, which I don't really want to. But I will bring my little friend with me because, that makes everything better. But yeah, Andrew, just hit me up and we'll take care of that. And
Will do.
everybody, have a wonderful night. And I'm looking forward to the show tomorrow. So it'll be fun to listen to another day of funness. Yeah, that
9
made
a.m.
sense.
start.
I know. Cool, man. You guys have a great night.
You too. See you later, Chip.
Bye.
I got one here. It says, so I'm very freshly diagnosed, like under a year, and I've been on Keppra for coming up on 6 months. Before I was diagnosed, I've never really noticed stuff like feeling off. If I didn't sleep enough or lightheaded, if I had caffeine, I didn't notice alcohol had any extra effect on me, but I figured I was just a lightweight, LOL. Now that I'm diagnosed, though, I'm noticing all this stuff. Sensitive to lights, need 8 hours of sleep minimum, can't do caffeine, and I'm wondering if that's because I'm on meds or if it's just because I have a diagnosis, so I'm more hyper aware of this stuff. Because I went 18 years feeling mostly fine, and now it's like noticeable changes. Did anyone else experience this? The caffeine? No, I didn't experience caffeine bother me, and then I didn't give it up until I started practicing Mormon. Then I gathered, yeah, I quit caffeine. So yeah, I've quit caffeine for free. I just don't like caffeine because it was a stimulant, and I learned that through practicing Mormon. And that's one thing I remember.
I'm a caffeine junkie, so
There's soda without caffeine, you know that, right? Or I mean, stuff without caffeine.
yeah, I
Caffeine.
know. I got a bottle of water here too.
Well, I mean, they have other drinks that don't have the caffeine that might give you what you like.
I don't like any of the caffeine ones or caffeine-free ones. I like my Dr. Pepper.
Oh,
And
man.
if I'm really tired, I have a Monster.
They have Dr. Pepper Zero, and actually, I'm not sure if that's
That's
caffeine.
zero sugar.
Okay, I wouldn't know. But I seen it. It's a pretty can. It's black and red or burgundy.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
don't typically like most of the caffeine-free pop that they have. Like I don't like Sprite, 7 Up, any of that clear shit. No.
What
Root
about
beer's
this?
okay sometimes.
What about this? Caffeine free Canada
The
Dry.
fuck is what the fuck is that? What
Canada
flavor is that?
Dry.
I don't know what that is. I mean, I know the name of it, but what does it taste like?
Ginger ale.
Oh, I don't think I like ginger ale.
Um, cherry fruit splash ginger ale.
That might not be too bad, but it's not something that I would want to drink every day. I don't know.
It doesn't have caffeine is the reason I drink this and not anything else. It's easier.
I used to keep root beer around for when I wanted to pop in the evening, and I didn't want to have caffeine because I didn't want it to keep me up.
Hmm.
So I'll drink root beer every once in a while, but I don't
All
know.
right.
I saw Kevin drinking a grape crush the other day, and it made me want some. So I'm gonna have to look for some fruit drinks because
And they're
orange is
caffeine
okay.
free.
I know orange is okay, grape is okay, just every once in a while. I just don't want it all the time.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I'm a caffeine junkie. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. I used to be. Now I found all these sodas that are caffeine free, and it's amazing. I mean, to me at least. I mean, yeah.
But part
It's
of the
been,
reason I'm drinking the Dr. Peppers because I want the caffeine. Because I would not still be sitting here talking to you if I hadn't had 2 Dr. Peppers today.
oh, nice. I'm still here talking to you, and this is caffeine free. I haven't even drank it, so.
Yeah, but it's only 7:40 where you're at. It's 9:40 here.
Oh, yeah, that part too. Um, good luck with that. uh, yeah, that's rough. It's late, and my day feels like I'm here. I feel good. I feel like the day, like everything else went away. The headache and everything.
That's good. I'm
Yeah,
glad your head is feeling better.
Yeah, me too. But I do have one more, and since it's me and you, well, James is half here, but
James is maybe here.
yeah, maybe. I got something though. It says, I don't know what's happening. Please help. I went outside with my dog, and it was so weird. I felt like a ghost wandering the streets. Nothing felt real, and sometimes I just stopped dead in my tracks and do nothing until my dog pulled on the leash and got me out of it. He's not literally, he's not really the kind of dog that pulls usually. He's by my side, but I was just so slow, and he kept staring at me from time to time and started pulling on the leash anytime I just zoned out, I guess. I had to take a break, just sitting down at the playground. I just don't know what's happening, and it's really scary. That sounds like absence seizures, right?
It could be. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I would think that it could be if they're just like stopped and spaced out. That's kind of my understanding of them.
For all those out there watching, let us know. Um, and press that thumbs up to everybody out there watching. We got some hosts, I mean, some guests. But anyhow,
We do? How many people are watching us?
oh, 3 at the moment. It's better than 0.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, press that thumbs up button. And so this poster says they don't know what's happening. That is really scary. But with your dog pulling you, that could be a sign that it brought you out of it. And I think I did that once, but it was with a smaller dog. And I think it was smaller amounts of time. And then I was just like, hurry up and get home. I know what's happening. Just too weird to be wandering the streets. I was supposed to be walking the dog, and yeah, can't do that. The dog was walking me, and I'd get that sense, like feeling that the leash is going further away, and then I'd come back and I'd do it again. And then I'd just like, brace yourself, it's coming. Just get home. And I'd be telling myself in my head, just get home, just get home. Hopefully we make it, we make it. And I'd blink and I'd be like, okay, that was another one. Let's just get there. And yeah, I usually try. It didn't help, but telling myself usually I think helps, or it just keeps me aware for a little bit, keeps me paying attention.
Keeps you calm.
Yeah. Talking to myself keeps me calm. Yeah, I don't know if you have any oh, you have a cat and you don't have a leash, so.
No, he doesn't go outside. He's tried a couple of times, but he'd get his ass kicked with all the mean cats around here. He doesn't have any claws in the front from his previous owners declawing his poor little feet.
Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah. Makes me want to go chop the ends of their fingers off. See how much they like it.
Right. Oh man, I couldn't imagine taking the nails out because they need to use that to climb and scratch stuff. Don't they like scratching?
Oh yeah, he does not do things normal cats do because he was declawed.
Wow.
But I mean, declawing a cat isn't just like pulling your fingernail off. They literally like cut their finger off at the first knuckle.
Ugh.
That's how they declaw a cat. That's how cats are declawed.
That gives me a migraine.
Yeah, it. I can't imagine that anyone would do that to their pet.
Awake would be rough.
Well, no, I mean it's a surgery. They
Oh,
put him to they have him under anesthesia and everything, but can you imagine going to the doctor one day and coming out with the tips of all 5, all 10 of your fingers cut off?
no, couldn't imagine that.
That would be horrible.
My pride Mary would never do such a thing to me.
I don't think vets should.
No. I mean, unless it's like a super violent cat and you really want it that much. But yeah, just taking a cat's nails, a cat can't be a cat.
Right.
Probably depressing. Yeah.
Let a cat be a cat.
The other cats would make fun of him. Oh man.
We got some mean strays around here. I don't want him going outside at all.
That makes me think of what's it called? I watch a lot of Disney movies, a lot of animated movies because I like cartoons. Sometimes I just got Disney there just to give me a fix for cartoons. Uh, and there's this movie named Rio, the bird. You seen Rio? The bird's like
I've seen it, but I don't remember it.
I always remember when the bird goes outside and other birds are calling him a house pet. They're like, "You're a pet. You're not a street bird," because he couldn't even fly at first. But yeah, that was hilarious how they called him a pet. And then that's what I call my sister's dog sometimes. You're a pet, because he'd be just sitting there, never go outside, never have the experience of being out there alone unless he broke out. A pet. If he was to break out, he usually comes to the door and you'll hear him barking early in the morning, like 3 in the morning. But yeah, those would be like times he just broke out and then we just couldn't catch him. So we're just like, all right, he'll come back eventually.
Yeah.
There was one time that he did not come back for 2 days. And my sister called the pound and they said, we got him and we chipped him for you. Do you want us to snip him? And she was like, no, just we're good. We'll come get him. And yeah, luckily he still has his nails.
Jinx is snipped and clipped from the Humane Society.
Yeah, that's rough. Because when you think about cats, I always thinking about them stretching and scratching that pole my sister gave it.
I have a like 3.5 foot tall scratching post from the cat that I had that passed away before him. Because he was a big, huge cat and he would just stretch out, and Jinx still stretches, but he's like leaning up against the wall because he can't really claw the scratching post very well, because he doesn't have claws. He still likes to stretch though,
Yeah,
but he can't climb and stuff like regular cats. Yeah.
Outside cats would make fun of him.
Right. And I mean, have you been around cats to know how they like they go to some place and they like knead with their feet to make their little spot they're gonna lay down? He doesn't even do that right. Yeah, they sit there and they go like this with all their feet. He will stand there with his front feet and then he sits there and he like it's like he's trying to dig a hole with his back feet because he can't right. He doesn't even act like a regular cat. It's just awful. I can't believe someone would do that to them.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't be what other cats be. And I just keep thinking of Rio every time I think of a pet. That's what comes to me.
That's why I named him Jinx, though, actually, was because he's missing teeth, he's been declawed, he's like, I just feel like he kind of got jinxed in life. So his name is Jinx.
Yeah, sad. What I can say is I got something here. It says, a gift for my friend. My friend is a medical student, and recently her epileptic seizures have returned. I like to give her a gift that could help her, but at the same time not affect her psychologically or draw attention. So people don't keep asking about her condition. Any suggestions?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, I got to read that again for my head and my sanity. My friend is a medical student, and recently her epileptic seizures have returned. I'd like to give her a gift that could help her, but at the same time not affect her psychologically or draw attention, so people don't keep asking about her condition. Any suggestions? You can get her a regular gift.
Right. Just get her a gift. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be seizure related.
Yeah.
Just get her a gift.
Yeah. Regular person, something she can use. Anything besides a pool or a car.
Yeah.
Go through some of these comments because there is a few. One says maybe a cute eye mask, fluffy robe sort of joke, sort of yoke. Self-care is helpful with the pain. With the pain the body goes through after the seizures. What is that? What is she interested in? What the hell? Oh, they're asking what their friend's interested in. Another comment says it sounds like her triggers, like many of ours. Might be stress, might be lack of sleep, so literally anything to help with those. Another one says get a purple ribbon tattoo to show your support. They will love it. Yeah, that is dope. I do love epilepsy tattoos. That ribbon, that ribbon just hits different. And one last one says my seizures make my neck and head and brain feel hot. Head, neck, and brain feel hot. And I get terrible headaches, migraines, along with my seizures. Best gift my sis got me was an ice pack that I can actually Velcro tight around my head or just on it, cooling the back of my neck. My sis picked a kind of expensive one, but it has really saved me from losing my mind.
Wish I could find one of those that's a heating pad.
Yeah, I was thinking that aren't you not supposed to put those things on your skin, like directly on skin? This person's
As
saying
long as,
Velcro to your neck.
well, it's probably got a cover on it, which would keep it from being direct contact with your skin.
Makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, that was one of the last, I'd say. Or do you want to keep going? You're still up. Why not keep going?
I'm about to tap out on you, man.
All
But
right.
go ahead, one more. What you got? I'll give you till 10 o'clock, my time. That's 7 minutes.
Oh wow. Okay. What the F did my friend just say? I'm honestly disappointed. I can't attach any screenshots. I replied to my friend's Insta story, a pic of her and my other friend on a roller coaster. I made a joke saying, "I feel so betrayed." A joke we usually make when the other doesn't invite you. She then replied and said, "Girl, your epilepsy would have been triggered on this. I saw my life flash." WTF. This offended me so much, and the only place I could talk about it was on here. Is this a joke? A stupid diagnosis? Or is this really her take on my epilepsy? I genuinely have no idea. And keep in mind, I explained my epilepsy and my triggers multiple times to her. I thought about replying, but I don't want to start something of a thing that simple as a single Insta text. I ignored it, but I'm really upset. I thought she was better than this. Ha. Hey, Tom. How you
Hey,
doing?
Tom.
Hey.
How's it hanging?
It's hanging. I just got home.
Yeah, nice. So the icebreaker for today or tonight would be favorite place to go as a child. My favorite place to go as a child was always grandma's house because there was just an unlimited amount of freedom.
You stole mine because I said it first.
Yeah, you did.
Mine was in the Chamonix Creek.
What?
It was a creek that pretty much separated Philadelphia and New Jersey.
Hmm.
The actual is the Delaware River, but this runs parallel to it. Anyway, it's a big, huge wooded area. with waterfalls and rock quarry. It was just a place we hung out as kids and had a blast.
Sounds cool.
I'm sorry, you look
Tired?
not tired, but you're stunned.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's it.
I don't know. No one else has said that, but I was not feeling good today.
Oh, I wasn't either. I had a pretty tough day.
You didn't have a seizure, did you?
No. I took one of my Klonopin as soon as I saw it coming on. But the issue I was going to have today, I said, stop, step back, eat one of these Klonopin, and chill.
Yeah, you could stay working after taking a Klonopin?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I do it probably 3 times a week.
Okay, I think I heard someone here say that they can't, they go to sleep usually when they take their Klonopin.
You know what's funny? Lorazepam. I can eat 4 lorazepam and it not bother me. 3. And I mean, it calms me down, but I mean, I'm function, I can
No,
function.
you don't.
What?
Okay, excuse me. I need to get in here.
Tracy, please explain.
Yes, please explain.
He took 3 lorazepam one time, and he's going, I don't even feel it. I'm just going, dude, you're like drunk.
Okay, forgive him because we have a bad memory after those seizures, so
Yeah.
he's gonna remember that.
What?
You don't remember those taking
No,
3
he thinks
Klonopin?
that they don't affect him.
Remember taking them?
Nothing.
He was
Didn't remember that
switching
part.
words and
Go away. Go play. Go do what you do.
Well,
All about the love.
that myth is finally cracked. You have taken Klonopin and it.
Hey, well, I'll tell you what, I take him at work and maybe something's going on and I don't know about it, but I haven't had a customer, a supervisor from Costco or my supervisor question my actions.
Okay.
Or antics, maybe.
You just hand out extra samples?
Yes. You need to come on over and I will be more than happy to supply you with samples, Andre.
What did you sample today or give out?
What did I give out today?
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of drinks. Have to give me a minute. I do this all the time. I walk away from my station and I don't remember what I'm doing. Seriously.
That's called epilepsy, man.
Oh, what's epilepsy?
That's what I was telling myself today. I walked like through the living room and then I stopped halfway to the kitchen. I wanted to go to the kitchen, but I thought about something else as I was going to the kitchen. And then I forgot what I wanted in the kitchen. So I started thinking, what am I thinking about and where am I going? My mom's like, did you have a seizure? I was like, no, just sometimes stuff happens. I don't know why I stopped to think about it, but I stopped in my tracks. Just, like.
You're still in the seizure.
I wasn't having a seizure.
I've been there, done that. Ask Tracy. We'll be walking along and all of a sudden, Tracy, what were we talking about? Tom, we weren't talking about nothing. And it's like, I know we were. You just saw how we argue. She's like, no, we were not talking about it. And we'll argue back and forth. And she said, you just had a seizure. That's what it was. I did have a seizure last week. I was at the chiropractor's office and never been to this chiropractor before. I just told the woman that I'm epileptic and I was checking out. And I was telling her how my seizures are. You know, I space out for a couple moments and I'm back. Well, as I said that, boom,
You had a seizure?
Tom's gone. So
At least you warned her.
yeah, and then Tracy's out in the car. So there goes Tom. He's off. He's off walking. And so she guides me to the door and just waves at Tracy. And so Tracy's like, oh, he's having a seizure. He'll be all right. So Tracy just calls me over to the car. See, I'm not like some of you guys have God, my grandma seizures and stuff. I just kind of space out.
Sounds better than grandma, but yeah.
Yeah.
Better than smashing your face in the floor.
Right.
Oh, honey, don't get me wrong. I've been there, done that. I got the t-shirt, I got the helmet, knee pads.
I got the missing teeth and the broken nose to prove it.
There you go.
Is it knee pads?
Man,
wow.
Never know when they're gonna come in handy, man.
That's it.
Knee pads would
my
be the
brain
last.
surgery.
I get elbow pads, but my knees. I don't know. Never had that pain, but
No.
I didn't hit anything but my face when I hit the floor, so everything
Yeah.
else was fine.
Well,
yeah.
I've had brain surgery. I don't know if you picked up on that, Andrea. But here's another something that's happened yesterday. Yeah, I think it was yesterday. Come to find out, I've got some sort of skin cancer.
Oh no.
And he wants me to rub this, like I have these spots on my face. They're like rashes. One right here, one over here. And I guess there's a couple more spots. And so he wants me to put this cream on. And so I said, oh, what the hell? I'll read the now what's that called? Things that aren't good.
Side effects?
Side effects, that's the word, yeah. I think I'm gonna stick with cancer. Oh man.
Oh man.
And this guy this doctor, I mean, he was in and out. I'll bet it was less than 10 minutes. And it's like I didn't have a chance to say, okay, so where exactly am I supposed to put this? And because what if I miss some spots? You know? And and hair loss. Okay, it's chemo. Has some kind of chemo in it or something. Okay, so I got it. And it's gonna burn, it's gonna have rat, it's gonna be ugly. But my concern is I can't see it all. He had a light that he wanted, shown the light around my face. Like he says, okay, there's some here, a couple spots up here, and a spot here. Okay, well, a couple spots here and there. So why don't I just shave my head and rub this cream all over my head? You know, I mean, come on, guy, help me out.
Oh man.
Bedside manner.
Reminds me, yeah, thank you. Reminds me of a neurologist.
Or a surgeon.
Neurosurgeon, yeah, there you go.
What you need chemo for skin for? What could that lead to, Tom? You're worrying me.
I don't know.
Oh,
I know nothing. I went in and I saw this guy. I swear it was 10 minutes. I went to see my uh my my general practitioner, and I told her I had, some concerns because I have this rash right here that's been there for a long time. There, and there's another one starting over here. So she took some pictures of it, and I have something right here, but that seems to be going away. She took pictures, sent it to the dermatologist, and so he had me make an appointment, come in, and then that's the quickest $30 I spent, and I'll never see again. That I just love my Costco insurance though. But it's like I know nothing except and he said, it's already, just go to your mail pharmacy and it's already in there. Just go in and okay it, and you'll have it in a couple days. So I've got no follow-up appointment or anything. He says, take it for 2 weeks. Good luck with that, pretty much.
Take one of these and call me in the morning.
Not even call me in the morning. Take a couple of these for 2 weeks.
When's your next appointment?
I don't know. He didn't. That's what I'm saying.
It just gave you the
Take
advice
these for 2 weeks. He's giving me this poison to put on my face. Right? This yeah, that stuff for cancer.
I got some Dove right here. But actually, I was thinking, you think you could ask your neurologist, could it be the medication? How long has it been there?
Well, it's been there for a while. But I've had some friends, they're older, that have told me a few times now that I should have these spots checked out. And so I finally did, and the one here on my face, which was a lot more pronounced, it's gotten better. But he saw that and he says, yeah, that's precancerous. These spots over here, he called precancerous. Here and over here. Oh yeah, and it's real close to my eye. He says, oh, and don't get it in your eye. Not, okay, don't get it in your eye, but if you do get it in your eye, and it's like he was snorting meth or something. The guy was talking 80 miles an hour. He was in and out. Boom.
Wow.
Yeah, right.
Oh man.
I think we actually missed the boat. I think we should have been doctors.
Missed the boat. Yeah. Man, Tom, that's got me. I can't think about anything that we don't even know what it's going to lead to. Is your primary now?
What's that?
Is your primary now?
She's the one that sent me there.
Oh, so she'll probably get the information and call you back. Maybe.
I was gonna say I would
call her. I'm sorry, Andrea.
No, I was just saying call her and see if she can give you some more information.
Or give me another, or give me another dermatologist to go see.
Mm.
Now I'm worried. I wasn't even concerned before. But now just the simple fact that he's giving me chemo to wipe on my face which is pretty much what he told me to do. You know, just put it, you know, wipe it on your face. It's like, hey, why don't you put the first dose on me to show me where it needs to be, where it needs to go, and how much to use? Is that asking too much?
Apparently
No.
so.
Apparently.
Right.
Man,
I'm sorry, Tom.
I am.
Sending you love.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I
Tom
gotta
was
go
real
to
funny.
bed, guys.
What,
Yeah.
where are you at?
I'm in Kansas.
Yo, you're the Kansas girl.
Yeah,
Kansas girl.
I'm the Kansas girl.
Yeah. Down there in the cornfields,
Wheat fields.
wheat fields.
Wheat fields and cows and airplanes because of where I live.
Uh-huh. And
Wow.
hurricanes,
No, tornadoes.
tornadoes. I always get those mixed up.
She's seen
Hurry.
one.
You seen
I'll
one?
put the picture up.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll put the picture up, but then I gotta go. I really do.
All right.
Yeah. It was way close. It looked like a movie, but it was real life. This is
Oh,
her phone.
clean.
I was thinking that was insane to just like see it that close. You got to see the picture.
We need to go check this out, you and me.
No, it's no fun. You don't want to see it. Why is this
Yeah.
not working?
Everybody out there, thanks for watching. And have you